Go on, family. Y'all know. I'll be your boy, man. Hang out for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Night. Hang out a little bit, see all the pop. You know what I mean? Y'all know your boy Cree. That's me. Get a little warmed up. You know? See that nice one?
Just take a look at my clip. Been doing dirt for so long. Got a V8 in my engine. Once I hit the gas and I'm gone. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Let's go. My wrist game is disgusting. Designer gears all custom. 10 grand, I could throw a rock and spend two of it. It ain't nothing. Fuck with niggas be bluffing. Try to spread a lie like it's something. Nigga hit the booth and straight frontin'. Never sold a pound or an onion. Shout out to Richie Stacks, a nigga. Cross the line and I'm coming. Just call me trouble. Once I BBM, they're all bustin'. What you know about hitting licks worth 30 grand without hustling? What you know about winning bitch? I'll flip your bro without jumping. We're on the block and that's day and night. Every day it's all way in life. Your girl comes and I'll lay the pipe. Different bra, same age and height. Niggas know what my aim is like. Your bitch should know what my chain is like. Up top to my dying day, I rap drip for Adler, won't say it twice. You ain't got a ball. When it comes to women, I got them all. These trap houses, I want them all. Kick down your door and have them on the wall. Don't move, nigga. You ain't on the problem. If the money straight, then I'm on the call. You know the game got E-pills, that's double stacks, no tiny no. Just take a look at my clip. Been doing dirt for so long. Got a V8 in my engine. When I hit the gas and I'm gone. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Let's go. Just take a look at my fifth. One shot in your car. Got shooters on deck. My word, that's my bond. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never seen an ounce or a two. Now, last night at the bar, nigga. Raps, that's what I blew. I'm on the chain and I'm getting it in. When I hit the club, I'm still getting lit. Strapped up and pushed out. My whole team, we playing to win. Back and forth, pound to pound. Push, hold, break it down. I'm out here, you ain't out here. I'm smoking, I'm killing loud.
We love my nigga. RP my nigga KG, bro. That's easy, you don't know. Transition to peace, man. He's my neck in the woods, nigga. A little late night quiet life. You know what I'm saying? Not too loud right now. Just want quietness right now.
Just take a look at my clip. Been doing dirt for so long. Got a V8 in my engine. When I hit the gas and I'm gone. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Let's go. My wrist game is disgusting. Designer gears all custom. 10 grand, I could throw a rock and spend two of it. It ain't nothing. Fuck with niggas be bluffing. Try to spread a lie like it's something. Nigga hit the booth and straight frontin'. Never sold a pound or an onion. Shout out to Richie Stacks, a nigga. Cross the line and I'm coming. Just call me trouble. Once I BBM, they're all busting. What you know about hitting licks worth 30 grand without hustling? What you know about winning bitch? I'll flip your bro without jumping. We're on the block and that's day and night. Every day it's all way in life. Your girl comes and I'll lay the pipe. Different bra, same age and height. Niggas know what my aim is like. Your bitch should know what my chain is like. Up top to my dying day, I rap drip for Adler, won't say it twice. You ain't got a ball. When it comes to women, I got them all. These trap houses, I want them all. Kick down your door and have them on the wall. Don't move, nigga. You ain't on the problem. If the money straight, then I'm on the call. You know the game got E-pills, that's double stacks, no tiny no. Just take a look at my clip. Been doing dirt for so long. Got a V8 in my engine. Once I hit the gas and I'm gone.
I had that V8 engine to myself back when I was 22. You know what I'm saying? Accurate legend, you know, all black. Beginning of fucking automatic. Out clean. Push that button, the seat goes back. Back in 89, legend.
Strapped up and pushed out. My whole team, we playing to win. Back and forth, pound to pound. Push, hold, break it down. I'm out here, you ain't out here. I'm smoking, I'm killing loud. One word to my
Down, niggas.
Them killers
Go down, nigga. Go down, nigga.
Extra clips
Better run, nigga. Kidnapping.
Yo, what be good?
Action. So long team so strong. Strapped up with that 40 and that 4 long. Streets. It's the east. I am it. Just take a look at my clip. Been doing dirt for so long. Got a V8 in my engine. Once I hit the gas and I'm gone. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Can't fuck with niggas like you. Never trust a nigga like you. Let's go. R.I.P. my nigga KG, bro. R.I.P. man. Miss this nigga, man. Might get some stories like on another stream, you know? Mighty in the building.
How we doing, man? Been a while.
Pop Mighty, man. I was going to tell niggas all this time we're living in, you know what I mean?
well, I'll tell you how my time's been. So, I'm 2 months behind on rent, out of work.
Ah, fuck. Sorry to hear that, man. Shit.
$100 in the hole in my bank account and $2 in cash to my name.
How you been doing otherwise, though, man? Still got your life and shit, you know?
Well, everything else, I mean, they can't evict me until at least May. I'm going to get taxes at some point, although I'm getting the distinct impression going through the new tax code that I'm going to get fucked this year.
It just started, man. This might be a good year for you right now, man. Just building right now.
I'm more concerned with my taxes right now, because normally I pull in, I do my own taxes. I get a very nice return. This year I think I've gone up a bracket. I need to double check with my W-2s and like actually my initial math says I've gone up a bracket in the way that they've done it now, and it's just the 48K bracket. It's not even that high. It's like I'm finally out of poverty is essentially where I'm at, or I was until last month. But yeah, I'm expecting to see now that I've actually started looking at it, a small fraction of what I normally see back between state and federal, and I was really gonna rely on that to cover my ass until fucking winter ends and I can start cooking again. Unemployment's fighting me. I've been waiting on rent relief for a month.
Damn.
And I haven't even been assigned a caseworker yet. They've got over 3,000 people on the list. This whole thing's a fucking shit show, and I'm tired of it. Vote for Dick Spinney in 2022. Governor of Rhode Island. I can't be any worse than the other guy. Vote for sanity. Vote Spinney. You heard it here first.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually trying to take this as a real motivating factor for me right now. This ain't my first time, being in the hole. I've caught eviction notice before. I've been homeless. This ain't my first rodeo. Only sucky thing is that I've got my kid right now and no safety net for him, and that's what my concern is.
Mm.
But then again, this is a good learning experience for him too. Hey, this is fucking life.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man.
I can't keep buying you frozen pizzas. You're going to have to eat something else now. No choice.
Yeah. Gotta go. You know I go already, man. Hit rock bottom to climb back up type shit, you know?
Oh, hey, man. And the best thing about hitting rock bottom as many times as I have is you learn where all the branches are on the way down.
I'm going to send some energy your way, too, you know? It's positive energy, man.
Oh, I'm positive about this. Like, it's a rough spot, but I've noticed that all the best things in my life have happened right after I've bottomed out. Like, the last time I hit, like, this low and was in essentially the same position that I'm in right now, just without my kid, I ended up moving to New Orleans 3 months later and making the biggest improvement of my life, turning myself around. Like,
legitimately unfucking myself from being a fucking walking train wreck. And it's funny, you think you go to New Orleans to stop being a train wreck. Normally, that's where you go to get train wrecked.
Hmm.
But no. So every time something like this has happened to me in my life, every time that I've bottomed out,
Hmm.
something good has always come from it at the end.
Yeah.
So I've definitely learned to, just trust my life. Everything happens for a reason. You can't tell what it is right then and there. You don't always what it could be years later when you're looking back at it from something completely different angle and be like, holy shit, that actually turned out to be one of the like most important moments in my life. That
Right.
that that
Right.
like that was where my shit turned around. So everything happens for a reason. The trick is figuring out what it is and acting appropriately at that time. You can't figure it out what it is at that time. That not very rarely, but it's acting appropriately at that time of crisis. Because that's what we're
Accordingly,
here for.
with confidence. I know you got all that. I have faith in you. I already know you climb back, bro. I know you'll climb back, bro. You too much up here, too much down here. I know you
That's
come.
where it all is. You can be dumb as a brick, but if you got the heart and the soul and you reach down deep inside yourself and you work for it, anything's possible.
Right.
It ain't brains, it's all heart. Heart and soul. Although brains do help. How about you,
Yeah.
man? Where you been at?
Fuck, man. Basically, ends of the earth and back. Fucking lot of shit. I've been actually studying this. For me, I'm a dude like now. When we mention these shit, talking codes. You know what I mean? Maybe use the initials
Yeah.
for the booster and all that shit. I'm a dude like naturally. Needles is not natural to me, right? So I was in the past when this shit started. I was bypassing this whole booster shit and jab and all that. What's in it and all that because I'm a person. I don't like needles anyways, right? So I didn't even
Oh
care
yeah.
what's in it. I'm just not doing it because it's a needle, you know.
Oh yeah. Fucking amen to that. Fuck that shit.
So now, what I recently was looking into shit, and and it's like every article or every black web um, diagrams I look at. Do you know what's in your booster? None of these shit should be injected in your body.
Oh yeah. Well, you look at the stuff that they've found in Japan. So like this isn't like conspiracy theory shit. This ain't tinfoil hat. This is like the actual documents and shit from Japan. Like the Minister of Health from Japan
Mm.
pointing out all of the like massive impurities in the mRNA vaccines that were shipped to Japan. You look at how many India, the same thing, the ones that were produced in America, most of those were rejected by the Indian government upon inspection, or at least the ones that were inspected were rejected. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we got to keep in mind, like, the companies here in America do not meet the same standards that every other company in the world does. The standards of our country are absolutely atrocious. Uh, we're the last industrialized nation to pour hexafluorosalicylic acid into our water supply. You want to learn some shit. That's something. Fluoridated water, hexafluorosalicylic acid. Actually, look up the chemical itself
Right.
and look up the MSDS or they changed that. Now it's not the MSDS anymore. It's some other. But the material data safety sheet is what I remember, the material safety data sheet. And it's massively corrosive. You can watch videos of them pouring it on concrete and it melting a hole in the floor. When they add it to the water supply at your local reservoir, it's literally like some cartoon villain with a giant 55-gallon steel drum and a giant skull and crossbone on it while they're loaded up in hazmat gear. We're the last industrialized country in the world to do that. Actually, I think England still does it, but that's how it works. And that's something that was developed. Water fluoridation was developed for use in the prison camps during the Nazi Holocaust and during the Soviet gulags, the period of the Soviet gulag. So this is where it was developed, and it was from the Nazi scientist that we picked up in Operation Paperclip and brought back to America, that America developed this process. And it was specifically for use with the prison camps and in the Holocaust camps. Like this is what they put in the water to keep the 100,000 people that were in Dachau from getting out and fucking rioting. It was how they kept the people complacent. It was how they kept the open to suggestion and all of that other shit. It's a psychological chemical. It's a heavy medical. It's in the same family as lead. Fluoride poisoning is very much the same as lead poisoning.
And they put it everywhere, you know?
It's in your toothpaste. It's in your water supply. You got to have high-end water systems to be able to pull that shit out. It's just like there is not a single water treatment plant in the United States of America that is rated to remove persistent biologicals from the water system. And what I mean by that is like medications, specifically medications. So every time that you take a birth control pill, or you take an antidepressant, or an antipsychotic, or statin for your heart, or any of these other things, like really any medication that you take, that comes out of your system. You piss it back out. It goes on into your system, it does a job, and it gets removed by natural body processes. And when you piss that out, it goes right into the water system. It goes right into the water supply. And it goes right on back into nature. And so there was a study in Stanford, I believe it was, about a decade ago. 72 waterways in the American Northeast region. So upstate New York, New England, out of like 100 and something that they tested, 72 of them had significant levels of antidepressants and birth control. Like significant levels present. And I think it was 52% of the smallmouth bass population was hermaphroditic. That's not natural in nature. That's not a common factor. That's not something normal. And this is what happens when you have, and it's trace amounts. It doesn't take a whole lot, but when it starts in the development and when it builds up in the system and when it's that constant exposure for generation after generation after generation, where you see these genetic issues and hormone issues and all of these other things that start popping up in the system, the ecosystem. Not even the individual's biological system, but the ecosystem itself at its base core. And so this is the world that we live in, and we wonder why we have so many people. Like, there's always been tomboys, there's always been effeminate men, there's always been homosexuals and people with 1,000 different kinks and variations.
Reverse engineering.
That's all one thing. And then you have what we've got, particularly in America right now, which is something completely different. It's just, so again, there's a difference from being an effeminate male or a tomboyish girl. I don't think that because uh, men like to wear dresses or play with dolls as kids or something like that, or they got caught in their mother's underwear, or the girls that are better at the sports than the boys are, and they're out there. That girl that could step up to the high school football team and put them all to shame as a running back or something like that, or as a wide receiver. They're very, very few and far between, but they're out there. We've all met one of them at least that can is as much of a man or can stand up with any of the men, but they're still a woman. And I don't think that stepping outside of that gender role or stepping, you know, I think that's a bad thing. To put that into the perspective that makes you something different than what you are. It's great when there's nothing wrong with, like I said, being an effeminate male. There's nothing wrong with playing with, maybe he just wants to be a stylist when he grows up. Maybe that's going to be the next Calvin Klein right there. Maybe he's going to be hairstylist to the stars or something like that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hell, that's great. Even if he is effeminate, or even if he's gay, whatever. Hey, it's cool. Whatever gets your rocks off. Don't bother me none. It's the thought that you have to change yourself somehow to be who you are. Like, you need to do something to yourself to be who you really are. Does that make sense to anybody when you say it like that? You have to change who you are to be who you are.
Well, the systematic ways of who they made you out to be, or what you made them, the manipulation that you allowed to happen to you, you got to change yourself to find yourself.
Oh yeah, well, there should always definitely be self development and self perspective. You should always be looking to improve yourself. Uh, but to think that you actually have to like have surgery to be who you are, that you have to take medication to be yourself. And I don't care what the circumstances are. I mean, it's one thing, self expression. You know, people with the tattoos and the facial piercings and all of that, that's cool. It, breast enhancement, I don't see the point in it, but that kind of thing, that kind of cosmetic surgery, I've never seen a point to that either. I mean, unless it's like restorative. Like, you got a guy that gets into a car accident and needs to get his face put back together. That's important shit. But you go in like that human Barbie or whatever it is, that human Ken, you know, where do you draw the line? I guess is where I'm going here. And again, what do you need to do to just be yourself? Can't you just be yourself as you are? I mean,
Well, the line is going to be so hard to, I can't say hard, but that line
it's
that
blurred.
is blurred, right? Because a lot of people are doing it now. So some people try to top off, oh, this guy got that tattoo, I like that, I'm going to make a better one than that, right? Oh, she got this breast implants, okay, I think I can make mine look better than hers. Or she got this facelift, let me see if I can actually get my structure looking better, and it just keeps going on, and people topping off, and the line doesn't get blurred at that point, right?
Well, I mean, I think it does. I mean, what's in a nose? What's in your tits? Now, I mean, granted, I've seen those women that got them so big they got to get that shit brought down, and I don't blame them. I mean, I can imagine you getting up into those double, triple Ds, man. That's some back problems in your life. Not to mention the saggage, 20 years, fucking 40 years after you're fucking done using them. But no, I just don't understand what the point of, you know, taking drugs to be who you are. And I think that a lot of the reasons that people feel this way in America anyways is because they've spent their entire life being exposed to these pharmaceutical anti-psychological medications, antidepressive medications, again, birth control. Look at the number of women in this country that use birth control, which I'm not against at all. But when it gets into the water system and people are being exposed to this in trace levels for their entire lives, that causes issues. So with toxicity, chemistry, everything is toxic. It's just a matter of exposure, either in quantity or over a period of time. So like there's theories now that the reason that the Romans were all so nuts and down with like the blood sports and the tossing people to lions and all of that shit is because the entire time that they were building their empire, they were lining their aqueducts with lead to keep them from leaking. And so you have, again, it's only small trace amounts of the lead, but it's the prolonged exposure over a person's entire lifetime by the time you start getting to
Accumulated.
20, 30 years old, that's built up in your blood, and heavy metals in particular stay in your system unless you do something to force them out. Like I had very mild lead poisoning when I was younger, living in Brooklyn, and their solution was liquid iron. It was called. It was very highly concentrated iron that I had to drink, and it tasted fucking awful. I think about it now, and I can still taste it. It's a flavor that'll haunt your dreams. But so
Hey,
unless you have something to push that out of your system, and that's again the same thing with fluoride. Unless you're able to cleanse that out of your system and actually have something to purge it out of you, that builds up. And it's the same thing with all these other medications and everything that's in our water system. And we don't do anything to try and remove it. And so you can look at a species that has a reproductive time, like the smallmouth bass, they're able to reproduce in their second, third year of life. So they're able to get 10 generations out compared to every one generation of humans. So if we're looking at these animals' trace exposure, what we see now is what we can expect to be seeing in 10, 20 generations down the line if we keep this up.
on a worse degree.
Oh, absolutely worse, especially because there's so many other factors like the plastic consumptions, all the phthalates, the estrogen emulators. That and that's another big thing, like in our oceans and whatnot, where we're finding, yeah, people complain about carbon dioxide and fucking methane and all this other shit. That don't mean shit.
But that's natural in a sense where you breathe out carbon.
Yes, and there have been plenty of points in uh, this world's history, geologically shown, that we've had both of them in far higher concentrations than we have right now, significantly higher. The world has survived. What it won't survive, or you know, maybe it will survive eventually, sooner or later, 10 million years down the road, is the 100 billion tons of plastic that's floating in the Pacific Ocean in an island the size of the state of Connecticut.
I've seen the videos. Yeah.
And that's just one. There's 3 or 4 of them across the world that we know of. And then that's not to mention all the stuff that's sunk down to the bottom, that's already been degrading and will continue degrading for the next 10 million years,
Mm.
giving that constant stream of all of that nasty shit that it's like legit. A lot of these bits that the plastic are made out of, like BPA was a big one back in the day, that got banned from most of American products at this point. That was shown to have massive, significant health defects, especially on children. That's where it was noticed because they were using it in milk bottles for babies and in the plastic pouches that you'd use for when you microwave it. And then it would heat up, it would break down the plastic, and the children would be getting massive doses of these estrogen emulators, phthalates, that they go into your system, and they're not estrogen, they're not natural, but they have enough similarities to estrogen on a molecular level that your body in places and times recognizes them as such, because it's only looking for that one little part of the molecule that fits into its chain and does what it's supposed to do for the enzyme or protein or whatever it is. It's very small levels of interaction that these chemicals have with each other, very small points. So anything that fits that point will fall into it.
You know, I did a tally asking people just to pick people's. It's not even picking their brain really. Common sense, right? I did a little tally. I should have recorded it, but I'm going to do it again and try and see if I can record it. Just for y'all's sake, you should get your opinion and feedback. What I did, I asked people, right? If if you was born a male, right, and you get surgery, right, like to become a female, or you're transgender, right? To do
Yeah.
does that make you now a female? And you would be surprised with how many people said, "Yeah, you're a female. This is a man. You're born a man, a male child, and you got surgery to become a transgender." And I asked them, "Does that make you now a female?" And vice versa. Same with women that was born a female, and you did shit to become a man. You would be surprised when I asked them, "Does that now make you the opposite gender?" They they say, "Yeah." I'm like, wow, how people's brain, you know?
Oh yeah, and I mean, there's nothing with, again, like, gender dysphoria is an actual thing, but I think that, going through the whole transition thing in 90% of the cases, 99% of the cases, is equivalent to taking somebody that thinks they're Napoleon Bonaparte and giving them a 100,000 man army. You just don't do it. It's not necessary. You can't change your genetics right off the bat. Chromosomes are real.
Mm.
Hormones are real things, and even there are cases where, so like the hormone that promotes the transition from female into male, physically, because male and female are completely indistinguishable to a certain point of their development. And then the gonads drop and the, you know male testes form and all of that other stuff. Um, there are very rare cases, but if I'm not mistaken, there was a House episode on this that was fucking hilarious. Yes, it was House, and it was fucking hilarious, where the girl was immune to that hormone, and so she was technically a boy. She was genetically a male in the sense that she was an XY chromosome, but for whatever reason, when she was developing during the pregnancy, uh, the hormone that was supposed to signal the transition from uh, female physiology to male physiology never went off. And so, because she was never exposed to that hormone during her development, she never had the actual transition of female to male that all males go through during their development. I think that's at like 8 or 9 weeks pregnancy or something like that. Because again, when you're the first phase of your development, you're everybody's a female physically. It's not until after the hormones start kicking in that your physical differentiation starts. And
When
again,
you actually develop, though, I'm saying.
yes, when your gonads, because they're still gonads at that point, they're not even ovaries. When your gonads transition down and become testicles.
No, I'm
Because
saying I'm saying that
oh
I
yeah,
ask these people when they actually develop.
no, man is man, female is female. X and Y chromosomes are real. There are very rare medical cases where such things, and that's why I was using that as an example to be like, yes, there are actual medical, physical, biological cases where these things are real. I'm not arguing there aren't. Just like I'm sure there's cases in XX female development where something kicks that hormone into place and they develop as a male. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but there's a difference between something that is distinguishable that you can take test and have because that's what science is. Science is when you are able to make competitive
So,
and repetitive results from a when you can observe and order the universe based by consistent and repetitive experimentation. When you put baking soda and vinegar together, it's going to bubble and foam. That is science. I feel like a woman is not science.
so I use that dude. What's the dude's name?
Oh,
Bruce
Caitlyn Jenner.
Gender, right?
Jenner, yeah.
The athlete dude.
Yeah. And he's actually, if you listen to what he says, he's like strongly against male to female transgenders competing with biological females.
So
Like,
I asked them to I put him in the equation, and people would say that well, he's a female. It's a female. People say that, and it's like, what do you? He's developed, right? When he changed, he was developed already as a male, right?
yes, he wasn't just developed, he'd been an Olympic athlete. I mean,
Right.
what? I think he was like the star. He's like the best track and field runner in American history.
So
And,
that
and
was next
so
question too. The next
he
question I
was
asked
in
them,
like his
right?
40s, 50s when he transitioned.
The next question I asked them was, all right. So now, as a transgender, is it okay for a male that tried to do the transgender thing to be a female to go into a female sport, a woman's sport, like WNBA? Say you got this big tall dude that did the transgender thing.
Well, so
Is it
I think
okay
the
for him
W.
to? They kind of got puzzled there, right? Most people did.
So here's what I'm going to say about that specific example. I think that a male transitioning to female trying to join the NBA would probably get taken apart for the sole purpose that the WNBA, those women have fantastic in terms of actually playing the game. Those women ain't no slouches. They might not be able to be as physical as the men. Maybe they can't dunk, or maybe not on a full height basket, anyways. But that's not the point. They, I think, if for the basketball specifically, if you're a male that can't make it to the NBA and you think that you're going to get into the WNBA by getting your dick snipped and some titties tucked into you, I think you're underestimating that. Um, Honestly, I don't think there should be any gender discrimination in sports. I think if
You feel it?
women,
You
I
feel it's
mean,
right?
I think if so, women's leagues should be women's leagues. On the one hand, on the other hand, I don't see any reason why women shouldn't be competing with men. Again, I've known women in my life that could stand toe to toe with any man I've ever met in like martial arts, for example.
But
There was
it's called WNBA for a reason, guys. Women
yes,
NBA.
and so that's the thing, and that's one thing, and I think that the women should be in the WNBA because it's women's basketball. But what I'm saying, on the converse to that, is I don't see why women should be relegated solely to women's sports leagues, and I think that's particularly so. When women are allowed to compete, particularly from a young age, they they are able to. There are examples, not all of them, but there are examples. So, for instance, it was an so the Army has a combatives tournament every year, combatives. So it's pretty much MMA except Army style. And I remember one year, I think it was 2008 or 2009, because they used this as an example for us when I was getting my certification course. The runner up, the second place winner, was this like tiny little 90-pound soaking wet female that had been able to just step into this ring and dominate the men simply because her techniques were better, especially in the ground fighting. She could wrap them up like a pretzel. Despite the fact that this guy outweighed her by almost 200 pounds. Yeah, at least 100 and change. Most of the people she was up against were 100, 150 pounds heavier than her. And there's no gender. The Army Combatives tournament, it's all Army. There's no weight. There's no gender restrictions. There's not even training restrictions. You can enter just because you want to. You don't have to have any kind of background.
Is there bathroom restrictions?
In the Army? I mean, It depends. I guess that depends on what unit you're in and what kind of EO sergeant you got. I was artillery, so I don't have to deal with that. Well, now they do, apparently. I actually just found out my old unit got the first female artillery crew member a year or two back since the Civil War. Like that was the last time there was a recorded woman working in an artillery, U.S. Army artillery crew. Was the Civil War.
I'm going to go with what Charles C. Dub. I'm going to go with what he just said. I believe that they should make their own league. I was thinking that in my head. I think transgender should just have their own league. And there should be a league for unisex who feel like they want to play with men that want to play with women and women that want to play with men. They should have a league for that too. That's not transgender.
I just think women shouldn't be regulated to women's leagues.
And strictly women, separate.
I don't think there should be any league that's strictly men.
That's what I believe.
I don't think there should be any league, any sports league of any kind that should be strictly men. I don't think there should be any sports league of any variety, any sport that should be regulated strictly to men. I think women should be allowed to be at least.
I'm talking about women leagues too. That's just strictly for women also.
I'm totally fine with women's leagues, whatever. If that's, but I don't think so. Major League Baseball, the NFL, National Football League. I don't think that there should be gender restrictions on these major league bits. I don't think so. If these women from the women's soccer league, U.S. women's soccer, is getting ready to sue again, despite the fact that the court said that when we actually look at everything and add everything up and the actual value, everything, you get paid more than the men do. And if the men had your pay scale, they'd be getting paid more than they are right now anyways.
Hold on. So, all right. Mighty, you're saying that
I think those women from that women's soccer team, if they want the men's pay scale and all of that stuff, they should join the men's league. They should try out for the men's league. They should compete, and if they can hold their own on the men's league, and there's one or two that I think might actually be able to.
The pay is another conversation.
Ain't one of them, but
finance.
I think. Well, my point that I'm getting at
conversation. We're talking about, because that's something else in the sense of like letting the league grow, talking about the growth and all that. We're talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the growth. I don't care about women's league soccer. I think that there are legal arguments are absolute bullshit. I think their moral arguments are even bigger bullshit, especially when you actually look at their contracts.
But you have a lot of men, for example, and even in the women's league, you have a lot of women that don't agree with a man playing with them.
Well, so what I'm saying is, so those the women's soccer league, if they have a problem with their pay scale, if they want the men's deal or whatever,
then that playing in their league.
But what if you'll bear with me for just a moment, I think that they should be allowed to compete with men. I think women should be allowed to compete with men if they can stand up.
That's why they should
on
make
the
a
national
separate
league
called a unisex, where
men and women can compete with each other. That should be the U.S. soccer team. The U.S. soccer team should be completely unisex. NFL should be unisex. The NBA
I don't know
should
about
be
like
unisex.
on a big scale.
Major League Baseball should be unisex. The women should, at least if they can compete and hold their own with the men, if that is the key word there. If you as a woman can step up and compete with men, and I've known women who can, they're very few and far between, I will not doubt. But there are women out there who can compete on par with men. And I think that they should be able to have the opportunity to do so. I do not think that, the Major League Baseball should be regulated solely to men. Look at how many women out there can pitch an 89, 90 mile an hour underhand.
Well, I still say that there should be a major women's league.
And there should be a major women's league. I'm not opposed to that. But that's like the minor league.
Well, they can. That's now up to them
Even
to
as it is, it's
advocate
essentially a
and make
minor
it
league.
bigger.
You'll never be able to grow the leagues. The only way that you're going to be able to increase competition in those leagues is by increasing the actual competition that they have. And at this point, the competition within the leagues, these women's leagues, if you want more competition, let them compete with men. I'm going to say that. And if these transgenders, go in, and if that's what you want, a women's league that's more competitive and more the men's league, then let the men go in there and do it, because those women are going to step up.
So you
It'll
don't
take.
disagree with me saying to myself, I want to go and play in a women's soccer league, but I'm a straight dude. But I
I
want to
think that
go and play
if
in a
you're a
women's
male,
soccer league.
I think that if you're a male and you can't compete on a professional level with men, and you have to go and try and feel like you have to compete with women in order to succeed, then you've already failed at life and you have
Well,
bigger
say if
problems
I
to
don't
worry
say if I'm
about.
not on the men's level.
Okay, then you're trying to compete with. So first off, I think that's a moral issue. I think that's a personal fucking
I'm
problem
just
that
saying, like,
you suck so much
I
at
just think
life.
that they shouldn't mix the leagues together.
Well, so it's like that weightlifter for New Zealand that transitioned. I think that she's a bitch. It's a bitch. Whatever you want to fucking call it. They are a bitch. They couldn't hang with the men, and so they made the decision to transition in order to try and gain some sort of competitive advantage. I think that's bullshit. I think that's stupid. I think that's retarded, and I think that's a personal fucking problem. So that's my stance on that. But conversely, I do believe that if they are allowed to compete, and I'm not saying necessarily that they should or shouldn't, but if they are, I do believe, and it may take years, decade or two, maybe even a generation or two, the women will step up. The women will step up their game, because if you're motivated and you have that competition, and really it's just a subpar man. But I mean, if it takes beating subpar men to push women to, push themselves beyond just being a woman. Because, man, I mean, we can look at this historically. Look at
So you feel like that about every type of league? Like you feel like that about UFC, for example, that women should be fighting men?
I think if the woman can compete with the men, she should be allowed to.
But how would we know unless she tried, right?
Exactly. So she should be allowed to at least attempt to compete with the men. This is why we have amateur leagues.
Why do you believe that for real?
Dude, I've met women.
I know there's women out there that'll
I've
fuck
met
up
women
men.
that will.
I know the average UFC woman out there will fuck me up.
No, I mean I've met women that can fight on a professional level.
Right. And they fuck up most men in society.
Now,
But
so
you believe that they
I know
should
they've got that
join
one
the
for
males UFC?
if
The
they can
ones
hang.
that feel like they can stand up to a man. I'm pretty sure most of those women in the women UFC feel like they can stand up to a man. But can they really? In every
Well, they can step up and find out, and I think that should be their right to. You should always have the right to step up your game.
I don't know, man.
You should always have. Now, I don't. Again, in the
They should have a
UFC,
league
so that's
for men and
so again.
women that
Well,
feel like
the
they
army,
can.
There's when the army
Unisex
has their
league.
combatives tournaments. So the Army does a combatives tournament every year, the U.S. Army combatives tournament, and it's essentially BJJ, and MMA. And the format of the tournament is there are no weight restrictions. There are no gender restrictions.
That was like old school UFC.
The way that the bid is set up is the first set of rounds starts. So, are you familiar with BJJ at all?
Say again, Almighty.
You familiar with traditional Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah, yeah.
So it starts off like pure Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu rules. You start off on the ground kneeling, and it's pure roll to submission. The next step up, once you pass through that layer of the tournament, it gets into stand up with more tighter rules than you'd see in the MMA. Restrictions on certain techniques that you would see in an MMA fight. Um, and then once you get past that, you go to the third, and it's straight MMA. You're throwing down for real. And you're stepping into, again, there's no weight restrictions, there's no gender restrictions. The women step in with the men. It doesn't matter how much they weigh. And this is the same thing when you're going through your instructor certification course. So I got certified as a level 2 combatives instructor. And I was rolling around with women half my size. And it's not a matter of physical strength to Sunset Gift there. I want to get this clarified.
More technique, right?
It's so I think it was the 2008 or 2009. I can't recall which year it was specifically, but the second place winner was a female who could not have weighed more than 90, maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. And she was choking the shit and submitting guys that weighed 100, 150 pounds more than she did. She was tapping them out. She was making them cry. And this was straight up through. She was the second place winner. Second place. So by this point, she'd already gone through 2 rounds of stand-up throwing full blows. Where again, you have she had literally 240-pound guys step up throwing punches on her because they wanted to win, and they don't care if you're a fucking girl.
I get where you're coming from, Mighty, but
so I have seen it. They are out there. Not every female athlete, not every female professional MMA fighter is as good as she thinks she is.
The average dude that has common sense knows that the women are out there that will fuck you up, but it's not like on a rapid scale like that, where you can say you're going to inject these women into a male dominant sport. Where hold on, we got a message here. Sunset Gift Pop. He said, you might as well cancel out domestic violence then if a man can fight a woman.
Man, that's do you know how many that's actually straight bullshit, because do you know how many fucking domestic violence cases are women against men?
I know you're talking about sports.
Look up those statistics.
Still, it's kind of like a thing where
look up those domestic violence statistics. There's no reason for a man to hit a woman in the household. There's no reason for a man to hit a woman in a relationship, or vice versa. There's never reason for physical violence in a relationship.
Yeah, but the sport is kind of promoting
unless
that.
You're kind of kinky.
If you do that,
but that's something different.
That.
But that's stupid. Then we should get and then you're saying MMA causes street fights and bar fights. That's the same thing as saying that because men fight men in MMA that you should like make simple assault legal.
Not really. No.
Exactly, it is. That's exactly what it's saying.
Not
fully.
That's
exactly. No. What is the difference between saying that a man being able to hit a woman in a ring should cancel out domestic violence to saying that 2 men fighting each other in a ring shouldn't get rid of simple assault?
Yeah, but kids growing up seeing that. Kids growing up seeing a man in the ring with a woman, they'll feel like it's okay to hit a woman.
So what about every superhero? What about Supergirl? What about Batgirl?
Well, if
we're talking about this, and we can talk about it as like cartoons and movies and whatnot, but that's shown to have far greater impact.
When I was watching cartoons, I knew it was a cartoon. I didn't want to be a Batman or Superman. I knew they're fake, but I liked it.
Yeah, and how many people want to step in? How many people want to be the Iceman?
I don't know. I never wanted to be no cartoon character, even though I grew up loving X-Men.
I was talking Chuck Liddell, but the point of the matter being, no, you're not. there's
You get where I'm
a
coming from, right, Mighty? Like
complete
kids are gonna see this shit
difference
and gonna be like,
between a
what?
sport. There's a complete difference between a sport,
Yeah, but
a televised sport, and domestic violence. What goes on inside of somebody's household. There's
all right,
never place for violence in a
let's take out
relationship.
domestics out of the way then. Let's just say,
And what I'm saying is that there are actual real world examples of what you're saying existing and working. Nobody from that combatives tournament thought that because they went into the ring with a girl that choked the shit out of them, they could go home and beat their wife.
I'm
I'm not saying
saying
that
though,
there
it can
weren't people that
subconsciously
weren't in
like
that tournament
fuck
that didn't
people
do
up,
such
like
a
that's
thing.
coming up that don't have common sense like that. It
That
subconsciously can do
again,
something where
that's
they feel like they can hit their woman. They grew up seeing like a man in the ring with a woman in sports.
well, on that point, look at how many fucking people grow up watching a man fucking beat a woman in their own household. I think that has a
Yeah, but that's
far
not
higher impact.
on an international scale on TV now, Mighty.
Like hell, it ain't.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that's why I say people like that
Dude,
should
have you
just
ever
make their
watched
own
Family
sport.
Guy?
Don't put it in the mainstream
Dude,
big
look at The
worldwide scale
Simpsons,
of
where they've
sports
got Homer
entertainment.
Simpson choking out Bart the entire time. Look at how much domestic violence is on modern television. Have you ever seen Robot Chicken?
Yeah.
And this is stuff that people are supposed to laugh at. They're making fun of domestic violence.
Yeah,
They're
but
making
Mighty,
comedy
those are
out of
fictional
domestic
things. They're
violence.
not real
But
people.
no, if you have a child that's laughing at a guy hitting his wife on TV, even if it's a cartoon, you are laughing at a man hitting his wife on
It's
TV.
not the same, Mighty.
Yes, it is. It's far more impactful. And
It's not because these kids are looking at real people in the ring. They know the difference between a cartoon and real people. Rather than a kid that just grew up seeing cartoons their whole life and didn't watch any sports with real people. All they
so
do is
look,
watch cartoons. That's
there's a
different.
difference. There, we're going to like the Bugs Bunny arguments here on this.
No.
And I would challenge that as well because I like look at Beavis and Butthead, if you remember that shit. When that got taken off the air because some kid lit a fart on fire and said that he saw it on TV. And they blamed Beavis and Butthead. But of course, Beavis and Butthead got it from someplace else. But that kid still watched that. That kid still got the idea. That kid still lit his fart on fire and fucking killed himself from fucking rupturing his intestine when the methane blew. So if you're going to tell me that this is an actual real world example, they went to court, they took Beavis and Butthead off of the air because of this, which I think is wrong. But to say that children can't differentiate, especially when you're being exposed to this for your entire life, where you're watching a guy hit a woman on TV, and that's comedy.
You're talking about real people or a cartoon?
It doesn't matter if it's a real person or a cartoon.
Yes, it does, because it mattered
no,
for
it
me.
doesn't, because it's the act.
But it mattered for me, though. So that means it matters for a lot of kids, because there's a lot of kids that grew up like me.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of domestic violence, too. Dude,
no,
my mother got put in the hospital,
man. In the sense where I could watch a cartoon and I could see, a female character hitting a male character hitting a female character. I know it's a cartoon, but when I seen it happen in real life now, that's different. I know the differentiation since I was like 5 years old.
Most of these kids don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But there's kids that do. So I'm saying that's what I'm saying. The differentiation of people.
But most of these kids
we
don't
can't
make
do
this
that now. Put a woman in a dominant male league of like UFC and watch her get beat the fuck down. Not to say it's going to happen to every woman. Yeah, there's women out there that
what's the difference what's the difference between watching two women beat the fuck out of each other?
But that's different. They're women.
No, how's it different? How's it different from two women beating the crap out of each other?
They're women, Mighty. We're men. Just like seeing two men.
So it's fun to watch women beat the crap out of each other?
That's not domestic violence.
What if they're lesbians?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still a woman.
So it's fine when domestic violence is between the same gender? It's cool for
that's what I'm saying. That's not domestic.
It's cool for a gay guy to beat his spouse? What about when
They're
a
still
woman
women,
beats?
regardless if
What about if a
they're
woman beats a
lesbians.
man? Is it domestic violence if a woman beats a man? Look up the statistics on that. Look up the number of women who commit domestic violence.
Yeah, I see it a lot too.
So are you telling me that it's not domestic violence when a woman beats the hell out of a man and
I
puts
didn't
him in
say
a
it
hospital?
wasn't. I didn't say it wasn't. What I'm saying is it can happen, and it does happen a lot. Why do you think it happens more with men hitting a woman? But that's that whole different conversation. I'm talking about what sports subconsciously influencing kids to grow up thinking that is normal. It's not normal
And
for
so
a woman to be in
sports,
a male dominant
so
sport.
it's still putting the idea that it's normal for two people to beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah, but you talk about the same
So
you talk
by
about the
the same
same
logic,
friggin' gender.
that it promotes a violent act, that because children grow now. First off, if you're having your children watching MMA in the first place, and they're not like no, if
Mike,
they're
this
children watching
conversation is
MMA,
not
you fucked up in the
it's not
first place.
even like common sense. This conversation is more like saying, okay, for those who have common sense, they will know the
So
difference.
you're
For
saying
those
that
that
women
don't,
should never be allowed to
their
compete
parents
with
were
men.
probably were fucked up or something to
Do
not
you
show
so
you the difference.
all right, so here's going to be my thing. When men stepping down to compete with women in women's sports, that's one thing. Do you believe that women should be allowed to compete with men in male sports? Yes or no?
I'm saying vice versa. Vice versa. It's the same. I look at it as the same thing.
So women should not be allowed to compete with men in a male sport.
I didn't
Women should
say that
not be
now.
allowed to
What
go.
I say
No,
is that
that's exactly
if
what you
you
said.
want to do that, if you want to do that, what they should start working on is protesting or something to have a unisex sport in the same category of what you want to be into. If you're a
Why does it
man that
have to be
wants
a
to
unisex sport?
fight with
Why do you
women,
still have to have the male division? Why can't you just have a major league
it
and
shouldn't be
allow
like
women
that.
to compete on
No.
the same?
A woman should not be in a UFC fighting with men. No.
But again, they do it in the army. The
And if
army
that
does it. The army
happens,
does. The army does this.
well, they don't have
So
morality like that. The army's bullshit. Army, as far as I'm concerned, Army. I've been, I've never been on a scale like you have in the military, but I've been in Army cadets, Boy Scouts, and all this shit since I was a kid, and base programs and all that. So I know it. I
well,
seen it. I
that's
have
a
enough
whole
experience to see
night
it.
and fucking day experience from an actual military service.
Yeah, but it's the different. Army's different. We already know the system don't have morality like that.
No, trust me, they've got a lot more morality in the army than in the fucking civilian world by a long shot.
Yeah,
Might
but
not
they're
always
still
look that
bullshit.
way.
Cause they're controlled from the system protocols.
I'm still saying that the second place winner of the All Army Combatives tournament was a female.
It ain't right, bro. Like
A
that.
female that weighed less than
If
half
you
of what
wanna
they
if you
did.
wanna have a sport like that where
Are
men
you
are
saying that she
competing
shouldn't have been
with
allowed to
women,
prove herself?
if you want to have a sport where men are competing with women and women competing with men and stuff like that, make a separate category.
Then
That
why
they should not be in the sport unless like
then why
everybody
not just have
agrees
men
type
compete
shit.
with then why not just have women compete with why not just have men compete with women? Why not just have let trans do what they want? What if it's a trans woman that or converts into a male, woman transitions into male, and she wants to compete in a men's league?
I asked you that earlier. That was the first question.
If it's a female converting to a male and she wants to play in a male's league, she's more than welcome to.
Nope. And that's happening already in society, anyways. But
Although I
nope.
don't think that she should have to transition into a male in order to do it. That's what my point is.
She should go and join that next league. Come together
So
and
why do people have to keep lowering their standards? You keep
come,
expecting people to lower
come
their
together
standards.
and join the next league. Make a
That's
league
lowering your
where
standards.
make
So
a
then what?
like a UFC, make a separate make a transgender UFC or a unisex UFC. That would be okay, but nah, nope. Like a
So
female in the ring, I wouldn't even want to see that shit. I'm pretty sure a lot of people with moral wouldn't want to see that either. Like, what are we doing here?
what about all the historical perspective on this? So now look at the Viking shield maidens. The Vikings' wives went into battle right fucking
Yeah,
next
but
to
that's
them.
different, bro. Like you talk about some next shit, like that's
I'm just saying.
different, bro. You talk about
Uh,
Vikings, bro.
yeah, no, no, no. From only just 150 years ago, and they did an anthropological study on women's bones from the 1800s, and they found that the women from the 1800s had the same muscle and bone density as a U.S. male Olympic rower.
My it's different. I want there's whoever is listening in the future or here right now. I would like to hear your opinion if you agree with this. What Mighty's saying, if you agree, I would love to hear if people think like this. How much people feel like this is right to come
What
up
we
here.
have is a product
I'll put a
of
link in the chat for
generations.
y'all to come up. I really want to hear this, man, because I want to see how much people feel like that. I think the more people that feel like that, hey, you guys can make it right, make it come to life. Because
So,
I just don't feel like it's right. But hey,
well,
if you
first
guys
off,
feel
we have
right, come on and place your opinion. Because I know the society we live in, and maybe a lot of people actually, I might think a little differently. Maybe
so let me
Mighty
put
is
it
right, but for me, morally, that don't. Nah,
let me put it from a
I couldn't
different
even watch
perspective.
that.
Let's put this from a different
A
perspective.
man ground and
So,
pounding on a woman like that, boom, boom. They must have rules if a man is fighting a woman in the UFC. Then have rules that a man and a man don't have. Man and man,
look,
they do their thing, but when it comes to a woman in the ring with a man, they should put rules on there. That's what I'll say if your thing works.
so let's look at this from a different perspective. Let's look at this from a evolutionary perspective. Let's look at this from since I think that this might be a level that you and I can see a little bit more eye to eye to. There's absolutely zero doubt that over the past 200 years, human beings have gotten significantly weaker on average. The average human being 200, 250 years ago was in significantly better physical shape in terms of muscle mass and bone density than the vast majority of people. The average athlete of today had the same has the same like muscle and bone density equivalency, the same rough strength as for example, the slave workers in the American fields or the Russian peasants in the 17 and 1800s, which were essentially the same thing, just on a slightly different level. They weren't sold; they were just there.
How are we going to tie this in with that now, Mighty?
So here's where I'm going with this. It's a matter of, for the past, especially in America or Western society in general, uh, more so actually in almost every culture, it's a matter of selective breeding. So 200 years ago, it was desirable to have a physically strong woman because they were going to be doing like actual fucking laundry with their hands. They were going to be doing heavy lifting, especially in the rural and real far out peasant parts. They were doing as much heavy labor as men. In the Scottish coal mines, they were down there in the mines with the men in the 17 and 1800s. The wives were working right next to their husbands in these coal mines, doing the exact same back-breaking, hellish labor that the men were.
But that was different though.
And so this is what I'm getting at. Now we've had over the past several generations this propensity for softness, for soft people, particularly since the baby boomer generation. The 60s was a real clusterfuck for human genetics. We set ourselves back hardcore in the standards of, you know, uh, look at just the sperm count difference in men from 1945 to today. The men today have significantly lower testosterone levels than men did just 100 years ago. We've got about 15% of the free testosterone in our system that men 100 years ago did.
Yeah, but
10% of the
Mighty, how
sperm
does that
count.
tie into what we're saying now? when it comes to women being in a male dominant sport and vice versa, males being into a woman dominant sport? How does that tie in to make it
It's
okay for a
genetics.
woman to join a
If
male UFC fighting match? A
if
woman to be in
women
the
are
ring
allowed to,
with a buff motherfucker like Brock Lesnar. How is that okay?
it's not always strength. It's not always speed. And I think that a lot of what that we do in our, especially in the combat sports, is detrimental to this. Uh,
That's bullshit. I can't. No.
look, no, dividing things into weight class, I think, is bad enough. I mean
I'm
that's
not going
so
off.
it's
I'm a
one
dude
thing,
too, mighty. Don't get
but
twisted. I'm a dude that know that people say I'm skinny, for example. I'm a skinny, scrawny motherfucker, but I'm stronger than a lot of the big motherfuckers out there. So I already know that your the way your
especially
muscle
in
tone,
combat
your
sports, it's
body
technique.
doesn't matter. I'm not
It's
talking about
technique,
that.
it's technique, it's technique. Especially if you're
Exactly. But
talking
even if you
MMA
got
where it gets into
technique,
ground
it's still
fighting.
not fair. That's not.
Nothing's
It's not
fair.
cool, bro.
Life isn't fair. A fight is never fair. We try and make it as fair
Life
as
is,
possible
well, the
by
way
saying
it
you
is right
can't
now
be
is pretty
more than
fair.
10
Just
pounds
make your
apart or
own
5 pounds
sport.
apart.
Make your own league. A woman should not be in the ring with a man when it comes to UFC. No,
But what if she can? What if she can step up? If she
she
can
probably
step up,
can, but it
if
shouldn't be
she can
right.
step up and hold her own, if she so
I'm pretty
even
sure a lot of
though
them
if
can.
a woman couldn't, even though a woman can hold her own, if there was a woman
There's a
that could
lot of
hold
women
her own, that
fighters
could
that can
win
fuck up a lot
fights.
of men UFC fighters, but still don't make it right for her to be in the ring anyways with a man on friggin' national television. That's just me. That's just how I look at it. It's not right. It don't look right.
And this has nothing
And
to
it's
do
not a
with
cartoon. It's not like a cartoon now. This is real people really in the ring. That's going to do damage to each other, breaking limbs, smashing their face in, nose bridge, all that. We call it cauliflower ears, all that shit. Concussion,
yeah.
knockouts.
Congratulations, welcome
Nah,
to fucking life.
that's violence.
And so it's fine for a woman to do it to a woman. It's fine for a woman to do it to a man, but a man can't do it to a woman in a spectator sport.
Mighty, I don't know what you can say to justify this. I know you use the cartoons or something, but that's not right, bro. It's not.
No,
That's a
look.
no. You can say all that shit, but it's not right, bro. That's madness, bro.
But if the woman is capable of doing it, if the woman can, why shouldn't she? So should women be in the military? Should women be? And I'm a combat
Military
arms.
is not on the wide scale TV. It's on
No, no,
national
no, no,
television,
no. Like fuck, it ain't.
right?
Who
Why
spends
put that
more
shit on
money on
national
advertising
television
than
when kids
TV?
are watching that? That's not
Look,
cool.
look at all of the fucking military movies out there. Come on,
You
look.
see how
What's
you
the
see how you use cartoons, for example, and all this shit earlier.
okay?
If I
So
was
what
like
about
you
all the
now,
movies
I
that
would
we
say
have out
this.
there with
I
the
would say
women
this.
beating
So
the
is it
shit out of
right for a
men?
woman to use the men's washroom when a lot of men are in there? Is it right for a man to walk into a woman's washroom when a lot of women are naked in there? Is it right? No. Since you using those equations, I could say no, it's okay, right? That's how you're making it seem like I can use those equations, like the equations you were
I mean,
using on me earlier. That is not right. None of that shit is right.
now again, we'll go to my military experience. There were
Make a
times where yes, it
unisex
had to be
washroom
done,
for people that
and
don't
in a
give a
kitchen.
fuck.
There are times where
For people that don't
what's the
care,
difference
they should
between
have
a
a separate
unisex bathroom
washroom.
and
You
your
should have a
household
men's
bathroom?
washroom, a woman's washroom, and maybe a washroom for people that do not give a fuck. And I always be going to my washroom, which I'm used to since a kid.
But I think
Women
there's
need their
something a little bit
privacy.
different from
And I'm
walking
getting my
around
privacy
naked.
anyways when I go in the man's washroom because no man's going to violate me. They know what it is. That's not right, dude. What you're saying, Mighty. Come on, think about it. What you're saying is it's okay. You're basically, even subconsciously, you're saying it's okay for men and women to share the same washroom. It's not like in your household where I'm sharing the same washroom with my sister and my female cousins and my aunties and shit like that.
Oh, come on! Like they don't. There's enough co-ed restrooms in
I'm talking
colleges.
about like exactly, they're strangers. They don't know you from a hole in the wall. Why? They want their privacy.
So there's a difference
Women are
between
not
going
like
into a
men.
bathroom. Yes, and there's a difference between going into a
Women are not like
restroom.
men. You know, a woman compliment each other on their breasts and their private parts and all that shit. Men don't do
Not to
that.
my
A
knowledge.
straight man doesn't do that, but women do that. That's their nature.
My experience, women are usually,
So that's not
oh,
right
they
for a
might say
man to
something
walk
nice, but
into
they're
a
going to say
woman's
something 10
washroom.
times meaner behind the back. So look, and this isn't anything to do about what, this is about the ability to compete, is what I'm talking about. If the women are capable of competing with men,
It's still that's still competition though. Even if we had
how is
washrooms
taking
in
a
place,
piss?
that's
I
kind of
mean, yeah, we're
competition.
having a pissing contest, maybe. I don't see how going, or look, if there's an emergency situation, the men's bathroom is down or something like that. Yes, I've been in a situation where I've been at an airport. I just came off of a fucking flight or something like that. I got to piss like a racehorse. Men's bathroom is down. I'll go into the women's restroom real quick and fucking duck out. Hope for the
Mighty
best.
man, I don't know shit. I don't talk. But
I'm not
it's
going
your
in there to
belief though.
fucking
You
do
know,
shit.
like
I'm
that's
going
your
in there to
belief
take a piss.
system.
I'll fucking be in and out.
I can't
Fucking
tell
my
you
bad.
what the fuck. I can't tell you. That's how you feel. That's how you feel.
But
I
that's an
just feel a lot
emergency
different in
situation.
that sense, in
And then
that
again, at the
conversation.
same
I
time,
just don't
I
feel
know
like
that
a
I'm going to be
woman
civil enough
should be
to not
fighting a
be a fucking
man
douche.
in sports like that. I don't mind like if it's racing. We're doing like a track and field, whatever. Okay, I can understand that. Like I'm talking about like real physical sports like tackle football and
So what? You're saying
fighting and
women can't be as
wrestling and all
physical as
that shit.
men?
No, a woman and a man should not be in the same sport. Period. If they want to do it with each other, and a lot of people agree with it on a wide scale, then make a separate league because not everybody's ever going to agree with that. I'm pretty sure a lot of your average people with common sense will say, okay, that's cool. They made a separate league within the UFC for people that want to do that. Then, okay.
But then if
Just
you're
like they
having a
made a
separate league for
bathroom
it,
for
what's the thing to
people that
stop
want
Brock
to share
Lesnar from
bathrooms
stepping
with
into
the
that
opposite
separate league?
gender.
If
A lot of
what's the
creeps are
point of
out there. A
having a
lot of
separate
men want to do
unisex
that. Hey,
league?
I'm a perverted motherfucker. I'll tell you, that's cool, but I'm not trying to put myself in trouble, in jeopardy. Hey,
I mean, look, I'm not going in there to peep. I'm going in there to fucking take a piss on an emergency.
nah, man, Mighty, that is like fucking up kids that really grew up with a love for fighting. That is fucking their mind up to see a woman in the ring with a man, ground and pound, and say if the man gets the best of that person now,
Haven't
boom,
you
down,
watched an
pounding their
Avengers?
face. You think that's okay, Mighty?
If that woman is there voluntarily, if that woman is competing on her own terms, if she is a consensual party to this, that is her decision. If she can get into that ring, if she can stand toe to toe with a man, she can compete on the same level as that man. If she can win against that man, then I believe it is absolutely her right. If, and that is the big term there. I'm not just saying that, any fucking woman off the street or even any professional fucking female
You
fighter
talk about a
should
real
be able
fighter.
to transition straight into the fucking,
Talk about a
even
real
on the
fighter.
professional level. Look, so on the concept of competition, if you're always playing in a lower league, and so this is any sport now, regardless of gender, if you're always a AAA baseball player and you never move out of that league, you never attempt to move out of that league, you're always going to be a AAA baseball player. If you never make that attempt to move into the major leagues. So if you're always playing in lower leagues, or if you can't compete on the AAA league and you go out to the AA league to fucking be competitive, what's the fucking
A lot of you
difference?
motherfuckers would love to see that shit too, eh? A lot of you motherfuckers would love to see a man fighting a woman in the ring of UFC. And I guarantee you, when she signed up for this shit, right? When she gets her fucking, not to say she's going to lose. I'm not saying every woman's going to lose, but for a woman out there that probably thought that it can stand up to that man, and then that man ended up grounding and pounding, I bet a lot of you would enjoy that shit, right? That's how twisted this society is. You want to see a woman in the ring with a man. I
I
guess you're rooting for the woman, right? But then she ends up getting herself fucked this shit up. Now, when that dude fucks her up, now it was in the contract, right? You guys gonna hate that nigga? And he was a dude that didn't want to fight the woman, but hey, they put him in because his title, he probably wasn't there all up there, and he was the best prospect to fight this girl. and he didn't want to do it, but he said, you know what, fuck the contract, need the
Well,
money and this that. He ended up
so look
fucking
at
her
that
shit up.
fight.
You guys gonna hate the nigga?
So look at that fight where they had Lady Tyson go in and do that exhibition match with that dude. The guy that was, what was it, 13-0. They got it on fucking YouTube. So that's an example of the wrong
I'm not
way to
advocating
fucking
this
do this shit.
conversation no more, bro. Fuck it. Okay,
What I'm saying
okay. A
is
lot
that
of
is the
you out
wrong
there
way to do this
feel like
shit.
that's right. Okay,
Because
that's
just
cool. That's
because
cool.
you're
I feel like that shouldn't happen. If that does happen, in my opinion, you should make a separate league. I'm not against men competing with women and women competing with men, but fuck that.
the way
Not
that
on a
it's set up
national
right now,
scale.
that's
Make a separate league for
the way
people that
that
want
you're
to see that type of
describing.
shit. I don't want to see that.
The way
Now,
that this is set
let's
up.
move on to another fucking
No,
topic.
the way that this is set up, I
That's
got
just
one more
madness,
thing to
bro.
say. I got one more thing to say, and then we can walk away from this. The way that it's set up is that no matter how, with these gender leagues set up the way they are, it's always going to be a fucking minor league. Because the women who can really compete don't want to be fucking subdued and fucking degraded by saying, oh, you can only compete with women. And they're going to say, well, fuck you. I know that I can do better than that. I'm not going to waste my fucking time. And that's where a lot of the real fucking women who could do this shit just opt out of it. Because they could step into the ring with the man. They don't want to degrade themselves by playing fucking minor league. And then you take these women that all they do is ever fight women. They don't train with men. They never practice with men. They never even bother to try and learn to fight with men. And then they step into a ring with a man like Lady Tyson there, who's never had a real fight with a man in her life and goes up against a professional boxer. I don't care if she's 54-0 in the women's league. She steps up against a 13-1 boxer. She got her ass kicked because she had spent her entire life competing at a lower fucking level than the men. She never trained on a man's level. She never practiced on a man's level. She never sparred on a man's level. She never stepped up to compete at a man's level. And so it's the exact same thing as trying to take somebody who's a minor league. So let's say you've got an amateur boxer. Let's say you've got a Golden Glove boxer, and he can be the best Golden Glove amateur boxer, but you stick him in the ring with a real fucking professional fucking title holder or a fucking real contender, he's gonna get his fucking ass whooped because he has not trained at the same level to the same degree with the same aggression as the higher level competitor. Now, if these women,
I'm not disagreeing with none of that you just said. I never
if
disagree with none of that.
if these women, now again, if they were able to train at that level, if they were able to spar at that level, if they were able to show that they can in absolute 110% hold their own, that is where I'm saying. I don't think
Yeah,
that it should just be
I just
anybody fucking
mentioned that
steps in.
already. I said that
And
there's a lot
so
of
this is
kids that's
like an
going to be
issue.
growing up thinking that's normal.
And so now this is this is an issue with the Army. And
But
this
the
will be my
Army's
last little
different. The
bit.
Army's not
Well,
on
no,
national
no.
television.
So in
So
the
I'm not comparing
military,
that with the
there's
Army.
two
I
separate
can't
sets of
compare that with the
standards.
Army.
There's
UFC's on
two
national
separate,
television, not the Army.
but with the military, and I'm going to use this in the military in general, not even the military has two separate sets of standards for physical training for men and women. And as long as they do that, the women will always, always be underneath the men simply because of that regard. And now there are women that can match. One of my drill sergeants could have smoked the fuck out of any of these 18-year-old, 20-year-old kids that were going through there. She could do 70, 80 push-ups in a fucking 2-minute period of time. She could sit there and knock out fucking 150 sit-ups almost as fast.
You're talking about one woman, though. And maybe there's tons of them around the world, but you're talking about like just one woman.
And
when there's
what
like
I'm saying,
your average, not your average, but a lot of men can do that shit.
I will never forget this. There was a 45-year-old grandmother, a Colombian grandmother, 45 years old. She had to get brought in on a fucking waiver on the last bit of basic training. It's essentially an obstacle course that you do with a buddy. Not really much of an obstacle course, but it's like you run around with a couple of like 10-gallon jugs to simulate ammo cans and all that. you're wearing all of your gear. And so here I am. I'm about 180 pounds at the time. I'm weighing another 150 pounds in gear on me at least. And here she is with another 100 and something pounds of gear, a little less than me because she's lighter and the plate's probably like 10, 20 pounds less. So probably about 110, 120 pounds for her, full gear. She picked my ass up in fucking fireman carry and sprinted, dead fucking sprinted with my ass. When women are allowed, when women are encouraged, when women are like even given the opportunity to believe that they can step up and stand on the same level as men, they will, as long as there's some sort of separation in standards. So particularly this is for the military, and this is my bit for all those men out there who say that women shouldn't be in combat arms. 99% of them that are in the military should never be in combat arms, should never be put in a combat situation. But the 1% of them that can meet the same standards as the men in their field, that can meet the same physical standards, that can do what the men are expected to do. And granted, that might be, again, 1 out of every 100,000, 1 out of every million in the grand scale. I'd still rather have that one woman out of that 100,000, out of that million, that can stand up to those same standards than half of the fucking men in the military at the end of the day. And so it's a matter of standards. And as long as there's a separate set of standards between the genders, there will always be a division between their abilities. And until we start working on the same, until we go standards and standards, not lowering standards so that men can meet the women, but having the women come up to the men's standards. When the women can reach the men's standards and they're out there, that's what I'm looking for.
We wasn't talking about no fucking track and field or nothing like that. We was talking about fighting, like UFC, MMA.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
okay
cool.
if it's a competition like that in like a track and field or something like that. That's a little bit different, or like, you know what I mean,
Well, again,
Olympics or
I
whatever.
gave
But
the
we're talking about
example
fighting in the
again.
UFC.
Yeah. So what? Just putting it on TV makes a difference that the woman
Right.
can compete, but she can't compete on TV.
Hey man, I was with you until you went into the fucking like wrestling and UFC and shit like that. I'm talking about like real fucking fighting, like
Yeah, dude. You don't think fucking they break bones?
concussions and
Yeah,
knockouts and shit like that.
dude. Look, U.S. Army Open Combatives tournament. I'm fucking looking this
I
up now.
couldn't bear watching that. I wouldn't want to see a woman, even if the woman won and shit like that, and she's gonna go on to fight another opponent, a man, and then go fight another man up the chart when she beats him and this and that. There's gonna be a sooner time where there's gonna be somebody that's gonna fuck her up, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a man fucking up a woman. It just for like to watch that on the sport, and then the kids are seeing that shit on pay-per-view and shit like that. What kind of world we living at that point? What are we doing here? This is not the army where it's not televised
Well,
like that.
what about all the women that could empower to be more than what they've been told?
Hmm?
What about all the women that can empower to watch that woman step up and whoop the crap out of that man? So what's the difference between that and the
That's what I'm
Avengers?
saying. That's basically the best thing that's gonna come out of it. And
What
even
was
that
what?
is gonna be fuckery in itself because some woman
So
would take
I
it
mean,
differently than another woman that's actually cheering on just like they are,
yeah, cool. And then you've got the
thinking that
same
it's
thing that you've
right and
got
shit
with
like that.
Black Widow and the Avengers.
Make your own sport. I don't agree with that shit. I don't agree with that. Got a lot of kids, like if that was happening from like my generation and before, I guarantee you there'll be a lot more domestic violence like we were talking about earlier. A lot more.
I strongly disagree.
Hey, I think it would. Because I grew up even seeing that without just a little bit of things that we had. And I've seen men and girls and boys fight all the time at the playground, like real fucking fights. And most of the time, the woman always won. You're damn right. I seen women fuck men up, beat the shit out of them in the playground, stomp them up, batter them up, scratch them up, and all that. They have scars to this day when we were kids, and they still carry that scar that girl gave her, beating the shit up. But I wouldn't want to see that on an international scale on TV. of a big buff nigga that has real martial arts, jiu-jitsu, and this and that training fighting a woman, even if she has the same type of training. I don't want to see that. Like, it's gonna come a time when it's gonna be a competitor. Doesn't all the men that you see that's very good in martial arts, in UFC or whatever, no matter how much times they won, there always comes a time where somebody beats the fuck out of them, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's gonna
right.
happen to the women too eventually. I don't want to see that. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be uncomfortable that's conscious seeing that shit. And then kids are watching that? Hell no. And they think it's okay now? Let's fight. Then everybody, all of a sudden, kids are going to be like, oh, you know, and you're
Well, then
transgender
that's the
coming in
same.
there on top of that? Fuck that. Get your own sport. Like, you could be in the sport, but have your own division. Oh, we have a transgender division coming in, the unisex division coming in. Don't mix that up with the males and the females separate that do their separate shit. That ain't right. Come on now. Just make your own division. Transgenders with unisex in one division or some shit like that. If
But
that's what
again,
they
you
want.
keep it. You're lowering the standards. That's all you're doing is
No, ain't
lowering
lowering the
standards.
standards.
You're
Because a lot of
lowering
people that's
standards.
conscious already know that even if we do that shit, people that really know fighting and all this stuff that you just said, which I totally understand, they're gonna know that this woman could fuck up that man if he was in that division. But they're not in that division. So fuck it. It's not gonna happen.
But you're not helping the women to raise their own standards and improve themselves. All you're
Nah,
doing is
bro.
causing men to lower their standards.
Bro, it's about the kids anyways. It's about the kids.
Why
Like,
the fuck are the kids watching UFC in the first place?
because they want to grow to be a fighter.
But still,
Maybe that's
why do
their
you have kids
passion. They like
watching
fighting. They
UFC?
want to grow up
And
and
then
have
then you
be
know
a,
what?
be a
If they
fighter.
want to fight, then they should fight.
I wanted to
And
be
what
a
if it's a
wrestler
woman
when I
that
was a
wants to
kid.
fight? And what about the women that want that you're what
Yeah,
about
there's a
all the
lot of women that
opportunities
want to
you're
be
taking away
fighters
from those
too.
women? What
Yeah,
about all the
so go
women's
fight other
empowerment for
women.
being able to see women compete
Go
with
fight a
men on an
woman. If you
even
want to fight a man,
level?
like, come together and advocate for a, a category within a sport. Come together, find as much woman fighters that you can find that want to fight men, and find a lot of men that's okay with it that can come together and make a league. That's it. Advocate. That's it. Don't fucking come in here and poison up what we have going on good. UFC is beautiful the way it is. Wrestling is good the way it is. People ain't complaining.
Oh, please, like they don't have men slapping women in professional wrestling. Bullshit. I remember with China, yeah, fucking China
Well,
downtown,
that's
baby.
not even you're gonna have to like point out in particular areas and stuff. It's not on a wide scale. That is gonna be making
WWF
things on a wide scale, and then sooner or later
China
it's gonna be okay at the
downtown.
playground and in schools, and when you go outside to play with your friends and all that shit.
Oh, that's where the fuck do they go to? Shoot, ah.
I get what you're saying though, Mighty. I get what you're saying. I'm playing devil's advocate because this is how I feel, and I believe what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to. I don't want to watch that.
I'm just saying they've been doing it in professional wrestling for years.
Me too. I've been
So
watching everything. I'm a dude. I watch all type of shit that comes to fighting. I'm a fighter myself.
oh shit, she
I love
died.
boxing. I love UFC, Pride, MMA, Bellator. I love World's Strongest Man. I love all that shit. Bodybuilding. That's what I came up off of. So I know what you're talking about. And I watch men and women do
Uh,
all those sports in the men
I'm
and
just
women
saying.
category. I
What,
see women that can fuck up a lot of men in those categories. I still don't want to see it. A conscious dude don't want to see that shit. Telling you, your average person want to see that. I'm pretty sure the way society's all twisted upside down, I'm pretty sure they want to see that shit. I'm pretty sure a lot of these woman haters out here, they want to see that shit and hope for a downfall. While a lot of women will be praising them on, beat them. Yeah, woman empowerment.
but again, I mean, turn around and look at it back in
Fuck that. Fuck that.
it's not even new stuff when it was still the WWF and you
Well, I
had
get what you're
China in
saying
the
though.
ring.
Hey, if
She
that
was
happens,
whooping the
it
shit
happens.
out of
But
men in the
shit,
ring.
hopefully it doesn't. It look like this world is gonna come to that anyway soon. So
Who is it that she fucking? God damn it! Why can't I find that?
what are you talking about?
I'm trying to find the fucking. Wasn't Eddie Guerrero?
You
No,
talking about, but that's fake though. WWF is fake.
but still, it's the same thing. In terms of the
No,
visual
no.
aspect of it.
Yeah, I
Oh
get what you're
yeah, it
saying,
was
but
Eddie
it's still, it's
Guerrero.
like, nah, that's
Oh
fake though.
damn, that
I
was a
mean, you could
long
show
time
it,
ago. Holy
but it's
fuck.
fake.
So it's fine when you play act beating.
Yeah, well, you know, I go, you smacking it at the act two. That act like the smack hurt more. You got to make that. There's tricks of the
So you're
trade with
still
wrestling. You already
striking a
know that
woman
shit. The
on
sound
national
effects. You got to make
television.
it sound real and look real.
You're still hitting a woman on national
Not
television.
like that though, bro.
So
Like
isn't
that's
what
different, bro.
is
And
well
even
no,
that is
that's
not
the
even a
exact same
wide
thing. And
scale.
even
Even if it
in
was an
every single
actual
one of those,
hard
it
impact,
actually was a
it's
case of
fake.
domestic violence.
The
In
mic, the microphone,
almost
the
every
microphone is so
single
sensitive. It's a dynamic condenser. That shit's picking up everything.
but it's they're still doing the visual act. It's still the man hitting the woman, and in almost
All the
every
impacts you
single
hear in
case
wrestling is
on
fake.
World Wrestling
Even the
in
stage, when they do
WWE,
slams and shit like
in
that, the mic
every
is making it
single case,
more impactful
almost
than it actually
they
is.
are in a relationship at the time that they are doing it. In
Well,
almost
shit.
every single case that a man hits a
If you
woman
show
in
that,
the
you're gonna have to show me like
WWE,
damn near
they
100
are
more.
in a relationship, at least scripted,
That's
at the
not on a wide
time
scale.
of the filming. Yes, it is wide scale.
No, I
I
can
can
show you
find
like that times 1,000 when it comes to men actually slapping men. Women actually smacking women. When it comes to a man and woman on national TV in a league doing that, it's not
yes,
on a wide scale like the same sex doing it with that.
but they've been doing it in World Wrestling Federation in America for
All
years.
right, shit. I don't know, man.
Maybe it's fringe, but it's still doing it. They have blatant acts of domestic violence in the ring. Celebrated acts when they're cheering the man after he slaps the bitch that was cheating on him. Yeah, I remember one he threw her out of a ring.
Yo, is there anybody where's the moderators? Yo, who's this Peter John motherfucker? Peter Jr. guy. Get this guy out of here, this faggot dude. He spin once when his backside. I think this guy said something earlier too. Like, block this motherfucker. Get him out of here. If there's moderators in this bitch, man. But I'm gonna get him out of here myself after this guy talking to this faggot. Don't come over here with that gay shit, bro. Go somewhere else with that. Peter Jr. Get him out of here, bro. Who's the moderators? This guy's talking this weird shit. Where did that come from?
Fucked if I know, man. I think he's acting out his own personal fantasies. Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna
write a
block this
fan fiction
motherfucker.
about it.
Block this motherfucker.
Yo, Peter, write a little sex story about it. Write a little sex story.
Where the fuck this guy coming in here with some gay shit?
Give us a little sex story. Give us a 600-word essay on this little fan fiction.
I seen him earlier, but I wasn't taking in what he was saying. And then he comes here and now it's clear as day. Like, what the hell? What the fuck are these moderators doing, bro?
But yeah, for the aspects like with the transgenders in prison, I think that's stupid. With the transgenders going into women's locker room when they haven't even had
Someone
a
do their own handle
transition,
like
I
crazy
think that's
wrenches like
fucking
that. Cause I know
stupid.
niggas that don't ride like that. They don't ride like that. You block a nigga if you have a fucking wrench, nigga. I don't care who he is, bro. Yeah, my bad, Marty. Shit.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm way too sober. I do not like it. Being poor sucks.
Well, it's an interesting conversation. I guess nobody came up here to compete that shit. I want to hear different opinions on it. I put it in the fucking chat again. Whoever wants to come up.
But yeah, with like
I
the
might as
thing
well
like
name this stream like fucking feminine and masculine shit.
so like I think the men
Name
that
this shit.
transition and go to fight women, like when they transition and then they go to compete with women as a female, I think they're bitches.
Conversation is
I
deep
think they're
still, but I
pussies and they
think
suck.
I don't know, Marty. I don't know. Like I feel like I won. Like deep inside, if it was an actual like debate, I feel like I won, but I feel like you would win because most people would be on your side.
Hey, we can call you.
Well,
You
I
can
feel
say
I
it's a
won
moral
deep
victory.
inside. Spiritually, I won, but I think like you win technically or populace wise.
Me, I I'm a very
I think most people would
meritocratist.
agree with you and they'll go against me.
I so again, I think like the transgenders going into bathrooms and all women's spas, especially when like they ain't even had their shit snipped or anything like that, or trying to like change gender to go into a female's prison or to play in women's sports. I think all those people have some serious fucking issues. Um, each one's got their own set, but uh, on the other, I do believe that at least someday it should be a goal that women everywhere should not be discriminated against
I
in their
agree.
ability to compete
I agree.
in major league sports. I think if a woman
Not in
is
Major League
able
Sports
to,
now. Don't use the general shit. Don't
I,
do
I
that,
think if a
Marty.
woman can
Don't
stand
do
up
that,
to an
Marty.
NBA,
We're
so
talking
so
about
let's
in male, violent male dominated sports. Violent. We're
so
not
so
talking
if
about
you had a female
international
that could play
sports.
hockey,
No, don't do that. I already said track and field. I don't mind like
what about
seeing a
hockey?
man actually race a woman in track. I don't mind that. Or
How
do
about
a
hockey?
100-meter dash or high jumping on that. I'm talking about in the ring, fighting, fists blow for
So
blow.
so
Where you
well,
get
well
your
let's
face. You see my
so what
nose, how
what
it's
about baseball?
distorted from all the pounding?
Yeah,
That type of
dude,
shit.
I've
Getting cauliflower ears, getting
yes.
concussions, and bam, 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 bam.
So
No,
let's take this
no,
off the
no,
fighting.
no.
Let's step away from the fighting. We've beat that horse dead. We've beat that dead horse to a pulp. It's we're not even beating a dead horse anymore. We're
That's
just
madness,
beating red
bro.
mud. What
Not
about
saying she's not
baseball?
going to win none, but it's going to become a time where she's going to get ground and pounded, and I don't want to see that, and that's not looking good to kids that's coming up want to be a fighter and seeing that shit on
So
national TV.
we're dropping this. We're dropping fighting. We're dropping fighting. What about baseball? Should a
All
woman
right,
be able to compete in Major League Baseball?
I agree with you on
Okay.
that part.
So now what if a woman wanted to play in like the NBA, like a woman wanted to play on the Knicks?
But shit, I grew up playing with women on my side in basketball. We grew up on
Okay.
teams.
So now
Me and my friend like
what
facing
about
twins
football?
and shit like that. We grew up like that.
What
Facing two
about
female
football?
twins, we lost because I kept
If
passing the ball to him.
if you had a Big
I was
Bertha
being kind.
that stepped up to join the Jets as a linebacker, let's say, or
Huh?
maybe you got a girl that's real light on her feet, she's a good running back or a good wide receiver.
Nah, but it's tackle football. You're in a male dominant sport. That's pretty violent. That's like a woman playing hockey with males, bro.
So you think that the Mighty Ducks is wrong?
Well, you see, they're pushing that shit from even them times.
Like, oh well,
But they're kids though, so it's a
Mighty
little bit
Ducks.
different. They're
So she
kids,
was
so
still slapping the shit out of men. She was still beating the
yeah, they
crap
was
out of
kids
men.
though. So I ain't gonna use the Mighty Ducks too much because that's I don't know
But it's
shit.
still a male-dominated sport. So if she could continue,
Yeah, it's violent.
let's say
Hockey's
so.
pretty violent.
Now let us just say that in this now again this is a hypothetical situation. Yes, Mighty Ducks is a fiction, but let us say hypothetically that such a team existed that had a female on it that in the high school level was able to compete with the men equally. So we're high school. This is still should she be allowed to go to say the tryout for the males team and the NCAA if she was able to compete with the men on the high school team?
You in the kind of building.
Hey, hold on.
I'll go on, sis.
Wow.
And again, I want to stress
You
I'm
know,
not
Unica's probably gonna be on your side. Watch this, bro.
I'm totally against violence towards women. I like I grew up in an
Unica's
abusive
gonna be on your
household and
side,
all that.
obviously off the back.
Huh?
She's gonna be on your side. Watch, Mighty. Hey, so Unica, how you feel about what Mighty's saying? What we talking about here?
Yeah, but for me, my point is like, I do men
woman job. I can do men job and I do woman. It's all about balance. It's not too much me being on my masculine or my feminine. Now, I can be on one side than the other. Like when I was little, I think I was like 3 or 4, and this is the experience that I had, and it was tripping me out before. But I always knew I was a girl. But I went to the restroom, and like this was my ancestors trying to tell me, and I didn't understand until now that I have both energies within me. It's not me just
We
growing
all do.
that I'm a girl and hey, I'm a girl and that's all it is. I had to learn that I have masculine energy in me too. But at the time when I was a girl, I swear it was like a shift. It was so weird. It's like I went to the restroom is when it happened and the light was off. I went to go use the restroom in the dark. And I sit on the toilet and I tinkled and then all of a sudden it's like I shifted into a boy. Like I saw myself as a boy, but I knew I was a girl. But it was weird, and it was like, man, it fucked with my brain for a little bit. But I was like, okay, I know I'm not tripping. I know I'm a girl. It is what it is. They were trying to tell me that I was more of a tomboy. I was more on my masculine. I've always been on my masculine side more than my feminine, because
But
my
that doesn't make you any less of a woman.
yeah, I know I'm a female. But I know how to carry masculine energy too, but I know how not to be too aggressive.
All right.
Has to be a balance there. But like I'm saying on the sports thing with women, um,
I'm talking about the violent sports like UFC, MMA, like mixed
I think
martial arts and
those
shit like
sports
that.
was created for basically they were funded on sexual sports like soccer, not volleyball, but wrestling. Those are sexual sports. It's like you basically having rough sex with each other. Mainly they created for because they wanted to be more masculine energies, but still it could be looked at as too gay or too rapist, like raping energy. But it's all about the mind. But the people who created it, their intentions was it was in a sexual and a wrong, not sexual and a good energy. They was more like gay men. You get what I'm saying?
So how do you feel about a female in a UFC? You know UFC, right?
Yeah,
Mixed martial arts.
yeah,
How
yeah.
you feel about a female fighting a male in that sport?
It depends on her energy. Like if she's too girly or too more feminine, I don't think she's going to participate. But that would be a sport for a woman who's more on her masculine side.
All right. So
So
so so Mighty spin. You hear what she said, right? If she's
yeah.
too girly. So how do you feel about that now, Mighty? We have different degrees of female
Yeah,
now.
because you got
So
masculine
yeah,
and then you have feminine, like
So
women.
of
so
course.
so Mighty.
And
Now how you
we all
explain
have a
that now?
feminine and a masculine in
We
us,
have different
regardless of what our.
degrees of females. So
So it's my stance is again, can she meet the same standards
And
as a man?
up as a man and she's all in that masculine energy, yes. And I've seen women that could beat up a man if they really wanted to.
I
Now
agree
And
with that
that's
totally, Utica.
all
I
that I'm
agree with that
saying.
it's
totally.
all
If
about
if
and the mind, the frequency that she's in. Today, I look at this like I told you the other day. This ain't nothing but a. It's the motherfucker who's operating, who's driving that motherfucking car. Don't let the flesh fool you just because she's a woman.
Never judge a book by its cover.
amen,
We know that.
sister. Amen.
So Mighty, how do you explain that though? The woman is too girly.
Well,
Too
like
too
I
too
said, it
feminine now. You,
just
you you can see her in the ring with one of those beast motherfuckers.
Oh hell no, no. Mm-mm.
You
I
want
don't
her a
think
Brock Lesnar
no,
versus a woman that's very girly. You
they're not
so
gonna
Mighty. Now how do you
no.
explain
So
that now,
so
Mighty?
look
This goes
again.
back to what I
It's
was saying, right?
so this is
This is why I
falling
say
into
I
these
won,
gender
even though
roles where you're male or you're female or you're Barbie or you're a tomboy or something like that. Look, there's male and female energy in us all. Everybody, it's a yin and yang. You can't have one without the other. First and foremost. And
I
yes, there are significant physical differences between males and females that give males a significant advantage over women. What I'm saying is that these advantages are not insurmountable.
well, not all of them. We already know there's some women that are physically fitter looking.
no homo, then men that's kind of, they don't have that visual like that. They're not built like that. You have some men
And
that's very scrawny, they don't have that. There's some women that's very muscular compared to some men. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about
and
every case, because you're
well, you're
mixing
trying to
women in an
generalize.
all male league. So you're looking at it on a general scale. I'm
I'm
breaking
I'm
down
not looking
things.
general at all. I'm looking on a specific. It has to be on a case by case, individual basis.
All I'm saying is, if you sign up for this shit, you gotta know what the hell you signing up for. Don't go in this shit dumb. I mean, the person know when they signing up, they know what they're getting themselves into. That's all I'm saying. You say it's all about choices and decisions. And the people that person
But
wanted
this
to,
goes back to what I was saying now.
what it is, what it is.
If
But I
she's
can't
capable, and yeah,
force on everybody. Not like all women should just. That's like a control deal. I'm like, it's
yeah,
free will.
It's about the kids though.
Yeah, the kids too.
Kids are watching this shit.
Need to
I
be,
think it's normal.
but not all parents is there with their children. Yeah.
and again, look, there's so much domestic violence in our entertainment today. It's so
That's what
everywhere. It's
it,
fucking everywhere.
yeah, negative violence. Uh,
Look at Family Guy. How many times does Peter knock out Lois? Beat the hell out of her.
I'm sorry, that was funny though, because I know that those shows are hilarious. But I mean, it's all about
But
maturity.
you're still promoting domestic violence. You're still
Yeah,
encouraging domestic violence, and you can sit there and say that it's a cartoon. And I'm going to say at the same time that a kid lit his fart on fire and blew out his colon and killed himself from watching Beavis and Butthead. This was a lawsuit. The
yeah.
parents had it taken off the air because a kid saw it on TV, and it doesn't matter that it was happening off TV because that's my argument against taking the show off
But
because they got it from someplace else. Somebody else did it first.
they have
And you
this.
can blame the TV for it, but that's a cop out.
They have technology to where, well, they didn't have it then, but they have it now, like to where the parent can control what their kid is watching on TV.
Yep. And also, and I'm just going to say this blaming television for beating your wife is the biggest fucking puss ass cop out I have ever fucking heard. That's the dumbest fucking excuse. You do not have to fucking just because you saw that shit on TV does not mean that you should beat your wife. And anybody that tries to use TV or any form of entertainment as an excuse for any action, that's like the same thing as saying that Grand Theft Auto is causing inner city violence.
No, it's not.
Or
No, stop it.
it's the exact same thing. It's the
Stop.
exact
No,
same
no,
bullshit excuse.
no, no,
A
Mighty. It's
man is
not the
going to
same.
beat his wife because
It's
he's
not the
going to
same,
beat
bro.
his wife, not because he saw it on TV
That
as a
ain't the
kid.
same, Mighty. It's a
He's
game.
going to
It's a
beat his
game.
wife because he saw it as a kid with his father beating his mother. That's where kids gonna fucking learn domestic violence from is watching his
That's a
father
game,
beat his
Mighty.
mother.
For Melanie, if I don't know her name, I'm pronouncing it right or not. I'm going to just show her a little bit of artwork real quick with y'all. I don't.
Yeah, whip it out.
Yeah. Not all of it because I'm still getting my house in order. I would show y'all my room, but it's dark in here, and I need to put a light in there. And I'm not doing it. So for today, it's just the front room, the front living room. But this is what it is right now. Um, I is there a way you can like turn the camera on this thing? Fine, I'll do it this way then. See? This is my front room. And I'm still working on the kitchen.
Mental Ninja, peace, bro.
What's good with y'all?
All right, go on, brother.
Sure. Hey, I gotta. What's good, homie?
Mental Ninja, how do you feel about what this conversation is going? Because I feel like,
What'd you say?
what you feel about where this conversation is going, in the sense where like what we're talking about? Because I'm feeling like that is not right to me.
I mean, like, I got an Xbox that identifies as a PlayStation 4.
There you go.
Like,
See,
just
okay,
like,
so damn, there I got 3 niggas on. Fuck.
Three niggas
Look,
on
I'm gonna
one.
say,
Shit.
look, I'm gonna keep it like 100% honest. Like, I get it, man. That there's a division in like a gap between the operation between masculine and feminine. Now
Yeah.
you have the energetic idea, which is just an idea. There's no such thing as energy signature that has a penis attached to it. These are all human concepts of dividing things into categories, right? There's no energy that has pussy lips attached to it. They're just waves of energy and harmonics and stuff, right? But on the physical level, when we talk about masculine energy, masculine and feminine energies, they're being used in conjunction with the biological, physical nature of what's masculine and feminine. Now, all people are masculine and feminine because they're 100% mom and 100% dad, 50%, 100% of both.
Yeah, with religion, they don't put mama. Everybody knows the father. They don't know the mother. That's
Well,
why a lot of toxic masculine energy on masculine. That's why it's a lot of masculine on masculine, and the women being masculine, and more than they're feminine. It needs to be a balance. And
there is a balance in religion, though, but people just don't want to see it, or they choose not to see it, or they have no idea it exists. Because once you bring up man, you bring up women. You can't get one without the other. You can't get up without down. You know what I'm saying? And when they look at as God creates, an aspect of creation and creator is divided between creator and creation. The creator would be masculine. The creation, the possibility of creation is feminine. They're dualistic sides together, like yin and yang. You can't get one without the other one. But because we see the word he, we automatically polarize our mindset to has to be a man. When man implies woman, woman implies man.
Yep.
I'll say it again, mighty soul. The mental ninja. I'm saying it again. How do you feel about a female, right? She's very feminine, but she's a good fighter. She's going into the UFC, stepping in the ring with somebody like Brock Lesnar. We have a lot of fighters in history that's male that they winning and winning and winning until there comes a day where they get grounded and pounded to the fucking. They're finished. They're out of here.
I think that women's sports should be designed and denoted towards the feminine aspect of physical gender. And now you do have women that are more brolic, you know what I'm saying, that aren't on steroids, that just work out heavy and they're really disciplined. They're in all they do everything they can to maximize their physical nature as a woman. They should be paired against the best of themselves. But to crossbreed and put men in women's sports and women in men's sports and like put 75-year-old men in kindergarten as children that are not mentally disabled, it really destroys the purpose of even having kindergarten.
Thank you.
So you're saying that allowing women to compete on the same level as men demeans women's sports?
No, allowing women to compete in the same level with men, unless they are co-ed sports. Like you can have a 50-50 co-ed volleyball team where it's a mixture of both, but to have a man versus a woman in a collegiate sport like boxing, fighting, ping pong even. No, I would even say ping pong where it's physical contact because there's no physical contact in ping pong. Just fighting and shit.
So you're saying that women cannot compete with men on an individual level?
I said that women should not be able to compete within a man's sport unless they are born a man.
So women should not be allowed to compete with men, is what you're saying. Women should not be allowed to compete with men. So
if it's a men's sport, no.
What if they are able to? What if they are able to? If they can.
What they need to do is they need to create a new sport
division,
a new sport that is open, polygender, not
That's
just.
all I'm saying.
Then
you have people. You have people manipulating the system. That's what happens. People manipulate the fucking system. Like throwing a fight is the same shit. point shaving is the same shit. You're giving yourself an unfair advantage by placing yourself in an arena, in a situation where you're not going to be placed against the best of your own gender, unless that is the purpose of a mixed martial arts arena.
And I'm saying I don't see any reason why that shouldn't be a thing. I don't. If the woman can compete on the same level as the man, if the woman is able to maintain the same standards as the man, if the woman is able to do the same training regimen as the man, if the woman is able to go in and do the same sparring as the man with the same partner and do the same everything that the man is able to do, I don't see why she should not be able to
Yeah, but it's
compete with
not
the
every
man.
man though. Not every man performs the same way. And how will you
Yeah.
know
I'm
until
talking
she
about the
faces
one that
that
she's
person?
competing against.
Nah, but it's not good, bro. To see a man ground and pound a woman, even though she say she beat 10 niggas in
It's
a
not
row.
good to,
She
so
beat
it's good to see
she
a man
beat
ground
10
and
men
pound
in a
another
row.
man. It's good to
She
see a
Hey,
beat
man put
10
another
men
man
in
in
a
a
row.
hospital.
that's
Is
Instead
it
of
good to see
that's
a
what
equating
man
you
put a
have
man in
though.
a
11th
hospital?
opponent
It's a
beat
look.
the shit out of it.
Look,
So
that's
it
why
makes it
you have.
okay.
That's why you have. So you do you think that a man that might be a fair skin, high cheekbone, pouty lips should be able to compete in the Miss Universe?
Oh,
No,
Miss
that's stupid.
Universe.
I
That is
don't
the
see how
same.
that's
It is
no.
the exact same thing. It is a person from another gender competing in a competition that is based for persons of a certain gender to give the
that's
gender the best possible experience.
But
hey,
Duh.
you know what?
You see what I'm saying?
Fuck it.
but
If
there's
the
Mighty,
man
you equated shit to cartoons
if
earlier.
you know
Now
what,
it's the same equation now in a
if the
different
man
sense.
can step in
That
there
has
and
to do
be
with
just as
reality.
pretty as a woman, and actually, you know what? I'm going to say, what should stop a drag queen from competing in a beauty pageant?
Nothing.
this is what
But it should be a drag beauty pageant, so we know that the premise is it is not a woman. That it should be. It's called truth in lending. When you
So
go
why do
buy
you
a
have to
car,
be so divisionary between the male and the female?
it doesn't have to be divisionary. They just need to create a new division for those who are wanting to pursue that. They should be able to pursue what they want. If a woman's like, I want to fight men, then they should be like, you know what? Let's.
Okay, so if we create this new league and Brock Lesnar joins, if we
And
create this new
it's
league
all open.
or Uriah Farber, if we create this new league and Uriah Farber joins, or Brock Lesnar, or the Undertaker, you know, what's the difference?
The
If we
difference
start
is
a
that
new
this
league and
league,
they join, or if we just say, you know, it, because seriously, again, it's why shouldn't women be allowed to compete at the same level as men if they are able to?
what's next?
If,
A black Jesus?
wasn't he?
Yeah, but Mighty, what
Well, I
you're
mean,
not
sure as
like
fuck wasn't
bringing out,
European.
Mighty,
Didn't
what
have
you're
no
not
blue
bringing
eyes
out
or
is the
blonde
fact
hair.
that not all men perform at the same level, anyways. So it's not
No,
Hey,
of
about
look.
course
man.
not.
You're not
But
talking
you're
Hey,
about
so
man
saying,
in
look. So
general. You're
look.
talking
If
about
if
if
every
the woman,
division.
if they
if the
do look, let me say
individual
this real
woman
quick.
can compete on the same level as the man she is competing with,
Look,
if the woman is on the
if
same
they create
level
a
as the
new
man,
league, look, if they create a new league that's open gendered and Brock Lesnar decides to join, that's okay because it is an open gender
It's
league.
open gender. Exactly.
That is the
but then
foundation of
why
it.
do you have to degrade it? Why can't women so, and again, so this is like let's go hockey. If the woman can compete on the same professional level as a man in hockey, should she be able to join the National Hockey League,
Do
or
the
should
same
she be
thing. Make a
relegated to the
different league.
women's league?
They should have
But
a
then that's
women's league.
so they do have a
And
women's league for
the thing
hockey.
is, this is the
Shows
bad
you
part
how
about it.
popular it is.
Is the reason that the WNBA does not do as good as the NBA is not because of their skill set, the size of the ball. All the rims are the same size no matter what league you play in. But what makes a difference is advertisers. Nobody wants to advertise for women. They bring more endorsements. Men bring more endorsements historically because it's been around a lot longer and shit. So this is where it gets really nutty. To make it fair, they would have to put a monopoly sanction on endorsability and make sure that endorsements go to both equally.
Or check this shit out. You could have women allowed to play in the NBA. If the woman can compete on the same level as the men, if the woman is able to be competitive in the NBA, if a woman wanted to try out for the Lakers and could make that tryout, why should she not be allowed to play on that team?
I think what they would see. The thing is, I think what they should do
I see no reason
is
why they shouldn't have
remove.
a separate
Look,
locker room.
What's the difference in that? What if a woman feels like she can get dressed naked in front of a bunch of dudes? We should not stop there.
If she feels comfortable doing that, that's her call, and I wouldn't be the one suggesting it, and I wouldn't be her lawyer.
But what if the other men's wives don't feel comfortable? And then you have actual fucking bad shit happening where there's motherfuckers are fucking somebody's husband in the locker room just because she's on the team. See, it's a lot more ethical principles towards it.
So how do you know they're not fucking each other in the locker room already?
That's not gay? That's men. That's between men and men.
So it's cool if you're fucking in the locker room as men, but if you're fucking in the locker room as female,
like I said, if they were to do this,
the best thing to do.
Look, the best thing to do is because
fucking cheerleaders in the locker room instead of the because they get groupies in there. Maybe
I get that. But what I'm saying, is this is the problem. Is not women trying to compete in men's sports. Is women having the lack of professional sports that they can compete with equally with proper endorsement. That's the problem. So they're forced like, well, this woman, I got to backdoor this situation.
I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about the act of competing. Why should women not be allowed to compete with men?
Probably the same reason. Look, I'll say like this, right?
I'll say like going on the same thing, bro.
This is probably the same reason
earlier, bro.
While they will not allow an all-black police force in America or a majority black police force in America.
But they're not going, if there happened to be a police station that happened to be all black, because those were the ones that were recruited for it, that applied for it, and that took that position. So let's say that you had an all black neighborhood or something like that, that coincidentally, that precinct happened to get an all black police force. Would that be wrong?
What I'm saying is that it should be able to be reached on every level. It should be equal on every level. The representation and of race, of gender, if that's the case. Because if we're going to go like, well, there's these 3 women that want to play and compete in men's sports and stuff, they would have to make sure that's okay with the association of all the men in it.
So then in that case, and let's take this to another level, because we're talking about equal representation and all of that. So now let's take the women's soccer team. At their recent lawsuit, and they're actually filing a new lawsuit based off of their contract, because they're complaining that they want the men's pay scale with the women's benefits. Should the women be able to, if they have an issue about this, and if it's just a money issue, why shouldn't the woman be able to compete on the men's team for their scale if the woman is able to?
That's where you get the endorsements in. The endorsers, the advertisers. Where's the money coming from? Who's paying that?
Is it competition? I am talking about competition. Not the money behind it.
Who pays the contract out? Is the fans. The people who support. So they would have to have the support there, supply and demand. Otherwise, where's the money going to come from?
So you're saying that women shouldn't be allowed to compete with men because of advertising?
I'm saying, look, in the world we live in, you wonder why the presidents and the congressmen don't fight wars. They send other people to do it. Our children is to keep that shit like it is. It's not about being fair. It's about marketing, control, advertisements, endorsements, and that leads more control. And then you're able to prophesize what's the next element of profit because you have all the control. That is the reason why. And look, I'll say this. I don't think if a woman truthfully wants to compete in a male sport, I think she should be allowed to. But at the same time is that we have a system designed for men's sports, and there is a very extreme lack, a disparity, but for women's sports, they don't see the same national attention unless it's like female volleyball, only because the outfits. Niggas like seeing, they got the, like seeing fat booties and shit bouncing around and shit, you know what I'm saying? So it's a bigger thing than just like, oh, women aren't being treated equally. This is our society. We don't like that. We set it up that way. And it's not just men and women, it's fucking by national race as well, even worse.
So then get rid of women's leagues and allow women to compete at the same level as men.
What they would need to do?
Have the women go up through the soccer rankings the same way that men do.
They would have to remove the women off the WNBA They would have to have an NBA for women and an NBA for men. And maybe
Well, they
what
already
would be a
have that.
positive,
It's called the WNBA.
remove W from it, Women's National Basketball Association.
So it should just be the National Basketball Association.
And it should have divisions, a female division and a men's division, where the only time these two intermingle would be for all-star or charitable events, not for competitive competition on a whole scale level.
So you're saying women can't compete with men? Women are
No.
uncompetitive with men. That's what you're saying.
That's not true. Not all women are like that. There's women that can. Like I said, this is not about your flesh. This is about who the motherfucker who driving the damn vehicle.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at. It doesn't matter your individual gender. And that's the whole thing where you have this whole transgender issue, is that people get caught up so much with whether they're male or female when it's pretty fucking obvious on the
Well,
outside.
you know what?
Or
This
they
is the
want an
fucking worst part
advantage
about it.
that comes to
Hey,
men
look,
because
check
it's the
it out.
men's thing. Or they're men that want the advantages over women by being a woman with the male advantages and all of that. And that's all fucking bullshit. And that's fucking stupid. And if
Hey,
you
and
want
this
to
is
get rid of it,
this is the
get
bad
rid of
bad
gender
part about
restrictions
it.
and competition.
Niggas are really worried about fucking gender when children don't get equal rights. Now it's about gender. It has never been about gender. Black men could vote before women could. You know what I'm saying? What it's about is, well, and look, I'm gonna tell you this. I am in a secret society that is the highest and most promulgable for all LGBTQ community rights, because their majority of the OTO is pro LGBTQ, just because the whole sex magic thing, right? But on the
I know
national
all
scale,
about it with Aleister
on the
Crowley and all
national
that
scale,
shit.
yeah, on the national scale,
Making your some
gender is
moonchilds.
more a person. Look, like, what about me? Do I have the right to get a job as a policeman, as a felon? Do I have the right to carry a firearm as a felon because I choose to identify as a non-felon? Should my rights and my identity be participated in by the rest of society because I feel it's true?
But you're talking about something that you did as an actual choice if you're a felon. Nobody made you be a felon. That's something you did to yourself.
Nobody. So somebody made somebody born a man. Somebody made somebody born a woman. This is identity. People choose to identify as whatever they want to.
But then
people who come to this earth with a male and a woman private part, or they might have two of the same private part. Just saying.
So
why are there? Hey, how come there's no rights for men who are pregnant?
What men
if
are pregnant?
Equal?
Show me a man who has an XY chromosome and a uterus that functions.
Well,
okay, so we're going back to
XY chromosome and a functioning uterus.
So you yourself saying that because of certain biological situations, that women have certain freedoms that men do not.
Well, of course, there's differences between the genders.
And that's what we're talking about, basketball and sports. It's the same thing about basketball and sports.
But just because men have certain advantages does not mean that there aren't women that still can't compete with them. You're saying that a few physical advantages is all that matters, or disadvantages. So what about the fact that women actually have a higher tolerance for pain than men? What about the fact that women have higher or faster reflex rate? This is something that's proven. So women are actually better fighter pilots than men, tested across the board. In combat flight, women are better fighter pilots than men. They have a higher tolerance for pain. They have more control over their circulatory system, particularly with the lower body muscle. Women actually are going to be running, and this is evolutionarily proven, the woman's form, the way that the hips are changing. And this is an aspect of what I was going to with selective breeding. The qualities that men find attractive in women, or have traditionally found over the past 150, 200 years, has been weakness, has been submissiveness. And when you look back previous to that, the traits that were selected for breeding were strong women, capable women, able women. And again, so there's anthropological evidence. They took bone samples from women from the 18th century in England that had the same muscle and bone density as modern male Olympic rowers.
Well, man.
So this is anthropologically proven that
Okay,
it's
so
a
so let me
matter
ask you this
of
though.
selective breeding
Why
and
is it?
genetics.
Let me ask you this: why is it unfair if you have a woman who believes she can compete on the level of men? Cool, motherfuckers can believe what the fuck ever they want, right? Does that if
I'm
she
not
goes
saying
to
what you believe. I'm saying she can.
if she can, she believes it. Everybody else believes it, right? So she
I'm not
gets to
talking
be
about
put.
belief. I'm
Listen,
saying she steps up and proves it.
okay, she steps up and proves it, right? So she should be taken out of her league and placed in the men's league. What about for the women that want to compete with the best of the best in the women's league? They can't now. Now
Well,
they
then
can't
step their
go over
shit
to the
up and
men's
get into.
league.
Why not? Step your shit up. Why
The
should
thing
that
is,
woman? Why should that woman have to be
there's a
held
lack.
back for
Look,
everybody else just
there's a
because of her
lack of
gender?
challenge. There's a lack of
For
challenge because
them.
the best of the best are being moved over. So what
So
you're doing. This is what you look. This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. You're creating a new disparity of like, you know what? We don't care if you're a woman or not. We care your athletic ability because in the end of the day, it brings money. Motherfucker, look, when
I
you
don't
play
care about
basketball on the
money.
streets, look, in
So
the streets, look, in the basketball streets, there is no gender. If a girl can ball, she's gonna be picked up. I played ball throughout my life in Sunset Park in Vegas against great fucking chicks that were bomb as a motherfucker.
exactly.
And they're still to this day. So look, but the thing is, once you put the
So should they
best of
be
the best of the
prevented from
women's
playing in
league,
the NBA?
when you
Should
put
they
them
be
in the
prevented from
NBA,
playing with the men in the NBA? If
look,
they
you're
can play at
robbing
that
other
standards, if they
women.
can stay at
Look,
the same professional and competitive standards, you're robbing other women. Fuck other women. Why should a
why
woman be
fuck other
held back?
women, bro?
Why
I
should
thought this was
somebody
about
that's
equal rights.
capable be held back for other people's failures?
This is what I'm saying.
Why should
This is
somebody
what
who
I'm
is
saying. Look,
capable, if
you are
somebody
robbing
is
the other
capable,
women. You are robbing the other women the ability
so
to compete on a competitive level with their own to see if that person really is the
then
best.
step their shit up.
Because look,
Then step their shit up, and they can go compete with the men too. Step your
imagine if
shit
they
up.
never let Kobe into the league because of his age. Or somebody who was 17, who Kobe got picked up when he was still 17.
I know.
So if they were like, we have to wait, then that changed the whole thing. But for women, I think as an athlete myself, I got a game. I play in a league on Sundays. I think, and there are women in our league because it's a city league here in Las Vegas, right? And they're good and shit, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, these same women, they still play in their women's league because they get the chance to play against themselves. And the people who aren't as good get the chance to better themselves. Iron sharpens iron. So I think
Well, of
like
course, that's
when it
like
comes to
talking somebody
NBA,
in AAA leagues, junior
what
leagues.
I'm saying, look, is that I think it's a good idea to let women and men compete on the same level, but it should be in a spirit of not who's the best but more of this
But
is
that's the point of
the best, and let
competition.
us have fun together, like an all-star
You're
game or a
saying that
tournament
other
event.
people have to limit their abilities and limit their potential because
With the
people that are like them can't keep up. So let me ask you on this same thing. You know, if we've got a black business owner and you know he moves into a white neighborhood. So let's say we got a black guy. He's a butcher, right? Or he's got a butcher shop or a deli shop in a black neighborhood. Should it hit his shop and he starts to expand? He starts to expand that shop. Should that shop only be allowed to expand into black neighborhoods, or should he be allowed to expand into white neighborhoods, Hispanic,
That's if the white
Chinese,
neighborhoods will allow.
etc.?
Look, that's if the white neighborhoods will
Should
allow
he?
that to happen.
That's you're
Because
saying the exact
I'm
same thing
gonna
because
bring a good point up.
by moving into that white neighborhood, by moving his shop into that white neighborhood, he's now depriving the black neighborhood of his business.
And he's also
Isn't
bringing
he?
the white neighborhoods fucking property value down. There's these people, this group called the Black Panther Party. They marched
Yes,
on
I'm
City
very
Hall. Let
familiar
me
with them.
finish. Let me go. They marched on
I
City
know
Hall
quite a few.
bearing rifles and bearing weapons, right? And they established themselves as a black militia. And you know what happened? The fucking NRA only one time ever voiced against firearms, and it was that time. So if this is the case, and we're talking about this not collegiate, but you see where collegiate will breed into fucking regular society. Our society that we live in isn't about fairness. It never has been
Of course not. It
about
never.
fairness.
Of course not. It's not supposed to be, and it shouldn't be.
It's not
Fairness is stupid.
it's
It's
just
about
Fairness is saying
propaganda
that
and
everybody.
indoctrination. And
Yeah,
so the
so that's
main thing
exactly
is,
what you're
should
pushing.
a woman be able to play or compete in fucking sports and shit? When really the topic should be, should every child be made sure they have food, clothing, and shelter? That's like the real main thing. We really talking about, can a fucking woman play basketball or can a woman fight? And that's publicity. That keeps people thinking about shit that doesn't even fucking even really matter. That's the whole purpose of gender shit.
I'll agree with you to a point. There's a lot of it that is being used and hyped up for distraction. There is a lot of getting it emotionally charged to get people polarized and turned against each other when they shouldn't be. 99% of people, wherever they sit on these sides of the fences on any particular issue, generally agree with each other across the line when they actually sit down and start talking.
But let me ask you a question. Out of that 99%, what race is 70% always going to be?
Black? Or
Caucasian.
actually, no, right now, Chinese.
Is going to be Caucasian. 70% of this population of this country is Caucasian.
Yeah, and a fifth of the world's population is Chinese. There's more Africans in Europe than there are Europeans in Europe. If we want to get into the broad scheme of things, the European is the minority on the global level.
Maybe that's why things are the way they are.
The United States is actually the only country that
look, we're talking about a country.
That's true. Mighty's right there.
No, I got that. But we're talking about a country.
I do not believe that blacks are the minority. Blacks are the majority, but they make it seem like blacks are the minority.
It's to create a victim mindset. So this is the great big thing. And I don't even like, black and white are not fucking skin tones, people. I'm going to go out on a limb, get pissed off me if you want. Black and white are not skin tones. They are mentalities. And this is something that goes back throughout history, tens of thousands of years. And this is in every single culture in the world. The black and the white mentality goes back to the Egyptians. You can see it in the ancient Confucians, in the Hindus, going back 5,000 years, even in the Native Americans. You have the Great White Brother of the Hopi. And this is a legend that goes back 7,000 years easily. You have Quetzalcoatl of the Incans and Mayas there, who was a white redhead. You've got
the narrative says.
Even to this day, the caste system in India, even though it's been officially abolished, you can still tell who was the high caste and who was the low caste by the color of their skin. There are people in India who are 100% Indian, who is pale as any fucking European, because of that caste system that they had, where their skin tone was determinant of where they were.
Well, actually, it wasn't the skin tone. It was the color of their dot, their dot in their forehead. Black, white, and red.
If you were out there in the fields as a peasant, you're going to be dark skinned. If you're in the high caste, living in the palaces under the roof, you're going to be pale as a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Pale, closer.
And so to get to the root of this, of where I'm going, when you get divided into this black and white mindset, that it's the blacks.
Hey, you're probably right, man, because I got lighter ever since I came to Canada.
That's because, nigga, you're Canadian now,
that's
nigga.
Great science, man. That's, you have more exposure to light, you're going to be darker skin. If you have less exposure to light, you're going to be paler skin. And this is true even on the African continent. You have the populations that spend most of their time out herding in the fields, shepherding. They are darker skinned than the populations that have historically been more sheltered.
Hey, well, how come all the white people in Nevada are still white?
Because they spend all of their time inside in air conditioning.
Nah, bro. Nah,
and
nigga.
again, this is
I live out here
for fucking thousands of years. This is evolutionary process that goes on over 1,000 years. You're talking about a bunch of fucking honkies that moved out into the desert, 2 generations ago. It ain't gonna show much.
So basically, so evolution states that if a person that's white stays outside for majority of their life, then their child is gonna be born darker skinned. Evolutionary speaking. like the giraffe that has to grow its neck to eat or else it dies, so it has babies to feed them later on
If
in their lives.
if a population of people, if a population group that is isolated is in a position where a beneficial trait, such as darker skin, for the purpose of being outside, for the purpose of regulating body temperature, for the purpose, and this is actually something that's true. The darker skin people have the darker skin helps regulate body temperature
So like
when
this is the
you're out
thing
in
with
that heat.
evolution, like how does that really work on the macro, right? So
It
we have a
doesn't.
population, okay, on the as well in micro. So they have a child, they've been outside and the sun's been killing their asses and shit, fucking them up, lower lifespans and shit. So they have a baby and this baby has like a darker pinky toe. Then the next generation is two toes. And then, or then how does it become
No,
like the whole body,
it's
evolutionary speaking?
so as your genes mutate as you age. That's you do not have the same genetic structure when you die at 70 that you were born with. Your body mutates as you age. These mutations get passed down to our children. Occasionally,
So
occasionally,
like,
this is
look,
very
so
rare.
this is the problem though, right? Are they having babies at the end of their age or towards the beginning, like in the first 30 years of the
And so
mutation?
these are the different parts of the evolution, and this depends on, again, cultural aspects. So in Europe, there was very little evolutionary exchange because they generally got married young. You know, the wife is like 14, 15 years old. The man's in his 20s, maybe 30s, and they're going to die before they're 50. The woman's probably not even going to live to see menstruous.
Okay,
So
okay. So like,
when you have something like that, there's very little opportunity for mutations to get into the genes, except by cases of like inbreeding, which is why you have issues with anemia and like hemophilia and all that in the royal families of Europe. Very prevalent. Also, the massive psychological disorders and all of that, because they bred early, there was not enough time for them to mutate, and they were all inbred as fuck.
well, I would think more like the inbred thing because like you can have two cows and they have sex, and then they have two cows and they have sex, and like eventually they're just going to keep producing cows. There's not going to be a
But
webfoot cow without another webfoot cow to create a new two webfoot cow. That is the biggest problem with evolution. That is why it
Well, no, it
fails.
isn't. That's actually so the you're talking about domesticated animals. Domesticated animals have had specific breeding patterns for so my grandfather was a chicken he raised show chickens and fighting chickens. Um but his record books for his breeding were massively detailed. Every single chicken that bred with every single other chicken, generation by generation. And this is true with most animal husbandry, particularly in the old school. They kept very, very, very close track. And so, especially in the early days of animal husbandry, when they're first domesticating animals, there were massive culls where they did have these webbed feet cows and shit like that, and the mutations that were, if they didn't want them, they'd either kill them or they wouldn't allow them to breed. And that's the purpose of selective breeding. And now you could do
Okay,
this with people. It's
so
called
basically,
eugenics.
I got you. So like, because like the way evolution works, right, is that in the beginning there was a pile of or whatever of premortal ooze, and then lightning struck the ooze, which had amino acids in it, and it animated, and it became the first life. And life basically inherently created itself with this fight or right for survival. So in order to survive, it had to from death, which it never experienced, it had to duplicate itself. And it duplicates and duplicates, and it goes from that to like the plant style through mitosis and meiosis, and then to the aquatic style. But all this time it's trying to keep itself going from the aquatic style to the reptilian, crawling onto the ocean, off the ocean into the floor, and then to the mammalian form and stuff. But the thing is, like, when these two fish are having sex and they're reproducing, what need does it have to come onto the land? And after it does come onto the land as an alligator or whatever, the first alligator tail, then the first alligator mouth, then it becomes like, oh, the alligator, like, you know what? I need to get some hair. And I start growing hair
So
like
this is geological formations. So as you say, life started in the ocean. Now the first life was plant life.
That's what
Plant
they
life.
say. I
So
don't know if
plant
that's true.
life, it sucked up the carbon dioxide of the atmosphere and it excreted oxygen, O2, in copious quantities, which is toxic for plants. So there was a certain point in the Earth's evolutionary process very early on where there was a very, very high oxygen content in the atmosphere, 20 something percent at one point, which was highly toxic to the life. So the life had to evolve from anaerobic respiration, which is using carbon dioxide and converting the carbon dioxide into oxygen, and aerobic respiration, which is using the oxygen and then converting it into carbon dioxide in the body.
Then why do like the thing is like because this is a narrative that is still like one of the most widely accepted scientific theories, like plate tectonic subduction, subversion, all that shit, gravity. There's
So
theory that's agreed upon. Why is there still plant life or animal life in the water if that was the case? Like what selective gene was like, you know what, we're not cool with this, and the other was like, no, we are. We'll figure something out, and like, well, we're gonna evolve more.
okay.
That's why I brought macro to micro.
So first things first, that there's this large disconnect between what was written by Darwin in the 1800s and like his that model for evolutionary theory it is very skewed and it's lacking a lot of information. He did not know anything about actual genetics. He did not know about the genomes and chromosomes. They didn't know about this shit back then. A lot of the things that we know today about biological processes, cell division, and all that were completely unknown. All he had was Mendelian genetics. You take a plant that grows tall and you take the seeds from it, the seeds are going to grow tall plants. If you take the seeds from a plant that grows short, it's going to grow short. If you take a plant that grows tall and breed it with a plant that grows short, it's going to grow someplace in between. And
But
that's the basic concept of Mendelian genetics.
can you breed a tree and an elephant?
So I'm sure there's a couple of elephants who have tried, but that's beside the point.
Because like like the woodpecker, right? So these animals that just like the giraffe too. That's why I brought the giraffe. Like the science says that the giraffe had to grow its neck long so it can eat from the trees. When giraffes eat on the floor also. So with the giraffe, as it's like trying to get to the food, like, oh shit, babe, we're not gonna be able to eat today because the tree's too high. So let's grow our necks. Like we can't grow our necks, but what we can do is we can have babies. And one day in 20 years, the babies can get up there and get the food for us. You also have the woodpecker, which is physically only designed to be a woodpecker. No evolutionary standard of a bird trying to peck at wood for ages and thousands of years to develop that fucking beak that it has, that neck that it has to be able to encompass for the vibration of
Well,
pecking at
that's
the
not
wood.
true at all. Sparrows will pick bugs out of the tree. Crows will do it too.
I got that, but
I'll
why are there
watch
still
crows sit on a
sparrows?
branch of a tree
But why are there still
because the
sparrows? And
evolutionary process. Because
there's another even far more. I forget the name of this bird, but what this bird does, it's born like in like the Solomon Islands or something, way out in the Pacific and shit, right? And it flies all the way to this one spot just to mate, just to fly to another spot to drop off the eggs and shit. Then they leave. They leave the eggs and the babies, they hatch themselves, and the babies know how to reproduce the same process and it's never changed. There's
yes,
no
genetic memory.
evolutionary standard for was that?
It's genetic memory, and it does change. So that's because of geological changes in geological formations over millions and billions or millions in the case of this bird. That the where it started off, you know, the reasons for it we might not understand today, but there is a reason for it. So like you said, why did they learn to go from fish to reptiles? It's because the ponds, as the earth was cooling at that period of its geological history, a lot of the inland waterways or a lot of the portions of the earth that had been underwater were coming up to the surface. There were a lot of areas where ponds were growing smaller. You look at the lungfish as a perfect example of this in the modern times, where it will actually sleep under the mud and come up to the surface, flop around. Their gills are developed to the point where they can absorb oxygen in the atmosphere. They don't actually have lungs. Their gills are just good enough where they can actually pick up the dissolved oxygen from the atmosphere.
Okay,
And they are able to travel large distances over land in order to get to another body of water to survive. And
see,
this
but
started off with
this
it
is
just
like
having to go from one small puddle to another small puddle, and then
yeah,
from one to
it
another.
kind of makes sense, like especially when you throw these words out like millions and millions of years, like oh why? Well, they're just too far. Well, it's just too big. That's not really an adequate explanation. I think the one thing that evolution has always missed is because they're using these random events, these needs, rather than to say that this is how life works. It never was a need. It was designed for this purpose to evolve, not some happen chance of a mutation that wasn't predicted or wasn't planned. Much in the same way, like when I was born, I swear to God, I had no idea that I had a stomach, let alone I had one. And I also had no idea that I needed food to go in that stomach. And God damn it, there was food for the stomach. There was air for the lungs. Like they were designed together. There was sound for the ear. And it all works together. We
Well,
look at
trust me,
evolution
it,
as something special happening when it was like maybe it was just designed to be myriad in all these different dynamics of itself, which is what we call life. This is an esoteric idea.
well, even from the esoteric perspective, and trust me, again, I'm very familiar with the Ordo Templis Orientis. Okay, I'm familiar with these mystery schools and all of that. I'm very familiar. Uh, if you follow these principles as such, you are saying that the world is static because that is the only way. Now, I am honestly more on the intelligent design side of things. To think that with all the possibilities of a protein folding into the exact position that it can, for all the myriad possibilities, the trillions of possibilities for proteins that we have, the 32 of them that fucking work in our system that folded just the right way in just the right order to actually do something properly and continue doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for the last 3 billion years or so, I find very hard to put up to just random chance.
Well, what if like when we talk about like you kind of made it a separation between static and intelligent design. What if the static was intelligent design? Like Kabbalistically, I like in the word Kabbalistic, you know about OTO and shit like that, mystery schools. One way that we have of looking at things is through like the idea of Kabbalah, which is
Yes.
saying like the tree of life, which is there isn't like hermetically speaking, there is an all source of all intelligence. And it is not a physical, it's more like triple stage darkness, which is like not light and not dark. It's you can't even imagine what it is. And once the darkness or the all mind becomes aware of itself, it's almost like as if meiosis happens. Mitosis, it splits itself between before knowledge and after knowledge and reflection. And then from there, you go from all to sub, which would be sub or subconscious. And then from subconscious, you have these two things are now they do the same thing that all mind did. It reflects on itself or realizes it has its own existence, and it becomes from the sub into the conscious of awareness and stuff. And that's where you have like all the physicality. So consciousness is masculine, we say like that. Subconscious, feminine, that all the potential. And then the collective is where you find all of them wrapped around together, which neither has form, it exists, and neither it doesn't exist. It's more like an abyss of nothingness, which is still a something, but not as something that we can conceive of. You know, and I think the evolutionary standard still is too conscious, too stuck in like what we call Malkuth, to see that all these things, everything is everything. And the reason why the ear is created because the sound needed to be heard, and the sound created the ear so it could hear, itself. And the ear is actually listening to its own sound. The same way with the breath.
So look, I'm the guy that can sit here and give you the biblical creation story as
which would match.
represented by string theory.
Yes, go
I,
ahead, run it.
I, I can sit here and take, in the beginning there was void, there was nothing, and out of that nothing there was the voice of God that came forth and said, "Let there be light." And so this is the basis of string theory right here.
Yep,
That everything. So you start with a monopoint, you start with void, you start
the
with the
monad.
monopoint. That singular essence. From that essence is where you get that pop, that great bang. That is the "let there be light." That is the voice of God being the string theory, being the actual flux of the energy and all of that create life. And look at string theory. And now I'm going to compound this also. So I'm going to go some real deep shit here. So I sure hope you're familiar with Ouroboros.
Yep, the snake that eats its own tail.
So this now black holes. This is gonna freak some minds here. Black holes. What do we know about black holes?
That they're
There's we'll keep this
theoretical.
very simple. We'll keep this very simple, and I'll try not to. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of physics people out there who will hear this and fucking call shit
Have a
on me.
meltdown.
But essentially, to do the simple one of one great physicist, a black hole is God dividing by zero. The simpler point is it's an equation that no matter how you plug in the numbers, always comes down to a singularity of one. No
Yep.
matter what variables, no matter how you try to change that equation, it's always going to have the same answer. That's from a mathematical perspective. Now, from the perspective that we're looking at here, if you go long enough down the timeline of the universe, some trillion years, at some point, sooner or later, everything in this universe is going to wind up in a black hole.
Hey,
Long enough
it's funny.
timeline.
It's funny how we talk about black holes, like they are considered theoretical, right? But they're more real than we could ever notice. If you look inside the mirror and you look directly into your eyes, you're going to see a black hole. And what is the definition of a black hole? Not even light can escape a black hole. And what does the eye do? It pulls in all light, all energies. Even somebody who can't see, the black hole is still there unless they're like actually born without eyes and shit. But when we talk about when you talk about the string theory, my best way of looking at things with a modern perspective, an ultra modern mind, is to look at the religious texts and stuff as ancient versions of multidimensionality, subharmonics, string theory, told in a really, really old, archaic way that has all the basic points you need to understand it like we understand today. So, like, let's say that the one, this monad, it is the one. That's funny because Neo is an anagram for one. And the door he had in his apartment was 101, which is zero divided by itself. In OTO and Thelema, we say zero equals two. And what zero is once you have zero, it represents something. It represents itself, which is nothingness. So once you have nothingness, which is everything, and you make it into a circle, the Ouroboros, the snake that eats its own tail, it is manifested from the collective, the all mind, into the first subconscious of duality. And you have nothing represented by itself as something, which is zero, which is the one. But it is still not yet one until you separate them and draw a line down the middle of that zero, which creates two halves, which is two. But the zero was always two once it became zero. It was before, after, in reflection.
Well, because the vagina is a zero, it's a hole, and the penis is one.
Yep, that's how that's one of the ways the Masonic symbolism is designed the way it is with the square and the compass. Is you always see the Virgin Mary looks like a fucking pussy, and you always has Jesus as the son, the lion and the lamb. The feminine reproductive system is the lamb, a lamb's face, damn near, and you have the loins, which is the lion, which is their anagrams of their self and shit. So the zero and the one is masculine and feminine. It is the masculine and feminine is just basically zero divided on itself. So with that being said, this is something funny. Aleister Crowley brought this up in Magic Without Tears, right? In one of his chapters, I think like 23 or 30 or something like that, he talks about that what if every person, when they're born, they're going through the genealogy, the evolutionary system of all life that ever happened on Earth, because we're big banged from this cosmic orgasm, which is the creation of life, through the sexual energies of two becoming one or two being drawn to himself back to the center, and then you have the sperm fertilize the egg, and they're both annihilated within their own ecstatic joy of themselves of that meeting. They both get destroyed and become something different, and then it goes from 0 to 2 to 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, right? Nintendo 8-bit, Sega Genesis 16-bit, Super Nintendo 32-bit, Nintendo 64 64-bit, just like that, right? And then you have from the plant style, which is meiosis, mitosis, to the aquatic. And if you look at the embryo, it has gills. And then from that, it goes to reptilian with these big giant reptile heads and a tail. And from that, we have the mammalian form. And then we're born as the perfected human being. The only next level is flight. And we can go into spirit.
And yet we still have the same brain center as a lizard. The center of our brain, the deep core of our brain, is entirely unchanged from that of the lizard form that we had, 3 billion years ago.
And that's the reticulating.
Not that far back, but 300 million years ago.
I like how Alan Watts says, in a Buddhistic sense, you are the universe experiencing itself. I mean, look at it. Earth is the air, is the flesh. It's earth, air, water, fire, spirit. Earth is the flesh, water is the blood, air is the breath. Spirit of fire is the electromagnetic energy inside the person, the being, and the spirit is the actual soul, the unseen portion of all those things. So all 5 of those elements, Captain Planet motherfuckers and Voltron and shit, that's what they're represented in their color schemes and shit. So each individual is the monad. And so while we're experiencing it throughout the style of time, there is evolution. It appears to be working in pieces like that. But it's already happened because we are the center point of all circumference, and you are the circumference of my center point, and it's vice versa from me to you and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like in a subharmonic string theory, kind of quantum mechanics idea of things, it's saying that every human being, every center is God, and every circumference is God, but they have to be separate because God can't know himself like that. I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to bust out some old school philosophy here. Descartes. He was a French philosopher, and he's probably
peace to
most
Rosset.
famous.
Rosset on the build. Peace to Rosset.
I was about to get good. Rosset here. Go ahead, bro.
So he's most famous for the phrase, "I think, therefore I am." But the issue with that is it's only a partial phrase. The actual phrase is, "I doubt, and therefore I think."
Therefore I am.
Because I think, and therefore I am. And the concept is that it was the demon. That it's a thought exercise that there's some demon that their entire purpose is to deceive you.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you need to do is kind of like Sherlock Holmes, except where deductive reasoning, where whatever answer is left over, however unlikely, must be the real one when everything else is knocked off. Well, it's the same thing in this thought process, except you're trying to doubt. You're trying to find what is real, what you can absolutely be certain of. No doubt whatsoever. Absolutely zero doubt. And so, I mean, can you doubt your senses? Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anybody who's ever been on any drugs can tell you that. Can you doubt your physical form? Look at how many people have a severed limb and the ghost pains. What can you really say with certainty is an absolute, undeniable, universal truth fact that you can guarantee.
That I am.
Thinking and knowing is different.
Exactly.
And you know what? Like, so Einstein, because Einstein had to say every action has an equal and opposite reaction, but that was only half the equation because every equal and opposite reaction has an action. It's
Well,
the
that was
Ouroboros. It's
Newton.
Newton. Okay, it's a full circle type
Newton
thing.
was the one who said every action had an equal and opposite.
Okay, so with the idea of like, so even in the canonical Bible of the Hebraic whatever and shit, you know, what I'm saying God says Moses says, well, who should I tell him sent me? And then niggas like, I am that I am. The I am sent you. And like Mo's like, what the fuck does that fucking mean, bro? Like, what the fuck? You want me to go tell him that I am sent me? I sent myself? He's like, yeah, motherfucker, that's it. You are. You are. And the idea between there's a dude named Goddard. He was a fucking from Barbados. He's a white dude. He's a really smart dude, right? He says, what's the purpose in believing in Jesus or believing in God if you don't believe in yourself, he who believes? Then you will realize that you are the great I am, the I am that thinks, the I am that can doubt, the I am that consider, the I am that can draw fact. And that really puts you right back in the beginning in the beginning there was void, there was nothingness, there was emptiness, and the Spirit of God hovered upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God said, let there be light, and then there was light, and the light would become the first thought of I am. And so go ahead.
Well, so right off the bat there, we have to keep in mind when God said, let there be light, God was not the one that brought the light into the world.
That's the demiurge, yeah.
That was Lucifer brought the light into the world. That's something that needs to be taken very, very heavily into consideration here. And to progress through this, I'd like to keep in mind, the only begotten Son of God. That I think should be another point. Begotten is the key word there, as in brought to earth. The one that is actually brought into human form. There are several sons of God. That's the entire book of Job. As the sons of God were gathered before him, one came forth. Where have you been? Hither and thither, here and there upon the earth, etc., etc.
Yeah.
That again was Lucifer. And Lucifer, you have to keep in mind, in the old traditions, Lucifer is the bringer of light. Lucifer was the first, greatest, and most glorious of all of God's creations, and also the most beloved.
Inky?
His purpose was to that Marduk.
Yeah.
Lucifer is Enki?
And Lucifer are on. God is Enki. The God of Isaac and Abraham is Enki, God of Sumer and
Hey, look, check this out, right? And just by with the narrative that we're talking about, which is, I would say this is fringe. This is more Gnostic. This actually is Gnostic. Before there was the churches and there was the Gnostic sects of they all three different big sects believe three different things and became eventually with the Nicene Creed, these powerful communities. What we have today is the Jesus myth and stuff, right? But so Lucifer, so in the evolution of the biblical canon and the belief, right? They never had, because the Jews, they don't have a equal God or even a bad God. They have Shaitan, which basically just means opposition, opposing force. In a way, if you say like offense, the Shaitan offense is defense, and the Shaitan defense is offense. But then once they were colonized or whatever by the Zoroastrians had an equal God. Like there was their God, and there was an equal motherfucker who was just as powerful, like another half. There's a split personality God, and that becomes this embodied satanic principle. And then from there, in the Renaissance, we have the actual visual demon, bad guy, goat guy and shit, evil force and stuff. But the truth is, the possible truth is that this God is the Satan, and this God is also the Lucifer. It is all aspects of the singularity being manifested in throughout different forms, psychologically.
To start off with, Abraham was Sumerian. Abraham was specifically from the city of Ur. Yep. The principal god of the city of Ur was Enki. Enkai is the god of Isaac and Abraham. Now, to carry this forth, we're going to go straight on down to Exodus here. Now, we got to keep in mind that Moses here, he was a prince of Egypt. Now, we kind of think of Prince as, kind of lazing around the castle, relaxing, chilling out, but that was not the case back then. He was a high priest of Ra. And keep in mind of which period of time this is. This is right in the same ballpark neck of the woods as the whole Aden heresy, theoretically. And if you're so that was Tutankhamun, later Tutankhamun, that King Tut, and it was his older brother that started the Aten cult, overthrew the old gods of Egypt, and started a whole fucking giant shit show. That
But basically, he
later led
overthrew
to
the
him
fucking.
being
He basically overthrew the high priest council.
yes, and they turned around and killed him, put his brother into power, even though he was barely able to fucking function, and wiped him. We barely know of this guy's existence.
Yeah.
It's a fluke because they went out of their way to destroy every single record they could find of him. It's only through a fluke that we knew this guy existed at all.
Even when Akhenaten came out with Nefertiti, he was like, "This is Nefertiti, my other self." Like the way he spoke of things, and he basically. So there's a book that Manly P. Hall wrote called "The Secret Destiny of America." It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful book. Kind
Yes,
of
lovely book.
good, but
I'm a
what he
big
talks
fan of his,
about.
actually.
Me too. He's one. I think people don't like Masons, but he is one of the most the best examples of a human mind and just that we have in our modern age. Manly Hall has he's killing you too with lectures and shit, 70,000 hours worth. But Akhenaten came to this, he's like, I am God. I bow to no man. You know what I'm saying? Basically what he did was he deified himself, which is a Nietzsche style ideology, even though this is way later, of the Uberman, the perfected self in the days of the last man, which there's not a last day type philosophy, but it's a psychological profile for who becomes deified in their own understanding against the people of their time, which have become the last men that are so stuck in physicality and shit.
So yeah,
And
I'm not sure that's exactly how Nietzsche was thinking about it, but
well, yeah, Nietzsche when he wrote
his idea of
like when Nietzsche his thing, because Nietzsche was like, he was like gay, so that's probably what spawned out of in his own time and shit. It's all good to me. I don't give a fuck, you know what I'm saying? But just to become who you're supposed to be under the pressures of all society, of how things should be done. And that's where his nihilism came into. And like it kind of didn't work to the
he was
best for
not a
him all the way.
nihilist. Nietzsche was a very hard outspoken against the nihilist.
He was like, but what I mean, like, no, he's like a nihilist of the nihilist. He's like
this is like that whole Gott ist tot. God is dead. He will stay dead, and we have killed him. This was not a great declaration of joy. This was a lament.
Yeah.
That God was dead. God as the basis of morality in man. Yep. And so that's the influence of God in man, and the basis of morality in man. God is dead. Nietzsche believed that the basis of morality that came from the Abrahamic traditions, or even just religion in general, was essential to the functioning of man as a society. And it was the loss of God, it was the killing of God in his own heart that was what was putting humanity into that position. If you sound like a fairly well-read man, I highly suggest going out and picking up a copy of Theodore Dostoevsky's Demons, which I actually just finished reading again.
Was that the guy? That's the Gulag guy. He was in Russia, USSR.
Gulag Archipelago,
Yeah.
yes. Brothers Karas. Oh, wait, no, Gulag Archipelago. That was Tolstoy.
Okay. Okay. But you know,
Fyodor
like Nietzsche,
Dostoevsky, he's Crime and Punishment. Brothers Karasnikov, War and Peace. Those were his big ones.
he was
He
a Russian though, right? Or USSR, right?
he was Russian from the 1800s,
Okay.
and
Okay. Okay.
so he actually did
So that's
spend time in
Russian.
the Gulag Archipelago as a political prisoner for the
Yeah.
Tsar. Of the Tsar. So his life story is absolutely fascinating, but
And then they just fucking
a-
released him out of nowhere.
yeah, they eventually released him. They were getting ready to execute him actually, and he was released at the last moment, like as he's standing in front of the firing squad with the guns pointed at him. And it was after that that he went on to write some of the greatest works of human literature. Forget just Russian. But the point that I was going to is that so Nietzsche said that Dostoevsky was the only philosopher for which he had anything left to learn. And to come from Nietzsche, the greatest mind of his era, arguably, that's really saying a whole lot. But so we look at to go through Thus Spoke Zarathustra, because I think this spells it
That's
out the
a
best for where you were
beautiful.
going with,
Yeah,
in that
everybody should
direction.
read that. You have to read that book. That is like
It's
the
the
perfect
Golden
one.
Dragon and the transition from the camel to the lion to the child. And it's the Golden Dragon is the, and this is something that's throughout, it's a symbolism throughout cultures. Every culture has their golden dragons with the 1,000 thou shouts.
Yeah.
And on every one of his scales is written a thou shalt, something that you are expected to do, the societal bonds. And there are, on the progression to becoming that Ubermensch, that overman or superman of the Nietzschean philosophy, the first step is to become what's called a camel. And most people never even get this far. But to be a camel is to, just like a camel in a desert, you have to be sturdy. You have to be able to carry a heavy load. You have to be able to carry the weight of others on your back. And you have to be able to do it selflessly
And carry your own
without
water.
thought of yourself, to be able to serve the people around you and not just yourself. It's you are being a benefit to mankind. And following in those thou shalls and gaining your strength from that. And now the next step from that is to become a lion. And that's at the point where you start battling with societal norms, where you start taking every one of those thou shalls and saying no. The divine no. To be able to say that I am not simply going to live by your rules simply because they're your rules.
Right.
I am going to break your traditions. I am going to, since I'm going to break these scales, I am going to break out of this cage that this has created for me. And in that holy no, you become a child. When you're able to really, truly break free of all those thou shalls.
Hey, you know, it's funny
say,
too.
no,
Like,
you become a
you know, it's funny.
child, and then you have the divine yes.
You know, it's funny is that, like,
Because
I'm in AA,
everything
right?
that you look at in the world.
Hey, check this out, right? I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous, and a lot of people, they talk about Jung. I'm like, nah, it's not Jung. It's fucking Nietzsche. Nietzsche and William James and Herbert Spencer. Yeah, Jung loved Nietzsche, but it was that whole aspect of when you carry that fucking water and you're in the desert like a camel. This is some real deep occult secret society shit right here. Real deep, right? And you start to say, when you transition from the camel to the lion, and not only are you saying no to society, but you've been doing an inventory. Is that shit right with you? So first you say no to yourself because you've gone inside, and you start to do battle with your own shadow self. This is where the idea of shadow work comes in, which is not a Nietzsche. This is a human condition that we have the opportunity of going through. But Nietzsche in his time, he was able to talk about it in a certain way, as has been done even today, is being done all over. It's always going to be done, but not everybody jumps into that. And then once you start saying no to yourself, that's the divine no, that inner I am no.
Yes.
Then you free yourself and you were reborn. And this is like on some reborn, as in on the Christian concept, or going into the water and coming back out new. You know what I'm saying?
And you become the
Into
divine child of the divine yes. You
and
see
like
everything as new and wonderful and beautiful. You
Yes.
see the world for the joy and wonder that it is. And with everything that you meet with a yes. The yes, the positivity. You use the no to create your own self, but once you've created that self, it is yes. I am
and
I.
and that is the
Yes.
reason,
And
like,
I am
so,
affirming of myself and all that is around me.
and I am that I am. Who sent you? Tell them the I am sent you. That's the and look that see when people like that don't like secret societies and shit. I understand why, 'cause I didn't like them either. But this is exactly what you're talking about. Is exactly what the fuck I have found that is encoded within initiations. It is all designed to basically allow the individual, the initiate, to have a psychic change. Just like what you're talking about here, does it have to happen in secret societies? It happens all over in any kind of realm. For every kind of person, every fucking nut has its wrench. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is to become awakened and reborn anew. And in the secret societies, it's there, but not everybody gets it because there's so many fucking other distractions that from the camel to the lion, that the last man. It's like, nah, bro, we like this. We're pacified by this. This makes us feel comfortable, makes us feel at peace, and makes us feel safe. It's the path of least resistance, which causes the most resistance because you're not even on the path at all. You're just standing there. But to continue down that path and to find out what is your no, like in the kink world, you know what I'm saying? They have what is your hard no? What's your safe word and shit?
Safe
You
word.
know what I'm saying?
Sea
Yeah.
cucumber.
Yeah, cucumber, fucking strawberry necktie. And the thing is, like in our society,
Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia.
this this is the crucial part of why there's so much indoctrination, why there's so much heavy fear propaganda, is because you don't want what Noam Chomsky said it. You want to have people adequately afraid that there's all kind of demons and devils going to destroy them from inside and without. Because if they're not adequately afraid, then they may start to think, and they're not capable of thinking. And that's the biggest thing that we're against. Isn't whites or blacks, like you said. It is our own mindset and what we the individual has accepted to be their truth, to the point where they're not even seeking truth.
But the issue is, and you're quoting Noam Chomsky here, and I've got to cut that right on down because
You
Noam
know, like, no,
Chomsky it doesn't no. So look, in his work in linguistics, the man is a fucking genius.
yeah,
In his field of linguistics, I have nothing but the highest respect for him. I've read all of his books on linguistics. Uh, I paid very close attention to his lessons on speech patterns and all of that. So in that respect, very highly thought of. But no, when Noam Chomsky said that, what he meant was he's not afraid. It's not that people can't think, because this is Noam Chomsky. He doesn't want them to think because they won't think what he wants them to. Noam Chomsky is a controlling motherfucker. Noam Chomsky is
that's why I'm
a
still around.
narcissist and a psychopath, or at the
Hey,
very
I
least, a very
always
high
wonder,
functioning
like,
sociopath.
hey, if anybody doesn't know who Noam Chomsky is, you listen to like this guy thinks like me, but like this thing is saying all the things you're not supposed to be saying. He's still around. This thing is a top notch dude. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And that's why I agree with you.
he says the thing. So he speaks for the elites.
Yeah,
He
that's it.
speaks on the level of the people who are the real higher powers of this world, which is why he was a big apologist for Stalin, a supporter of Che Guevara. Che Guevara personally killed, personally, individually executed over 1,000 civilians. Personally, on record. This is a low estimate. he would go around shooting women and children in the head. He would carry out his own personal political executions throughout Cuba.
Hey,
Let's
who's the dude?
so anybody who's walking around with a Che Guevara T-shirt, fucking supporting that guy, you are supporting one of the fucking most brutal mass murderers in Central American history.
You talking about the Rage Against Machine nigga, right? In the shirt with the
Che
red
Guevara, yeah,
beret.
no, he's a fucking psychopath. He's disgusting. How people can support him and his policies is absolute trash. I mean, look,
Hey, look,
I can
he's
at
just
least
a
give a half credit for Castro. You know, he at least was well intended and then got pulled into a whole bunch of bullshit. But Che Guevara was a psychopath from day one.
hey, what was the dude? Because like Noam Chomsky, right?
What?
He talks
Can I ask
about
a question right quick?
manufacturing illusion. Who's that
Just
nigga? The
salute to
nigga
the
that
panel.
made manufacturing illusion is the same guy who created the Serenity Prayer that we use in AA.
Oh, that's
He was
what's his name? Fuck. He was
he was an advisor to the
he
president.
was Freud's nephew.
Yeah, that's the dude.
Shit, I'm slipping on his name, but he wrote propaganda.
Yep.
He literally wrote the book on propaganda. Shit, I can't believe I'm slipping on his name. But yeah, no, he was a psychopath too.
Can I get in? Can I get in right quick?
Nah,
Oh yeah, fire
bro.
away, man.
Tomorrow, next year, nigga. Go ahead, Rob.
Salute, bro. Salute, bro. It's good. But
Chilling.
where is that guy from? That guy you're talking about, the
Che
psychopath.
Guevara, he
Yeah.
was Cuban. I think he was Colombian originally, but he was a big member of the Cuban Revolution, and he headed up the La Cabana was what it was called, the prison complex for political prisoners. He was the head of that for decades, and it was one of the worst like standing crimes against humanity. Look up La Cabana
I
in
think
Cuba.
I think I think I think this
The
is
history on
part
that
of the
shit.
problem. I think this is part of the problem that we have as a collective when it comes to us as a people. Whatever term we give ourselves, whether it's melanated people or black people or whatever we want to call ourselves, I think that's part of the problem is the fact that the thing that we're supposed to be doing, we judge people that's doing these things, and that's stopping us from doing it. He, for example, we have was it what was that president name in Haiti? Uh, D- Duvalier, Jean-Claude Duvalier.
Oh, the one in the
He
80s.
right
Yeah.
in Haiti. So he did something similar too, but they looked at him the same way, like as they look at the guy. But us as a collective, we need to put our hand in some shit if we're in deep shit. Like if we in deep shit, like we need to put our hands in deep shit to get ourselves out of this shit. But we don't want to do that because we consider that to be, something that's not us, when that is part of us.
Well, like it's like I don't know if everybody's seen the Matrix 4 yet, right? But you have the idea of the hero journey, right? And every ghetto Jesus is going to have a Judas Iscariot, and there's going to be a whole panel of Sadducees and Pharisees and people that will see just want to see the motherfucker get killed, right? So when somebody comes up with a good idea, when
Judas
somebody,
loved Jesus.
yeah, that was the dude. But like just in the narrative, even though
Jesus made Judas do what he did.
Yeah.
Because Judas was the only one that he could trust to actually
but what I'm saying like
because
is
it
in
needed
the
to be done.
narrative
Jesus needed to be crucified.
Yeah, but like in the narrative that Ross is talking
And
about
he
is like
understood that.
once an individual stands up with that divine no, they're going to encounter just like Zarathustra. He said that when he came back from the mountain, he's like, man, I got the answers. The old man was like, nigga, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. Ain't nobody want to hear that shit. And people like in the Matrix 4, they will have this new thing instead of the agents taking over, they put them on swarm mode. Niggas become fucking anti and shit and be thumbed down in your shit. They it's insane, right? Hopping out of fucking buildings on your ass and shit. So that's where come out this fucking we can look at it as collateral damage. that once somebody does a certain amount of activity and shit, there's going to be bloodshed's going to be happening because people are not going to want to be woken up from their fucking sleep, and they will fight you tooth and nail unto death to remain dead.
But yeah, but that's what needs to happen though, because that's what gonna happen if we try to wake up. On the other end, the people that we claim that's in power, the elite, they will die to make sure they be elite. Meaning that
And that's why when
if we try, hold on, meaning that if we try to take our own power, right? Now they're going to be powerless if they see us rising up. Now they're going to show us that they're ready to die, so we won't wake up. So why won't we just go ready to die to wake up?
and look,
Why would we be scared to do that?
I
Well, because
think
you don't
That
have too
shouldn't
personally,
be
many
a
people.
problem.
I'm gonna go real quick. I think personally is that we when we think of things, what we need is fucking this leader to set us all free. Like possibly the truth is, you just need to set yourself free. Because Terrence McKenna had said something. I forget who he quoted from. Maybe it was Nietzsche. But he said, "What makes you think that the key to unlock your fucking self will work on me?" It's like maybe only just figure out your own shit, get your own divine know in it, and do that because there is no freedom for all. It's only freedom for self.
I got the
Yeah,
answer
that
for
was
that.
Nietzsche
It's
that said
because
that
it's
if
because
I
the
had
key.
the lock for your key, if we're chained together and I have the key for your lock, what's to make you think that that lock is going or that key is going to work on mine?
That's it.
I
That's a
got
That
the
that was
beautiful
answer
the
for
point.
statement.
that. I got the answer is because my key is a master key. You feel me? And your lock is not is not even a master lock. That's the point.
Hey, but
But
look, hey
then,
Rob,
And
look
and
to
then
go
they
from.
and they should see it that way because they claim to be leaders. Like Jesus did. Like he claimed he had all the keys,
then
right?
I'm going to
And he
come right
did.
on
That's why
back
they
to
had to take
Jesus,
him
healer,
out.
heal thyself.
Hey, but look,
What?
hey, Mighty. Hey, but what does Zarathustra said? Because Zarathustra had that fucking he had that one student that's like, I'm gonna teach you everything. Because Zarathustra, he was on his fucking mission to save the world, to free the world and shit. They didn't want to be freed. He got this one kid like, I'm down, let's do this. He teach that nigga everything. And he goes like this little fucking like this little dramatization of like, what's this over here, blah, blah, blah. And I forget how it goes down. I don't want to spoil it, but it gets to a point where Zarathustra just gets up and fucking walks off from the kid. And the student who follows him, like, man, where are you going? He said, I'm done. I'm leaving. He said, no, I'm following. He said, no, you can't follow me. He said, matter of fact, everything I told you was a lie. Niggas like, what do you mean it's a lie? He said, yeah, you got to figure out for yourself. It's all a myth. How do you know anything that I told you truth? You can't reproduce and find out for yourself. That's where that idea of the key comes in. Like, yeah, there might be the master key, but if you don't know where your lock is, what the fuck good is the master key?
Say that again.
Like if you don't know where your own lock is, what the fuck is the use of a master key? Because if you don't even know you have a lock and somebody unlocks it, you don't know it because you didn't know you had a lock. That's why Peter just fucking walked through the wall or walked through the fucking gate and everybody was asleep. It's saying something about the inner psyche that
Yeah,
must
I don't
have an
think, but I don't think
awakening.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it worked for our problem because we all know as a whole that we are at the bottom of the barrel. We all know that. So it's not the fact that we don't know we're locked up, it's the fact that we don't know how the fuck to get out. That's the problem. So the thing is we need the key. That's why I don't
Hey,
understand
but look,
your theory, but it don't go with what we're talking about as a whole.
but check this. This is my key, right? The key for me, my master key is not picking up a drink or a drug. That might not work for everybody else, though. Everybody must find their own foundation. Like the 5% have said, you gotta get that knowledge first. And knowledge borns understand wisdom, and wisdom and knowledge born understanding, and that borns your culture and freedom and stuff. And it's like a timeline of evolution of the inner self towards the divine self. And I
Now
get it, yeah.
I think you look at your problem in in not you're not looking at your problem in a bigger picture because the reason why you doing these things is because the elite is pushing these things upon you, meaning that the same just this the same problem that we all meaning that all right, let me say this, black people as a whole, and I'm just using that term loosely, we all have different problems, but all our problem came from the same source. So we have a common enemy. So whether your problem is water and my problem is food, is the same person that's cutting our resources. You feel me? So that's the
The,
But
problem.
the
like,
problem is
That's why we need
eternal,
to
though.
focus at. Say that again.
The problem's internal. It's a psychological problem. It's not so you consider it. So this is something I actually started on a little while. It's the whole black and white mentality. This
yeah,
is across all cultures going back tens of thousands of years. There have always been the whites in the society, and there have always been the blacks in society, and it has never had anything to do with their
it's
skin
always
tone.
elites and undesirables.
It's it's
Yeah, that's why we
essentially
got a
yes.
common enemy.
And
It's
even the
the
undesirables
opposer and
have
the
their
oppressed.
system. Even the undesirables have their elite of the undesirable and the undesirable of the undesirable. The poor
Exactly.
people,
There
the
there are
homeless
shades all
have
the
their
way
fuck.
down.
The people that live under the tunnels under Las Vegas, they have their same hierarchy.
Yes, absolutely. But the point that I'm getting at here is as long as you keep going, accepting that black and white mentality and calling yourself black or calling yourself white because you happen to be darker or paler skinned, uh, as long as you keep feeding into that mentality, that literal black and white mentality, as long as you keep thinking of yourself as black,
Black.
that's what you're
Nah,
going to be.
let me say this, right? Because we
And you're
all on
going
the
to remain
panel,
oppressed when you start thinking of
we
yourself as an
all,
American of African descent or something, or even more than
but
that, as
yeah,
just a fucking
bro,
person.
bro, even that, you gotta understand us as a collective that's going through the problem is not about the problem we're going through is not about putting a I don't want to say identity. I want to use. It's not about it's not a label. We don't have a label problem because it doesn't matter what label we use. They still going to do the same thing that they are doing. But the what we're talking about is
But
more.
box in the same goddamn box, no matter what color it is.
Say that again.
Exactly. You're sitting in the same box. But the fact of the matter is, as long as you keep thinking of yourself as confined to that box,
Yeah, you
But it
polarize
doesn't.
yourself.
that's
See,
that's where
you
the
see, no,
issue
but the
is.
thing
It
you
has
see,
nothing to do with your
I'm
skin
looking at
tone.
the
It's your
polarity.
mentality.
I'm looking at the polarity itself. I'm looking at the polarity itself. It's not the different label that they give the
But
polarity, but I'm looking at the
it's
polarity itself. There is a difference. There is a difference between certain between me, I would say myself, me and you, and certain other people. There is a difference, and it's not just on skin. It's not just on feature. It's on mentality. Period. Or the whole being is it is a difference.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out.
And
Check this out real quick, right? Hey,
but
so look,
yeah,
I was talking about this book right here, "The Secret Destiny of America" by Manly P. Hall, right? And in this, he says, "It is not enough that we solve particular problems. We must solve the
yeah,
very
you want
cause
that,
of
or
problem
it's just
itself."
me?
Can you hear me?
well, that's simple. That's been told by Buddha. The cause of the problem is desire.
Yeah, and like and like for us in AA, right? We have the saying: "It's not, the problem is not the problem; it's how I react to the problem that's the problem." And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm in my house. I don't feel like the ways the world of my skin color is really affecting me right now. There is no assailant here until I start thinking about these things. And so what happens is I have a resentment that I'm not willing to let go. And what he says, look, wars, we must solve the very cause of problem itself. Wars, depressions, crime, dictators, and their oppressions are the symptoms giving clear indication of a greater ailment. To examine each problem solely in terms of the problem itself without recognition of its true relationship to a larger and more universal necessity is to fail in the broader implications of an enduring peace and prosperity. And then on the next paragraph, at the end, he says, "But here we are again, preparing ourselves to be satisfied with temporary solutions for permanent problems." And what it comes down to it is when something bothers me, it is me that is bothered, not the something. When I take offense, I am stealing. I am taking something that does not belong to me, and I'm letting it rent space in my head by my own choice to let it be there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
right, bro. You right, and
So
you
as
look at the
long as
term you
you're
use.
allowing yourself to
Something.
take that victim
You
mentality, as long as you allow yourself to be a victim,
can
as
I
long
say
as you allow
something?
yourself, yeah, sorry.
Can I say something? He said the word something, and you gotta understand. If there is a tree in front of me in the jungle, I'm walking in the jungle, and I choose to make that tree a problem. Yes, it is my problem. I'm the problem, bro. But if I'm in my house with my wife and somebody come and attacking me and my wife and my family, no, they are the problem, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, at the same time, right? But like, let's say that
Well,
they
you let them
attacked
in,
you,
didn't you?
and look, and for like the next 10 years, you keep thinking about how they attacked you. Now you're victimizing yourself on your own thoughts. That was my problem. Antoine Backman punched me in my stomach in second grade. Every time I heard a nigga say the name Antoine, I thought about his ass, and it was like a fucking phantom gut punch
Because you're
in
not
my head to
whole.
myself.
That's
So
just
what I had, go ahead, sister.
healed. The wound is just sitting there. But it's like if that bitch didn't do that in the first place, I wouldn't have to go through this shit. I
So,
wouldn't even heal from it with to begin with.
so that's the
All
thing.
right,
What
sis.
Jesus
But
say?
what? Hold on,
Physician.
right
And
quick.
Hey,
and
look.
Let
if
me
that
say this
tree
right quick.
wasn't there, you wouldn't have to
Mental
walk
ninja.
around it.
Let me say. Let me say this right. The only reason why the womb is still open is, listen. If you have a cut and I keep stepping on your shit, what's then gonna happen? It's never going to heal because I
Yeah,
keep
if
stepping on it, bro.
the
I keep.
person keep
Hold on. Let me
bothering
just say this.
you,
I'm gonna be.
yes.
I'm gonna just say this and then I'm gonna shut up. If you have the womb and I keep hitting the same womb, it's not going to heal. The womb has to stay alone and away from what you know what I'm saying, from being hurt again, and then
Yeah,
it could heal. And us as a
And then
people, hold on, as a people, we never left alone in our own state of mind of being to be our own. It never
yeah.
happened. So how can we heal?
you
Yeah,
And
got
it
to
it's
let
also
you.
won't heal if you keep picking at the
a
scabs.
process, a
That's
very
it.
fast process too.
No,
Healing
they
never
keep picking at us.
Hey, but look,
That's
check
all I
this
gotta
out,
say.
And if
That's
right?
you're
my bad.
picking at your
Hey,
own
look.
scabs,
Hey, the reason I brought up Antoine Backman, right, is because I don't even know if that nigga's alive or dead or in jail or in prison. I don't know what the fuck happened to that nigga. This is second grade. I'm 40. And when I did my resentment inventory out of AA, where what's the person or the institution? I had Antoine Backman. That's the name. What did Antoine do? He punched me in my stomach in the second grade. How did it make me feel? Made me feel this, made me feel that. How did it affect me? My personal relationships, some of my financial relationships, my pocketbook, this and that. What part of the problem? Where am I to blame? I'm like, well, damn, this nigga ain't been around. I ain't seen this nigga in fucking 30 years. I keep thinking about this nigga though.
but it
That's me.
stops the it stops the healing because the wound has not healed. How can this damn
Facts.
situation if the damn wound is
Facts.
still there? And
And
there's
that's why you
nothing.
And that's why you got to look at the wound. You got to diagnose yourself, position, heal thyself, do that shadow work. Why is this wound not healing? Because I haven't treated it. I haven't examined the nature of the injury. The nature of the injury was that nigga
Yeah.
punched me in my stomach. And the thing is, every time I heard the name Antoine, I thought about that nigga. I didn't want to, but
Nah,
I
that's not
did. But
what's
now
happening.
I
That's
tell
not
this
what's happening.
story.
That's not what's happening, bro.
Not even
well,
That's not
yes,
what's
yes,
happening. That's
actually it
not
is.
why the woman.
I mean,
That,
that's kind of a
that's not
bad
why the
example of
womb.
it.
That's
it's
not. Let
not
me say.
not
Let me say. Yeah, it is bad. It is bad.
it's that damn
Go
energy
ahead.
that did that shit in the first place. I
I,
know
I
that.
get that. I
Okay?
get that, right? But you know what happened? I'm okay with it now. It happened. Now I understand that it happened. And this is what it did. It gave me an exercise that when I have a
No,
resentment with
mental
somebody, I have
ninja,
an exercise I can do
mental
to
ninja,
get myself
mental
out of it.
ninja. Mental ninja. You going wrong with it because you keep saying that it happened as if it's not happening. It's happening, bro. The same
Still
thing
have
that happened is still happening in a different way, bro. It's not like
Okay,
it happened and then it stopped. No, it never stopped. When did it stop? If it did stop, when
Hey,
did it
but
stop?
look, check this
it
out. You
stops
can't. They
when
say
you
you
make
can't
it
time
stop.
travel,
First
right?
off,
Hey, check this out real quick. They say you can't time travel, right? But at one time point in my life, every time I thought of Antoine Backman, it was all bad. What I should have done, what I could do, what I'll do if I stay nigga today. Today, it's okay. I'm okay with it. I look at it and the whole aspect of the energy of that whole situation has changed
Now,
into
what
a
you're saying
positive
is that
energy.
you're okay. What you're saying is that you're okay with the nigga keep punching you. That's what
That's
you're
No, that
saying.
nigga punched my
You're not
stomach. I
saying that.
learned from it.
Hold on. You're not saying that you're okay with the nigga punch you and that's it. You're saying that you're okay with the nigga keep punching you, and that's not okay.
But the nigga only punched me once.
That's not.
But did I know when Antoine
No,
punched in my
that's
stomach?
what I'm.
Listen, bro. Listen, hear me out. When
Come
Antoine
on, bro.
punched me in my stomach in second grade, did I know then that in 30 years I was gonna learn something from that shit? Fuck no. But 30 years later, I'm like, damn.
Okay,
I,
so
I make myself a prisoner of the moment. I
Mahatma
get trapped in the lust of result, and I have become. If I go to bed resentment, I'm not free.
He should have just stayed in his lane and mind his fucking business. Nobody asked him to do that shit.
But
That's
he
my
didn't.
so
Hey,
I'm
look.
gonna
But he
Mahatma
didn't
Gandhi.
though.
Let me jump back in here.
Go ahead.
So Mahatma Gandhi. No one can hurt me but myself. That's right off the bat. I just a little bit there.
us over and tell your ass up. You saying that you did that shit?
I'm saying that at the
You
end of
didn't
the
do
day,
that.
the only person that can actually hurt you is yourself, and this is a old Buddhist
No,
philosophy.
answer
You,
her
it's
correctly, bro.
it's
Come on,
it's
bro.
your
Answer her correctly. She asking a blunt question, bro. Come on, bro.
so
It
Answer that.
hell out of you. You saying you did that to yourself?
I'm just saying that you can hit me, but I'm the one that chooses whether or not I'm hurt by it.
You gonna feel that hit.
Okay, but okay. So
Do
look.
Oh, I might.
Okay,
But
hold on.
that's
Let
not.
me try. Let me try this. Let
Am
me
I
try this
hurt
real
by
quick.
it? Am I injured by it? I'm the one that chooses how that strike affects me. And as somebody who's actually had to stand there and take a punch in the face from somebody that I wanted to rip their throat out, to sit there and not only take a punch but take multiple punches publicly.
Hey, check this out, right? So if somebody slaps me,
you
right, that shit's
He did
probably
not
gonna
hurt
hurt.
me.
Look,
I,
listen.
I
It's
walked away.
probably
I had a
gonna hurt,
black eye,
right?
busted lip,
Ain't
but
no
I was not
But
hurt
check it
by it.
out, check it out. Hear me out. But what about 7 weeks after that person slaps you, and you think about, man, that motherfucker slapped you. See that person, that motherfucker slapped me. Did he tell you to think about him slapping you? And
well.
did he slap you again, or are you victimizing yourself because you have not resolved your own issue with surrounding that situation? Look, check this out. I had a big ass problem with 400 years of slavery, and that was on my fourth step in AA. 400 years of slavery. If that shit never happened, I wouldn't even be here, nigga, having this conversation. I wouldn't have none of the
But
love I have
mental
for my
ninja,
mom, my
mental
son.
ninja,
So I thought, look, the thing is,
mental ninja.
coming to terms with this shit.
You can't take you listen, mental ninja. What you're doing, you're directing the conversation the way you want it to be, meaning that that's not the disagreement that's on the panel is not against what you're saying right now, bro. You keep referring to something that happened, bro, and it's in the past. It just happened, and that's it. That's the end of it, and we're just thinking about it. No, that's not what's going on to the mind of of us, black people. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on in our life, physically and spiritually, mentally, emotionally, bro. It's the same shit that was done to our people, our parents, is being done to us right
Yeah,
now in
that,
real
that,
time.
You're,
oh,
I
you're
got you.
doing
I
it to
got you. Look,
yourselves.
let me ask you a question, Ra. Are you under attack right now where you're at, where you're sitting on your phone? Are these Russians
No,
in the
no,
room with us right now? I'm gonna say it like that.
not
It's like kind of shit.
not physically, but in the mental, with war.
That's
facts.
That
it.
and
We
that's
fight
what
out.
we're
We're
getting
fighting a
at.
holy war in the
It's
mental. That's
you're
your last line
stuck
of
in the
defense in your
mental.
mind. It's your mind. Remember that. Take ownership of your mind and say, you know what? I'm tired of this fucking shit eating my lunch every time I think of Antoine Backman. Antoine, you free, nigga. Go ahead, go punch other people in the stomach in their minds. And now I
Nah,
can.
bro. What you're doing again, bro, is taking the bigger picture, bro, and giving and making me focus on a little piece of it and trying to generalize the whole thing, bro.
All
Again,
right.
But
I
look,
So
let
never
me try
let's
a
said
new one. Let me try a new
hold
one.
on again.
give.
I never hold on, bro. I was never said that just me alone. What was the whole problem? And I never said right now they was attacking me, bro. I said that there is an attack on our people, period, bro. And yes, there is an attack
Give
on
an
us. Right now, I
example.
might not be being all right. Hold on. Right now, I might not be being all right, but I guarantee there is probably one of my brothers right now being harassed by one of these
Hey, but
people.
look, but Ross said, look, on the other side of that, right? Your boy just fucking celebrated another day without drinking or drugs. And so are we all being attacked or are some of us winning when we want to by what
Hey,
we think and what we consider of it?
And furthermore, what's happening to
that's
somebody
good,
else,
bro.
how does that affect you? And furthermore, give me an example of a systematic case. And I'm actually going to throw this out there, preface this real quick. If you are not
I'm
familiar
gonna
with
give you
Thomas
one.
Sowell,
School.
if you do not know Thomas Sowell,
School.
change your life. Continue.
I will give an example though, right? So I just beat a case. I didn't even get to beat the case. 4 months ago, at my job on the strip, these two Chippendale dudes, they're entertainers on the strip. They ran up on me because they were afraid that I was going to steal their location, which I ended up doing. And one got in my face. The other one came and poked me in my eye. I hit the one that poked me in my eye, broke his fucking jaw. He hit his head, cracked his head open, had a seizure. I go to fucking jail, felony, battery with substantial bodily harm. They just yesterday, they just dropped it to a misdemeanor, right? Even though I could have beat the shit in trial, I can't afford trial. I can't afford 10,000 fucking dollars for my lawyer. I don't have that money. So systematically, I still accepted a plea deal for something that I was innocent in. You know what I'm saying? Yes, my decision to defend myself was the right decision, but the way they can use it and I can't finance it, they still get their conviction. They still got me in jail. They still got bond money. You know what I'm saying? And of course, look, in a population of 70% white, when I was in jail, over 80% of the motherfuckers in the holding tank were black. So there's systematic aspects of it, but then there's still that part where it comes into like, where am I personally to blame? When I came to work that day, I was already agitated about something else. And yeah, it was self-defense. I didn't have to hit that nigga. I didn't have to, but I did. And I claimed self-defense. So I could have done something different. I played myself into a situation that's not designed for my best prosperity as a black man.
But so that was right off the bat choices that you made. You made the choices that led to that situation, and I can tell you.
Look, the thing is, look,
I've put a guy in the
I had a right
hospital
for
in
self-defense.
All right,
but I hit a white dude.
I just want to ask a question.
Even the security guards, they all said that the guy jumped in my face and put me in my eye. They arrested me because of his injuries and my criminal background.
Let me ask you and the brother a question. So now, if everything that happened, it was Metal Ninja action, right? So what about the other brother that punched him and the judges and everybody else that involved in locking him up?
I can't do his inventory, only my own.
All I'm saying is it's a time and place for everything. You don't win to it, you don't win. But my thing is I know karma's real, so one way that bitch gonna get what's coming to him.
Oh, he did. Look. He got punched in his fucking face. People think karma is like a hitman. Nigga, I remember one time, look, real quick, a motherfucker, I sold them some bad drugs, I forget what it was, and they came back to me and they were mad about it, and I punched the dude, and his girlfriend was like, you're going to get bad karma. Why'd you hit him? You're going to get bad karma. I said, I'm going to get bad karma. He's the one who just got hit.
And then you went to jail for punching another guy in the face.
No, I didn't go to jail for that. I'm just the messenger, nigga.
You're up on charges. You're up on charges, aren't you? You know, the same,
this
action,
two separate
same behavior, different results.
Two separate
now, wouldn't that be considered karma?
Nah, because karma is, people think karma is like, it's going to get all the people I don't like G's going to beat me up in the parking lot. Karma is simply cause and effect.
Yeah.
So I came to work that day.
Karma is what goes around comes around.
No, you bounce a basketball, it goes down, it goes up.
That's a basic thing. But if
you people think, look, when people think of karma, they think that karma is a hired assassin for their fucking their hit list.
No. Karma is a waiting list.
Karma is where you put in is where you get back. Is where you get out.
So who's gonna colonize the white? Who's gonna colonize the colonizers then? Karma, where you at now, nigga?
So I'm going to point out again that the vast majority of Europe is upwards of 40% African or Middle Eastern. In many parts of Europe, in many countries, there's 3 or 4 of them where their native inhabitants are the minority.
Hey, but you know what? Look, we do have karma did just kick in.
So we're talking about
Hey, Mighty. Karma came in the form of Kyle fucking Rittenhouse, nigga. Got 3 crackers, nigga. I'm fucking with y'all.
Colonizer.
Karma,
No,
karma
fuck it,
is in
man.
effect.
2 of them were pedophiles. Fine by me.
Hey, look, I mean, like me personally, bro, like I personally realized that there was something I could have done different. I didn't do what was different, but I learned so I can hopefully properly prepared next time that situation happens that I do have, I can weigh my options out a little quicker. You know what I'm saying? But that's
And
the whole thing about experience and learning and reflection. I didn't want to have to hit that dude. That nigga, I've never seen that nigga again. He could have died. You know what I'm saying? Like literally.
Well,
Yeah,
then I
bro,
would.
we already know that we have the power to how we react to things. The problem we don't know,
but
the
that's
things we don't know is that hold on, the things we didn't know is that we didn't know that we have also have the power, to react. I mean to to the actions that's coming towards us too, or the action that we take. Not only the reaction, but also the action or the
Yeah, that's
Hey, but
causes.
look.
We also have the power to these things too.
oh,
So we can't
Hey, but look.
we can't direct every conversation to how we react. We have to
Hey,
start
but
like
Ross, check this out.
looking into how we need to act.
Hey, but check this out, right? We were
so you
talking
can't
earlier
control
about.
anybody else. You can only control
Hey,
yourself.
we were talking earlier about the divine no. You know what I'm saying? And the divine knows like I'm not going to participate in what society's rules because they have those rules. And like one of our rules is like I have to worry about how fucked up it is in America for people like us. They don't like, but the thing is that only kind of like impedes my ability to fucking be me if I'm so worried about all this other shit. And yeah, it's difficult not to, but it doesn't mean it can't be done.
Yeah, rule number one for me is not to worry, but I know that it's certain things that I need to do and certain things that I don't need to be doing.
I mean, look, I hope the world cleans itself up and everybody becomes kumbaya. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. My main concern is, am I gonna pick up a drink or a drug today? That's how simple for me. My
well,
alcoholic mind, I gotta make it like that,
this
and
bitch
I win.
destroyed completely, and then
Well, bro, well, let me say this, bro. If that's your main thing for real, bro, then you could be doing, you could be really big, like big as anybody that you think that's big. If you already think you that big, because is that as easy it is for you to be doing, is that easy for you to go and tell other people that's on the wrong path, they need to stop, they need to be get on your vibe. You know what I'm saying? Because it's people that need your type of of conversation. Because but us as a collective is definitely way bigger things that we worry
Hey,
about.
but
It's not
look,
just that we
look,
don't
I'm
need
gonna
to be
say this.
drinking and to say other
But check
things.
this out, right? I'm gonna say it for myself, right? Is look, out of the OTO, I just got the one of the highest positions. I'm the first black African American, whatever the fuck you want to call it, convicted felon and sober member of the OTO. All those things to become the advisor for the head of the fucking entire OTO. Sabazi is the most holy and perfect illuminated king of OTO. I'm the advisor for him, right?
That's great,
So
my
check it out.
brother.
So check
That's
it out. So check
super
it out.
That's
Check it
why.
cool.
out. Check
Hold
it
on.
out. But hold up. Check it out. So because of
Go ahead, make
because
brother.
of what I bring to the table of sobriety, I have been able to create a fucking platform for outreach for fellow mites in the OTO that might possibly be suffering from anything like alcohol or addiction. But look, alcohol and addiction AA is only in the first fucking step. Everything else is about inner work. Everything else has nothing to do with fucking
No,
alcohol. Period.
no, let me say this. No, let me say this, bro. Let me say this. First of all, bro, I give you flowers for what you're doing, and OTO. That's great. You feel me? And that's why, and I expect you, I believe you, I expect you to be in that position. That's why I said, if you're not already there, before I finish what I was saying, I said, if you're not already doing it,
For sure.
but good that you're doing it. But what I'm talking about is us as a collective, as a whole, right? When we're talking about other things that we need to be doing, the conversation don't have to steer towards that. You feel me?
Yeah, but
Because
that's the thing though,
as a
bro. Like
collective, is other
as
things
a
we need to
collect,
be doing.
like making sure my bills are
I'm
paid.
agreeing with you. That's part of.
The
Listen, I'm
collective,
agreeing with you.
look,
That's part of it, though.
hey, but look, the
But go ahead.
collective should fucking pray at 12 o'clock or at is just like really so far away, bro, from everybody doing something together. We're already not doing something together. Together, the collective is at whole doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, and so I can't worry about the collective. Like for me, stop drinking and drugging and shit. You know what happens is I make the world a better place because I'm not a thief. I'm not conniving. I'm not out to fucking fuck your bitch and shit. You know what I'm saying? And steal from your
Again,
parents or
bro.
my own parents.
Again, my brother. Again, my brother. I said yes. We agree. That's part of the problem, bro. But I'm saying that the conversation don't need to be on it, bro. The conversation don't have to be on it as a collective, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the different portion, bro. We all over here, like you, that you said, you in a position, meaning that you you the top tier, like you the top cat. Like if we need to be talking, if if the not if we need, when the conversation is about that, you the top cat that we need to, that need to keep the conversation going. You need to be
But
in the
I
middle because they talk out when it comes to that. But also we need to pay attention to other people that's talk cat too when we're talking about other things. So the bill don't have to always look like we're going back and forth, we disagree with each other when we know that the problem is built. We're just looking at it as a whole, but we know it's different portions, it's different part of it. So we know we're not taking nothing away from that. You know what I'm
I, I
saying?
think
Yeah.
that, I think for the
as
collective,
long as
what
you keep approaching this as a collective, you're screwing yourself over. Because as long as you're worried about everybody else, you're never going to solve your own problems. And until you solve
that's
your
it.
own problems, until everybody solves their own
Let me
damn
say.
problems, stops worrying about everybody else's fucking problems and what's happening to everybody fucking else, and worry about your goddamn self. Once you worry about yourself and you solve your problems, and everybody just focuses on themselves and solves their own damn problems, there's going to be a lot less problems in the world because 99.9999% of the problems in this world are people with their own problems trying to project them out onto everybody else.
It's the vaccine thing.
So
If
solve
I
your
got
own
a
shit first.
vaccine, you
Get
shouldn't need
your
to
own
have.
house in order.
Yeah, look, it's
Let
like the
me
whole vaccine
let
thing,
me go
right?
with the brother right quick, man. Let me go with the
Go
brother
ahead, go ahead.
right quick, because uh I don't I don't know if you think that I'm going against what the whole thing is going. Again, I self collective is self. Self individuals is self, but collective is self also. So when we're talking about the ultimate power, we're not talking about it being uh, multiples. We're talking about it being one, right? Or am I tripping? Am I not tripping, or am I the
And
only
yeah, and
one
look,
that
I'm the
think
first
of it
person to
like
say
that?
we're all in
That
this
think that
together.
right. So if we all in this together, so your problem is my problem. My
Yep.
problem is your problem.
But
Reflection. But
I'm
still,
gonna
like you
follow
said,
that up.
fixing the problem within ourselves so we can be a better service to others. Because
That's it.
how you fix somebody else and you are not, you ill yourself. The hell?
That's the start of it. Yes.
Like, look, check this out, right? Is with the collective thing. We have these terms called society. We have these terms called public opinion. It's not flesh and blood. Nobody can show me where the collective eats for dinner or where the collective lives. It's an idea in our heads. But to have a overwhelming, the collective must do this is a mandate that
And
does not
at
give
what
a
point is the
person.
collective more important than me?
Yeah, how that's the thing. And I am part
When
of
it
the
comes down
collective.
to it, fuck the collective. I'm worried about me. The collective can go fuck itself. I'm me.
The
How
collective
the
is fucking
well,
itself.
the
Is
thing
that where
the thing I'm thinking,
Because
the thing my thing is, how can I worry about me without worrying about the collective, and how can I worry about the
you
collective
gotta
without worrying about me?
yourself
How
love others. Because if you do that, I thought, man,
I like
if love
I'm
got to
part of making the collective. Like,
serve
I'm
it.
part of
Well, let
making
it
the
finish. Let it
collective.
finish.
So how am I
Let it
separate
finish
from the
then.
collective? Oh, good, but yeah, right.
No, Unica, go ahead.
That go, man. You better love yourself first. You come first for everybody else. 'Cause you busy out here. Cause me, I'm a giver. I love giving. But you start giving out to my, like I had to learn the hard way. Cause I've been doing this shit since I was little. Plus, my mama was very strict and controlling, so she was telling me to be submissive to everybody, whether they was wrong or not, or whether they deserved it or not. So I was giving my love me attention to, though a lot of people that can fucking deserve me, like they're peasants worth to the love that I give. And that's why people get fucked over a lot. It goes in with business, everything. It starts with love, boundaries. You
Hey,
get
you know,
fucked over easily if you don't have strong boundaries and self love and know yourself. That's why it's a lot
Yep.
of fakeness and fuckery in this world.
hey, check this out,
Yep.
right? The
Can
Russian
I?
collective. Hey, hold it, Rob. The Russian collective, they wanted communism. They wanted that shit. The Queen
Yeah.
like,
See how that
yeah,
worked out for them.
that's how they got it.
Yeah, and then a
Can I?
hundred
All
million
right. So
dead
I want
Russians
to say
later.
this, right? I want to say this to the sister, right? And a lot of people that feel the same way, right? Because I used to feel the same way and think the same way. But I realized that if you don't have enough, you can't give. You know, if you don't have enough, you can't give. If you only have enough for yourself, then you can't give nothing. You know. But
All right.
when you
So
have
so a rich man and a poor
abundantly,
man show up at
hold
the
on, let me say
temple.
this right quick. Let me say this very quick. When you have abundantly, then you could give abundantly. That you
Yeah,
could give any a lot. That you know when you have unconditional love, then you could give. You could keep on giving, and
yeah.
nothing would take get nothing will take away from you. It's not
But
even gonna take away from you
It would
because
be easier
you
for a
you just had.
camel to thread the eye of a
it's draining
needle than for a rich man to enter into the gates of heaven.
when you
It
got a
would,
lot of narcs people around you. People that just want to suck on your energy, your time, that shit, and you ain't balanced, and you constantly giving. Yeah, I don't care how fucking abundant you are. And the motherfuckers are still just as abundant as you are to them. The more they pulling your shit away, your energy, your time, it is draining. It has
Yeah,
to be.
it's like God. It's like God, sis. It's like God. We keep pulling the energy. I'm using that term loosely. It's like God. We keep pulling, keep pulling all of us, and he never get tired. Oh shit, or it never say nah, man. I'm tired of y'all keep draining me, because it just have or it just abound. It just it's infinite,
so
and
I'm going to ask you
that's
that
why we need to be. That's how we need to be. But
because you were talking about not have if you don't have anything to give. So and this is a
I say
parable
if you
from the
don't have
Bible.
enough, then you
No,
shouldn't. If
If
you
you
only
don't have
have,
enough, so
I said if you don't have
if
enough,
you have a
yeah.
millionaire, if you have a millionaire that goes in and donates $1 million, and then you have a poor widow that gives her last dollar, who's given more?
it's not just about cash. It's energy.
But uh,
Currency is everything. Your
so
energy. You can be not you can be broke physically, but your energy is rich.
so again though,
Right.
and this is a question, and this is a
All right,
question worth
but to answer your question,
asking.
based on money, to answer your question based on money, I think
I'm
the
asking
one
which
that
one gave
give
more,
that don't right. I'm asking, and I'm
because
answering.
that woman
You
gave
gotta
everything
listen.
that she
And
had.
I think,
That last dollar was
hold
everything
on.
that
All
she had,
right,
so it might
listen.
only be $1, but
And
that was everything to her compared to $1 million to somebody who has everything that's nothing.
I guess
So that man with a great
I
deal
think
of
that
money that gave a
woman.
great sum of
that
money, he
motherfucker.
gave nothing. That woman that gave that single dollar gave everything.
And you're basing
Well,
this all
that.
on money.
I don't think that's
Sure,
true. I don't think
money
that. I don't think.
Peace out,
I don't.
mental
I don't
ninja. You
think
don't
that's
know,
true. I
bro.
don't think that's.
and
I don't think
food.
that's reality.
Peace out, broski.
But I'm saying you have a so if you have a person with a whole lot of money, a whole lot of wealth that gives a large amount of money away, but it's only a small fraction of what he has. And then you have somebody who has nothing. That's that last dollar to their name. They have nothing else. They're living on the street. They're a bum. And they give that last dollar to their name to somebody. They just gave that person everything they have. That last dollar, that's worth a hell of a lot more. If you've never been homeless and you can't understand how much a dollar can really be worth, and I'm saying this from a position that I am 2 months behind on rent. I can't afford my bills. I've been out of work for 2 months. I have literally $2 bills to my name,
Are you trying to say
and I got a kid to take care of on
That's
top
a
of this.
Christian. That's a Christian mindset. That's a
that
Christian mindset, bro. I don't.
Same person.
I don't accept that Christian mindset, bro. I don't think like that. I think I would never give somebody my two eyes and hold on,
Yeah,
I would never give somebody my two eyes and walk with a stick. If anything, I would give them one eye and we both gonna have one eye. You feel me? That's what that's me.
I'm
And
on
that's
this
right there. That's reality. That's
good.
genuine. That's love
Even
right there. But I would
be-
never give them both and then stay with my ass with nothing. That's ignorance. That being ignorant.
yeah, because you have to make a living, man. You gotta do. It's either live or die. Your choices, man. Don't be fucking out here getting broke on purpose on some bullshit. On motherfuckers.
Hey, it's easier for a camel to thread a needle than for a rich man to enter through the gates of heaven. I ain't saying it ain't gonna happen. I'm just saying it's gotta be one pretty
Give
camel.
everything. I even been in the homeless position. I've always been a fucking giver, but I ain't finna be no fool no more. I'm too wise to see what the hell going on out here. A lot of motherfuckers will play your ass for a fool if you let them.
Oh, absolutely. You shouldn't just be foolish with yourself, but if you see somebody else, so this is something that my grandmother taught me. Charity is a grace. The fact that you can do something, even if it's something small and insignificant, the fact that you can do anything at all for somebody else is a blessing in of itself. That you are able to, that you are in any, even the most marginally slightest different position better to be able to do something for somebody else, you are blessed. Even if it's only tossing a bum a quarter, that you have that quarter to toss that bum is a blessing.
Yeah, pure heart. Yeah,
No,
good. For
not if you're hurt, that at all. Just to have that quarter in the first place when that bum doesn't is a blessing.
yeah,
For you to have the time to be able to go and say work at a soup kitchen, that is a blessing. That you have these things at all, and it's what you do with these blessings that you have. Charity is a grace. To be able to be charitable is a grace in of itself and a great blessing. And with all blessings, blessings are to be shared. You don't keep blessings to yourself. And I'm not saying go out and throw away your money on people or anything like that. I'm not saying let people come up and be fucking bums off you all the time. You know, if I had to give $1 to every bum where I'm at, I'd have been fucking. I'd never have money ever. So that clearly is not the point that I'm trying to get at here. But it's understanding that you have a lot more blessings than you think you do.
for that you.
People sit around focusing on the negative, and I'm actually going to suggest anybody who's still listening on here, uh, go on out, look up Thomas Sowell,
Yeah,
S
he's
O
real. He's a
W
real
E
one.
L L.
Mighty, you put me onto some of his videos too in the past.
Yeah,
He's a real one.
one of the greatest minds of our generation. If I would
Way before our
argue at
generation, but
least
he's
top
still around.
five. He's still alive at 92 years
Yeah.
old,
He's
93 now, I think,
92.
actually.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn. I never knew he was that
and this is
old.
a guy that came up from like real fucking poverty, fucking down south Georgia, where they didn't even have hot running water in his house. And then he went to serve for 4 presidents. Yeah, Hoover Institution fellow, senior fellow for the past 50 something years. You know, he's got about 2 dozen books on everything from economics and race relations to photography and history. The man is absolutely brilliant. One of the greatest mathematicians, economists, philosophers. Uh, that more people haven't listened to him is an absolute shame. But the
He's
point that
real.
I'm getting to with this little rant here and pointing on to him is I think he can say it a lot more eloquently than I can, or at the very least, um, I think it's a lot easier getting it from a YouTube video, more acceptable maybe, than from a flesh and blood human being. But he presents a lots of facts and a lot of evidence and a lot of very good supporting arguments for his stances. And So this is like what Mental Ninja was talking with Manly P. Hall, and this goes into Buddhist philosophies and all this stuff as well. What I was saying, it's all individual choices, and you can look at culture and you can look at the choices that we make determine what happens. Um, you know, and when you work off of feelings and beliefs and not facts and reason and like empirical evidence, that there's problems. And so especially with like even on this level that we're talking about here, where it's like, if a millionaire gives away $100,000 and a poor person gives away their last, we can sit there and say, well, that $100,000 or whatever is a greater value in of itself. But then again, that's all subjective. That's a very subjective viewpoint, because for that millionaire, that $1,000 isn't going to be worth anything compared to that poor person. That would be worth everything. That might be more money than they've ever seen in their life. And of course, that $100,000 is going to go a lot further than that one, though.
This is how I see it. That depending on that person's heart, because it's all about if that person is a good person or just demonic. That person that gave away that last dollar could have been a person. The way I see it, you giving and stuff. The Creator knows, the ancestors know, your angels know. They got your back. It's about your attentions and not just your decisions, your attentions and your heart. Like I said, it really that's that person's last dollar. They still gonna eat regardless. It ain't like they give their whole soul away. Like you saying, like that dollar was depending on their soul. They like, no, they still got their soul. That soul is more worth than that damn dollar.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I tell you, like the way I'm built, I'm just a dude where I'm just an automatic giver. You know what I mean? I don't know what it. I know a lot of people look at me like I'm crazy. A lot of my friends that walk with me on the street sometime, in downtown areas, we see a lot of homeless people and shit. The things I do, sometimes they'll look at me like, "Yo, Pre, you're fucking crazy." I'm just
Well,
always giving. Like I'm just a person. I look at that person like me. You know what I mean?
I'm a
Because we're
exactly,
stars.
that's it. And that's what I was saying earlier. Charity is a grace that you can even be
Yeah.
charitable at all. That you even have that within you
I'm not
on
doing it
that
for
level.
nothing to get back. I'm not doing it to get anything back.
yeah,
Because
you
Because
trust
I
me,
don't
I'm
I
the
don't get in
exact same way.
contact with a
I don't
person.
value money.
balance.
Yeah.
You can
It's just
still
a
have your
thing,
heart
bro.
giving from yes. I love giving. It makes me feel good. It's
Yeah, I
feels
love to
great
see people
vibe.
happy, man.
It's
But
not
then again,
giving
it's a
to get
drug.
to getting
Yeah, it's
something
like a drug
back.
too.
It
Back.
is. No, yeah, because when you give away things and you get that, it's like when you click the like button on YouTube, you get a little pop of dopamine in your brain when you
That's
do things
giving.
like that.
Yes.
Well,
And so
shit.
that's
Now
the
that's a
same
little.
thing. It's the same dopamine that when you
No,
take
Mighty, we're gonna go
cocaine.
into a little debate again, Mighty again.
I'm just saying that when you do things for people that make you feel good, it produces a dopamine just like drugs. Yeah, dopamine is the same thing that cocaine works off of.
I don't give to give for the feeling. I'm just saying that it does make
It's
the person.
just a natural thing.
Yeah, it's just something natural. You're a giver, you're a
That's the
giver.
way the world should be, man. That's what I'm saying. Even down to my last, like a close friend of mine, to my last that I have. I
But
ain't gonna lie to you.
in my
That's the most that'll kind of bother me a
giving
little bit,
that
but I
last
still
damn
do it.
dollar you have, if you giving it to the person that fucking deserves that last dollar you gave it to, and are they gonna be there in return to have your back when you need it?
Use that for the better of it. And it's like,
I've always
yo,
been there for motherfuckers, and then when I need it, nobody be found. There's no one.
yeah. Sometimes life sets it up that way. Sometimes it's not even them that's not trying to be found. Sometimes life sets it up that way for you, maybe to learn a lesson or see how you react to
No,
this
But
situation,
yeah,
and if you're
no.
gonna make it better of it.
Like I'm always give. Like I love giving. Like that's just me. I'm a natural giver. It's no problem. But you get tired at some point getting being taken advantage of. Motherfuckers want to play. Ooh, it requires boundaries, man. Boundaries.
I
Well,
did a
that's
live
why I
stream.
never loan anybody money that I don't expect to see back.
That's what I'm saying now. I did a
If
live
I'm
stream in
going
the
to loan
past, right?
somebody money and they'll be like, "Oh, I'll pay you back," I'll be like, "Yeah, sure, cool, whatever. I don't expect it. It's nice." If I'm
So
going
I
to
did a
give
live
somebody
stream
money,
like way in the past.
I'm just going to give you money. If you say you're going to pay me back, it's nice if you do. If you don't, whatever. And if someday I need it,
Man,
well,
yo,
and you
even if
don't follow through, okay, whatever.
bro, bro, this is the
Still
thing
wouldn't have
about me
changed what I
now,
did.
Mighty. I'm built so differently than average person. Like even with me, like even if I know this person is a person that won't give back, I know that about them, but I
No,
see
that's what
them
I'm
in a
saying.
fucked up position and I know they won't give back.
And you
I
still give
still gave.
my
I
part.
still gave. That's how I am, bro.
Absolutely, because I've been in that position where
Just
I've
to
been in that
show, just
position
to
where I've needed
show,
something.
just to show an example. And I didn't care for because yo, I've been in positions where I helped somebody. I gave this example like 2 years ago, maybe, or a year and a half ago on a couple of different panels. I said, yo, there was a time when I took in somebody who didn't have nowhere to stay. He's a close friend of mine's, like growing up in the same neighborhood and this and that, but we weren't close like that. But we just grew up in the same neighborhood, high and by type friendship. And I took him in. I took him in to the point he didn't have to pay rent for damn near 3 months, 4 months. He accelerated a lot of money within those 4 months. And he got himself to a starter point where he can start his career now. Now the tables have turned where I was in a bad position. Like a year later, after that, a year later, after he left out after those 4 months, a year after that, I was in a bad position where I was on the street and shit like that. That nigga passed me. He said, "Yo, Pre, Wagwan." And that nigga knew I was in a bad position. I had nowhere to go right now. That nigga passed me and said, "Wagwan." Didn't give me a helping hand or nothing. Yo, stay up. That's the last thing nigga said to me. Stay up. And I didn't beg the nigga. I didn't say, yo, remember when I did this for you? Yo, you can't do this for me? Nothing like that. I just let him go. You get where I'm coming from? And you
Yeah, I
see
don't
when
expect nothing back from nobody individually. I just know I'm going to get it. I, I,
right, you're gonna
my
get
ass
it
has been
anyways.
bailed out by people that I didn't know. I literally had a person who barely knew me from a hole in the wall take me in and
And
put me under his roof.
that could have been because of your good deeds. That's what I'm saying. When things happen to me now,
That's
that's why I
exactly what
get
I'm
out of
saying.
it.
I had the
It,
same experience, Mighty. Yeah.
it's because it's not the people that you help that should be helping you. It's like to pass it on. And one of the things that he said to me, when I'm like trying, like, I don't know how I can ever pay you back for this. I'd be sleeping on the streets right now. And he was like, "You want to pay me back? Next time you have an opportunity to do something for somebody else, remember
Yo, but
this.
Mighty, you see one thing about me now? I'm a person.
That'll pass it on, as they say." And
One thing
I've
about
lived
me,
by that
Mighty,
every minute of my life afterwards.
I'm a person, even if no matter how much I give somebody, I still don't like to take things from people. I don't like to take things from people. I have a lot of pride about me, and some people say that that's your weakness. You have too much pride.
Oh
I'm
no,
a
I'm the
person.
exact same way.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
like to take
terrible.
money from people. People offer me money sometimes. Yo, Pre, this is for you. Remember when you did that for me and shit like that? Yo, this is for you. Pay you back in double. And it's like, yo, I don't want it. I'm in a position where I need money. I need money right now, but
So
I don't want
I've
it
come
from
up.
you.
Here's what my bit is. This is what I found is my middle ground for dealing with those situations. I give them 3 opportunities to back out. Like, hey, I got 20 bucks for it. Are you sure? Yeah, man. Hey, take the 20 bucks. You positive, man? I'm cool. He's like, no, take it. Okay, that's 3 times a charm. I try to be polite and talk you out of it, but if you're still going to be giving it to me after 3 times of me saying no and you're still offering, I'm taking it. I got enough pride, but I like to eat.
Yeah. It's my
And
fuck
that
up
goes
too.
across the board. Like I had a buddy many years back. He was in a bad spot. His bank account was seized for some child support thing. He wasn't making the payments through the right way, and his wife said, or his ex-wife said that he hadn't been making payments when he had been. He'd been like sending them to her through like money order or some shit like that, and not like legit. And so she denied that she'd received anything from him, and they froze his bank account. So for like 2 3 months, I was floating him his rent money.
Oh, because she was fun.
And he was a computer programmer, so he made a copious amount of money, but he was also a hardcore alcoholic. Then they paid him every other week. So he'd blow through his paycheck in the first week and then not have any money on the next week and just be like, yo, I don't have any money. Can you help me out for food or something like that? I'll be like, yeah, I got $100 I can toss you. And then he'd get his next paycheck and give me 200. And I'd keep saying, hey, I'll take my $100 back. You don't need to give me the two. Oh no, and just same exact thing. After 3 times, it's just like, okay. I tried to be nice. I tried to be polite. If you're gonna, shut up and take my money, I'll take your money.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like fuck, man.
But I always give them a chance to back out, and that lets me keep my pride in their face.
Yeah.
They get to save face on themselves in case they were just trying to be polite. It's like the same thing if I go out to eat with somebody and they like offer to pay the bill, and it's like, whatever you want to eat. Are you sure you want to make that statement? I want you to stop and think very carefully if that's the phrasing you want. Order anything. Do you want to put a dollar amount on this, or I will take advantage of that statement. If I'm out to eat and it's just like, oh, go ahead, order anything. Oh, I will. But I'm always going to give them the opportunity to back out. Like, are you sure you mean anything? Do you really mean anything?
Yeah. I come to a point like I'll give you something, but I won't lend it to you. I won't lend you anything, but I'll give you something, but I won't lend it to you. I don't lend anything no more, but I'll give you.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Or I'll say, hey, I'm lending this to you, but I don't expect to see it back.
Yeah, you already know it ain't come back. Anytime you lend something out, that shit ain't come back.
Yeah,
Right, niggas is
I've
built.
got maybe 30, 70. Got lucky. I know I'm terrible. I have books from people straight back to fucking 5th grade.
Good shit.
I was terrible. I've been banned from so many libraries. Just go in, take out books, and it's like, yeah, I was gonna bring them back, and then like I just kept them. I think I owe one library someplace like $500.
Oh shit.
Yeah, thankfully they never report that to the credit agencies. So, except New York City. New York City will report that shit to the fucking credit agencies. Don't owe money to the fucking New York library system.
I like proving with example, bro. Like those are examples right there. Like you know what I mean, showing proving through action. Don't have to speak much. Is learn and see how you are. Learn through body language, and you just doing action, just giving. I think that spreads a long way because I've seen people change off those actions.
Yo, man, you got to be the change you want to see in the world.
Right, in the words of Elite Project.
Well, that was Nelson Mandela on my end, but
Yeah,
be that
be the
change
change
that you
you want
want
to
to
see.
see the world. That's how it's one of my mottos of life, man. I am the change that I want to see. I am the type of person. Well, okay, I'm not going to go that far. I don't want a whole lot of people like me in this world. That's a terrible, terrible thing. One of me is bad enough, if we're going to be honest. But I want real people. To the extent I want people like me, to the extent that they're real. I want to be around people that are honest. I don't care if you agree with me. Hell, I actually prefer people that I disagree with. A lot more entertaining. It's no fun sitting there agreeing with each other, let's be honest. It's nice, but it's not much fun. as long as nobody gets butthurt about it afterwards.
And
You can
Blue,
disagree.
right? And what she said, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You got $2 to your name, but you can pay for the internet to be on. My point.
Oh, that shit's included in the rent that I haven't paid in 2 months.
Man, shit. I gotta pay that shit separate.
They can't shut that shit off on me.
No, I'm just saying. The person said that you talking about the person gave the last dollar. How do you really know that though? Just because that's what they said?
Well, she's making my comment that I was saying earlier that I've got $2 to my name,
Mm.
which, aside from a couple of quarters for my laundry tomorrow, is exactly correct. I have two $1 bills that are the last U.S. currency to my name. I am deep in the red on the bank account that I might not even be able to have available to me. So I don't even know if I'm going to have a bank account from which to receive like my unemployment check if I ever fucking get it because my old job's fighting me on it. Oh, well, I mean, I'm going to get that money. If it takes me 6 months and a fucking court appearance, I'm going to get that fucking money. But that could be 6 months down the road, and until then, I'm trying to take care of a kid on $250 a month. So I'm
Child
not going to
support.
have internet next month. I'm not going to have my utilities. They can't shut off just yet. But no, everything that I can pay, I've had paid. I don't even have a full tank of gas. I've got a quarter tank of gas.
Yo, Mighty, you gotta stop that fucking cooking channel ASAP.
Yo, I'm trying, man. I was trying to get it done. Fucking what was it? Thursday, and there was a fucking 101 shit shows trying to get that taken care of. But I think I've got everything squared away. I'm going to try and get a couple of things fucking shot on Monday.
Start that shit up quick, bro. Like ASAP. Like
Yeah, trust me,
fast
I'm
money.
trying. But at this point, I don't even have the food in my house to be cooking with.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
at the
You gotta
very
set
least,
up the
like I've
fucking
got
cash
food in
app.
my house, but it's like I need that for me. Like I need to be feeding me and my kid with that. And
Gotta
it's
set
one
up
thing
that
to be
cash app.
making a show because I can eat that, yeah, but
This is startup money for the food.
yeah, I'm very limited on my options for getting this rolling right at this moment.
I'll do that fucking. I'll do the banner for you and shit. That's what I could do on my side.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
Do
Uh,
that banner for the channel, bro.
Not right now, but at some point in the near future, I can send you some shots of my food because that's like 90% of what I have on my phone for pictures is just food porn.
Yeah.
That's what we call it in the kitchen. Just when you go around taking pictures of all your plates, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a real sexy steak right there. I'm taking a picture of that. Oh man, I'd put my dick in that chicken. Boom.
Oh,
These are words that have been said on the kitchen line. If you've ever seen waiting, that shit's real. Don't fuck with the people who handle your food. Don't piss off your wait staff, especially if you're at some place where they're all getting paid at like 12, $13 an hour because their job doesn't matter that much to them. And the managers don't give a shit either.
Fuck.
I have seen testicles in soup. I've seen somebody bust a nut in somebody's food.
oh. Okay.
It- This
Are
this
you
this
serious? Are you serious?
I'm dead serious, man. There was one guy at one place I
Madness.
worked with that. So
Mm-mm.
I had a
That's
personal issue
madness.
with this guy for like legit shit. That this guy is scum of the earth. I would have killed him if it like it crossed my mind on several occasions to just walk out to the bar and stab him in the face. And so, in order to not go out to the bar and stab him in the face, I had some fun with his food. But he was an
Bro, a
absolute
man busting
scumbag,
a
scum
nut
of the earth,
inside
and
your food, bro? In a restaurant?
You had some fun with his food. Oh no,
In a restaurant?
it's disgusting.
yeah,
What did you
dude,
do?
what? You don't know what goes on under those aprons. Why do you think we have them?
Bro. Yo,
Dude, I've
yo,
seen some
Ricardo,
shit, man.
man.
16 years in kitchens, from fine
Holy shit.
dining to literal, like, ghetto, working in the Ninth Ward of New Orleans in a fucking tent after Hurricane Katrina, in a spot where the police would not go, where National Guard roamed like Fallujah. Rats the size of dogs, not small ones either.
Those New York rats.
Militant pigeons,
That's
like
nice.
legit militant pigeons. There was one of them that their leader had a second head growing out of its eyeball. So it was like that little, what was it, Guado from Total Recall, where the original one, not the remake, where he's got the little mutant baby coming out of his chest. It was like the same thing, except a little pigeon head coming out of a pigeon's head. And yeah, had to keep them from dive bombing the kitchen. And like we had a rat kill counter up on the board, but like World War II and whatnot, where the fighter pilots would be shooting down the Germans and put up the little iron cross next to their name. Yeah, exact same thing, except we put up a little Mickey Mouse head.
So that dude had hatred for the dude that he did that to,
Oh yeah,
for the person that he did that to.
oh yeah, it would have been absolutely. He was the type of person that, if you had killed him, you should have gotten a medal. Like there should have been a special like Nobel Prize for killing this guy, preferably slowly and painfully. And I'm not a violent person, but there are some people who just deserve this shit.
So people ate the food in the restaurant the same way. You seen them eat it?
Oh yeah, I saw that guy with a mouthful of jizz. Jizzburger, baby.
Yes, that's
Fucking
turning me
love
off
that
right
shit
now.
too.
Fuck, like that's making me like scared to even. I mean, think about that shit.
So look, 99% of the time, unless you like fuck with the staff, unless you make yourself a fucking problem at like a shenanigans or a Chili's or something like that, unless you're like fucking with the staff and like making their lives miserable and causing problems for them, it's not an issue. But if you're somebody who knows somebody at that kitchen and you have an issue with them, like if like your wife's stepbrother or something like that, or your wife's brother that doesn't like you is working at the kitchen, you might not want to eat there. Especially if he's really polite about you coming in and like he hates you all the rest of the time. Like if you had that brother that it's like he sees you and he's like, go fuck yourself. Your wife's brother, and he just doesn't like you. But then when you come into his kitchen and he comes out to the table, he's like, hey, how you guys doing? Hope you enjoy the food. Yeah, you probably got a nut in that shit.
Karma's gonna
Or
come
something
back at
like
that
it,
nigga
man.
like a
Spit in
bitch.
it, fucking.
Karma's gonna fall on
That's
that
how they like,
motherfucker.
man. You don't fuck with the people who fuck with your food. You don't fuck with the
Nah,
people who handle your food. The
those
cardinal
people
rule
will
of the
learn
food industry.
something. Someone will come back to him heavy. Like that's craziness, bro. I'm telling you, that is madness.
Well,
I,
this is
I
why
mean,
you should
I heard about the
fucking.
spitting. I heard about things like that, but it's like you talk about you talk about like cum on a nigga's food.
Yeah, just go into the walk-in real quick, rub one out. You got a little
That's
portion cup,
crazy,
slap it
bro.
on there.
That's
Yes,
mad. I wouldn't even do that shit to my worst enemies.
this is some foul
That's
shit.
why you don't work at a kitchen.
That's
It
crazy.
takes a special type of asshole to work behind the line, especially like in a real place. I'm not talking about, well, actually, McDonald's. You probably, yeah, you have more to worry about the fucking company's food than you have to worry about the people working there doing anything to it. Shit, if anything, them fucking jizzing on it would be giving it a nutritional value. Yeah, no, like kitchen industries, especially like back in the day, it's not like it so much now. But again, I started in 20 years ago. and I've got 16 years experience, and I've seen some shit.
Yeah, that's madness, bro. Some people out there is, yo, their mind is corrupted, man.
There was one place that I knew. Their special dish, like the most popular dish at this place, and this is like a high end spot. Was this the main ingredient was MSG. They literally had like gallon jars of MSG that they would scoop into it.
That's why I like those restaurants where you can see the people cooking your food, like they right in front of you, see them what the hell they doing to your food. Mm-mm. And don't piss nobody off. That is that. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what. Hey, yo, be polite
But
to your wait staff and tip.
yeah,
Give a little tip,
there got people
just a
who
tip.
and automatically they don't like you and they'll still do some fucked up shit. There's no difference from a bitch hating on you, don't even know you. Well, you don't know nothing, about them, but somehow they know you. I think they know you, but still, either way, it's not safe. Best to just cook your own shit, grow your own stuff. The best way to be.
Well, shit, there was a study done back in the 80s where it found out that the percentage of people that worked in food service, particularly like the higher up you went, the higher the percentages went. But on average, the number of people that worked in the food service industry that were either psychopathic or sociopathic was about the same as the average prison population.
Wow. So they purpose people. Oh goodness.
So what it is you need to be a special type of crazy to work in a kitchen. It's a very antisocial environment filled with a bunch of type A personalities in very high stress, high speed, angry situations. I've had plates thrown at me. I've had knives thrown at me. I've thrown saute pans at people.
I don't
Like
want.
I have watched people get into fist fights on the line. I
I
have been in fist fights on the line.
had no more stress on today day. Hell no. I know they dealing with my food too. I want to be calm
So
and
this is like
get
especially like it's not as bad as it was nowadays because you got like the Food Network has really softened it up. You got all these fucking pansies in here that think they're going to be the next Emerald Lagasse or the next Rachel Ray. And I hate to fucking break it to you, chumps, but you're not going to be the next Emerald Lagasse. You cannot do enough coke to be the next Emerald Lagasse because that's how that man made his money. Cocaine, doing lots of cocaine.
yeah.
So like the kitchen industry is not a place for normal people. If you like sunshines and bubbles, if you like having a life and human interaction, that's like
So imagine all that unstable, that negative frequency, bad vibration, and these people are cooking your food, so their energy is already tainted with your food. It's not just the food itself; it's their energy too. And then you
well,
wonder,
look at veal. It's seasoned with sorrow.
man, that's the price you pay for just to have a good meal, a delicious, like
And these are the people that like you're dropping a live lobster into a boiling pot of water and giggling about it like a little schoolgirl when you hear the screaming sound it makes, which isn't actually it's screaming, it's the steam escaping from the joints of its shell, but it does sound like it's screaming. Yeah. So yeah, no, we're a bunch of high functioning sociopaths and psychopaths. Pastry chefs are the worst. Like pastry chefs and bakers, it is a special type of fucking psycho that does that job.
on some of those on those TV programs. Like I used to get like when I did watch TV. I some of those cooking shows would come on the program, and then I look at the people's eyes, and it's like I can see their demon. Like it didn't reveal itself fully, like it's full form. Just tell.
Oh yeah. No, that's definitely a thing.
That's one. I just don't do with TVs no more. Because now when I see, I just literally see the demons in the people, and I just I prefer not to watch TV. That's why I don't have no TVs in my house. I watch a movie and get on my phone, but even sometimes
Chinese need to
You
cook their
guys
own shit.
know,
They start making their own shit. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
grow your own shit
like
and
I
then
said, I'm
buy
getting
the
that
shit.
show together. Monday, I'm going to be doing potato leek soup. Oh, that's right. I've got some chorizo I should do something with. I should that's I should double check that. I can do some good stuff with chorizo and rice. I've got plenty of chicken. I think I'm going to do some pad thai.
Yo, I'm gonna take a piss and come back, yo. Y'all hold on, man. I'll be
Yep,
back,
don't
man.
hurt yourself. So yeah, no, I definitely got some recipes that I'm going to be putting up over this next like week or so. I'm also going to do some stuff on equipment, like picking out a knife, maintaining it, sharpening, fun shit like that. Yeah, Unica, Ghetto Gourmet. That's going to be my new cooking show here coming up.
hey, just follow the link. I'm there.
Yep, Ghetto Gourmet, 5-star dining on a food stamp budget. So yeah, I'll have word out around once I actually get the videos up and get the shit rolling. But I was gonna try and do it on Thursday, but then I couldn't fucking get my camera to work right.
Mm.
And then I got pissed off and I just made the food that I was going to make. And then as soon as I sat down after, making my food, I go and my camera starts working.
Wow.
And it's just like, son of a, and it was a little thing that in all the troubleshooting that I did, like it was the one thing that should have seemed really simple to me at the time that I didn't do. And it's just like, man, I fucked myself.
Mm.
And then I've got to teach myself how to do video editing because I am not techno savvy.
Mm.
But hey, where there's a will, there's a way.
Right?
Oh god, I hate not having beer.
Mm.
Oh fuck, it's 4:12
412,
in the morning.
313 in the morning.
Uh, I'm gonna have to be calling it a night. Wait till Bree gets back.
Yeah,
I gotta like try and go out for job interviews and shit tomorrow.
I'm gonna get off too because I'm behind on my work that I'm supposed to be doing. But I'm still getting.
Yeah, plus I got my kid and all that shit, so that's like the big thing.
That means you're not gonna get much sleep.
I'm an insomniac. I rarely run off of more than 4 or 5 hours a night, anyways. Just I didn't get any sleep last night, and I was trying to take that melatonin too. Didn't do fucking what?
Dang.
And yeah, Blue, with that selling meals on Facebook, I'm pretty sure first off that's horribly illegal. If the health department finds out, they'll probably fuck you up. Um, yeah, so, I mean, I don't know. There are some places that allow you to get licenses to put food out of your house if you have like health inspections and all of that, and a lot of extra certifications and expensive insurance and shit. You can do stuff like that, but it's not recommended from a legal standpoint. because that's like a great way to go to prison. Yeah, what are you in here for? Oh, I stabbed a guy. No, what are you in here for? Armed robbery. What are you here for?
Oh my
Sells
goodness.
food on Facebook, motherfucker. Hardcore. And that's when you get rolling. Okay, I'm calling tonight.
Yeah, Mighty
Yo,
said
you
he
done?
up
Y'all know,
Yeah.
Mighty.
and go too.
Y'all know, Mighty. You do your work, man. You put work in and shit, man. You done know, man. We'll link you already know.
We're going on 4.5 hours just for this. Holy shit, man. I gotta start fucking syndicating myself.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
should try and see if we can get like a podcast like Joe Rogan or something.
Oh yeah, sooner or later, you know what I mean? We'll do that. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot, you know, in the sense where meeting up and all that stuff. You know. Yeah, we'll
Fuck it,
do it.
man.
We'll do it. I believe we can do it. I know the times we're living in is pretty rough, but we can do it. Anything's possible.
Well,
Still,
it's either that or we rob a bank at this point.
you know, I'm down.
Oh, don't even get me started. Well, the truth is,
I'm
you don't want to
honestly
rob a
like
bank
literally,
anymore.
bro.
Banks
Like
don't have
you
any
know,
money.
hey,
You got to hit up an
hey,
armored
money
car.
ain't that important
That's where
now.
the real money's at.
I hit a lick a lick that matters at this point. Something that's gonna, petty cheese. Something that's gonna change your life, change the life of niggas that you're moving with.
Yeah, no, and I wouldn't be able to rob any liquor stores around where I'm at. They all know me too well.
I know, man.
I'd go in there with a gun, try and hold them up, and they just laugh at me like, "Dude, are you serious, man? Yo, here's a signal. Have a nice day."
Yeah, I appreciate you though, Mighty. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man, it's always
Yeah,
good chatting. Always
you my
good being
brother. You
on
know what I
here.
mean? Is one of the only niggas I could spar back and forth with, and we can, still be brothers. One of the
Oh
only
yeah,
niggas,
man. Like
one
I
nigga
said, I
Mighty.
love people that I can disagree with.
Mighty,
Uh,
you truly are mighty.
I try. I try indeed. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and other as the case may be. 2022, brave new world. Y'all have a wonderful day. Stay safe out there.
Yo, Mighty,
Peace.
don't know, bro. Peace out, brother. Appreciate you too, Unica, for coming up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you know me as usual. I might hear me late night when I'm knocking out. Might play a movie or something.
Yeah. You was trying to watch a movie the other day. I was like, you got
Yeah, I
me.
did the other day.
And then like 2 hours later, I was up and I was like, okay, you going
Yeah,
too? Because I've
I
been
was, I was,
working. Like, for real.
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's blessed, man. Putting the work and shit, man. Yeah, I end up watching a little thing, but
When did you watch, by the way?
like right around that time I sent that message.
I know, but what was you watching?
This movie called some movie. What's it called again? Fucking. It remind me of. It's called some blow. Start with a B. Blow. Some kids on some skateboard kids and shit like that, and one of them like was homeless and shit like that, and one kid like came from a fucked up parent household, and he looked up to one of these kids on a skateboard. I forgot what it's called, man. Watching that movie. It was like a reality type. It was like drama, a little bit of suspense in there, but I forgot what the title was though. I'll probably tell you a later date.
I would have
Sorry, I
looked
got to tip my tongue right now.
at the name of it.
You know what I mean? It's like a teenager type movie, some hood type movie. You already know, man. And appreciate all the people that came through.
You said what?
Oh, you got this nigga. Wow. Somebody in the chat blue dissing the shit out of me. What the fuck I did this nigga? What the fuck? Damn. It's funny, yeah, shit. This nigga called me a bate boy and what the hell, bitch? Real for real, what the fuck? The hell did I do to this nigga? This nigga don't even know me from a hole in the wall like that. He called me them type of names. Like, what the fuck? The hell did I do to you? I don't like real niggas. What? Hold on, let me read this message. Yo, Pre, you're a bitch. For real, for real. You don't like real men who have opinions. Ha ha. I've unsubbed. You ain't like me, so you got that wrong. Bliss and power, brother. You call me brother. You call people that's Batiman brother. Somebody that you just call a Batiman your brother. The fuck you want? This nigga like dissing me? The fuck out of here. The fuck is this nigga? I had a disagreement, but pre like Bate boy. DW, I'm in UK. Don't be scared, pre. What the hell this nigga talking to? This niggas like you, I don't even have to deal with in my life no more. I just try to like stay away from niggas like you. You see me bring any negative energy on here since I've been fucking doing open panels? Unless I'm by myself talking shit. I don't even talk shit about nobody. So what the hell are you on my ass? Something wrong with you. Something wrong with your brain, motherfucker.
I'm
The hell
good.
I do to you? I don't even call your name. I don't even know you like that. If anything, I just give you respect. You was on this panel a couple times. Nigga named BLU Blue. I ever disrespect you? No, get the fuck out of here, bro. I ain't even gonna. Yeah, fuck that. Get this guy out of here, bro. I ain't gonna block nobody. Spare this nigga. Like, you call me names for no reason. I ain't do nothing. I think some people like look for a loophole to try and find something to complain about. Looking for things to complain about. I even did shit to you, bro. What disrespect did I ever do to you? That's the thing. I haven't disrespected nobody ever since I did live streams. I never called nobody's name. My panel's open to anybody that want to come on. I don't discriminate. I don't do nothing to people. Left you in the back chat. I can't see if I yo, that's my apology. I can't see when every time when somebody comes through. If I see it, I put people on. You see me right away when they're in there waiting. I press add to the stream. If I never seen you, hey, my bad. If that's what you're getting pissed off about, that's some little kid shit. You're on some little kid shit. If anything, you could just type in the chat and say, yo, I'm in the back, add me. If I'm missing it. I'm always alert where I see that the red button comes up where somebody's in the back or whatever waiting to come on. I don't disrespect nobody. So what the hell you disrespect me in the chat? And I'll block your ass right now. I just fucking took a wrench off it just for that. Still spirit. Still loud niggas. The hell you called me a bot to boy and bitch and all this shit. And you don't even know me. I could literally go off on you. You don't even know my change. You ain't been watching me how long I've been on YouTube. What the fuck you calling me names for? You left me in the back chat for time. You left me there for time. What the fuck? I don't see nobody in the backstage sometimes. Like right now, somebody can be in the backstage right now. I don't know that. There's no fucking thing popping up where I can see that somebody's in the back. I don't have high class devices, eh? I'm using my phone right now. I have a low cricket. What is this phone called? Some bullshit phone. Low trap phone. I'm using an old school fucking Mac computer from 2012. Like, spare me, bro. Spare me that shit. It's not like I disrespected you. If I left you in a back chat, that's not disrespecting you. I never call you names outside of your name. So don't do that to me. I'm a respectful person. I'm very respectful. Don't do that, nigga. Motherfucker. If I'm supposed to call you out of your name and keep doing it and doing it, you'll be regretting that you ever called me names. I'm not like that no more. So don't do that with me, motherfucker. I left you a message in the back chat. Yeah, I'm reading the message. How you calling me fucking names for? I don't like real niggas. What the hell you know about real niggas? I grew up on real niggas my whole life. What are you talking about, bro? You don't even know where I grew up. The fuck are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. Just cause you do UFC and shit like that, you think you're a real nigga. Just cause you got shot, you think you're a real nigga. Just cause you did pen time, you're a real nigga. You know what fake niggas I know did pen time and did more years than you, and they're fake as fuck. You know which people I know have been shot the fuck up and they're fake as fuck? Watch how you're talking to me, bro. You don't know me from a hole in the wall, so be the fuck quiet. What the fuck you talking about? Calling me bitch and all this shit. I never call you a name in my life. I don't even know you like that. I just started building with you like damn near a couple weeks ago. Like, come on, bro. Never disrespected you one time. I have open arms for anybody. I don't care about your life stature, bro. As long as you're trying to make a difference now in your life and you're trying to disrespect me like that, I think that's why you're trying to disrespect me. You're trying to take my kindness for weakness. And I hate motherfuckers that take people's kindness for weakness. Don't do that with me, bro. I ain't gonna block you. I'm gonna leave you. I want to see what more you have to say about me. Niggas calling my name.
What the
This
heck?
nigga don't even know how much people call my name on their live streams about your life. You think I'm about? You think I'm a gangster? Get the fuck out of here. I'm too grown for that shit. You can live that gangster life you want. Brag about pen time and all that shit. And streets and all that shit. Get the fuck out of here. You didn't catch me brag about nothing. I don't brag about nothing. I'll tell you my life. I'll tell you stories and shit like that. I don't brag. I
But
don't brag and boast myself. Like that makes you real. This is what this nigga is saying. I'm gonna leave that message up too. This is what he's saying. Nah, block me. Yo, take your anger out on those other people in the true community or conscious, so-called conscious community that you have problems with. Don't take your anger out on me. Please. I don't have nothing against nobody. Don't take your anger out on me, bro. Go take your anger out on who you really have a problem with, not me. I know I ain't the person you have a problem with. So please just leave me alone. Let me be. I ain't that nigga, bro. I'm not that nigga. Trust me. I don't know what you're talking about, streets and all this shit, and come see me or whatever the hell you're talking about. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, the Joker is one of my favorite cartoon characters. Damn right, I'm very identical to Joker. I ain't a snake though. I don't call people out their name. Just watch who you're talking to, bro. Go take your anger out on who you have a problem with and leave me alone. Leave me out of your internet politics. your your true conscious community politics. Go take your anger out on who you got a problem with, bro. I know you don't got a real problem with me because I never did nothing to you. I never did shit to you. Never violated you in no way. If I fucking didn't catch you in a back chat or you're waiting backstage or nothing, I'm so sorry. At the end of the day, as soon as you jump on the stream, I add people. As soon as they jump on, I'll add them. If I know who they are, I'll add them. I add you on everything. If anything, bro, I didn't see you probably whatever time you're talking about. Probably didn't see you. Don't get mad at me just because of that. Don't call me a bitch and this and that because of that. This guy, I missed that. Really? That shows how immature you are. I'm not immature like you guys, bro. So don't mix me up with your conscious community bullshit. Leave my name out of your shit, bro. You don't gotta come in and chat at me like that, bro. The build was going so good so far. It was only, if anything, why don't you just come on right now and say what you have to say? Just come on the fucking stream and tell me what you have to say. I'm not hiding. Like, what the fuck? I'm not do that even. I don't even raise my voice no more. I don't even raise my voice no more. That's how much I'm fucking growing as a person. I don't even get mad no more like that. It's a waste of time. I've been through so much with conscious community people calling my name on their platform and this and that. This nigga is calling my name in the chat for something that's so soft. What the fuck? Where did that come from? I'm so surprised. I look at this guy like he was cool. He was on the bill with us like last time and this and that.
Wait,
Look at him like, yo, he's a cool dude. He was even here, Unico, when he was on here. Like, what the fuck?
that's him.
Yeah,
Wow.
the dude from the UK
Yeah, I thought I heard him talking on the
or wherever.
Yeah.
Guy we're in the UK, the dude from down there. You hear the accent in there. That guy. I don't know why he's getting mad at me for it. I never fucking disrespected him. You heard me one time on the build when he was on here disrespecting him? Come on. What were we doing, bro? What are we really doing? Bro, you must be on your liquor or some shit. You must be on something why you're fucking coming at me like that. Weird shit, bro. Weirdos in this true community. Niggas just coming at you from all angles for no reason. You know how much fucking enemies I have in my life? You would trust me. BLU Blue. You know how much enemies I have in my life? You wouldn't want to have the amount of enemies I got, nigga. I came from that. I left that life alone. Okay, it's not worth it. Anytime I ever been in wars and shit like that, it was always me against a fucking team of niggas. Yeah, one strap, that whole 6, and I had a couple in my pocket, a couple lead in my pocket. You don't even want that, bro. Yeah, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. I don't want that life, bro. That life ain't for me. I live a spiritual journey. You can live that life. Go argue with who you need to argue with and leave me the fuck alone, bro. And if you don't leave me the fuck alone, the spirits that's going to fucking guard my ass. I know that I'm trying to leave that shit alone. You don't want a nigga like me, bro. Trust me. Get the fuck out of here with your street shit, your street politics, or it's not even street politics, it's internet politics, conscious community shit. Why? Because I might rock with 1, 2 niggas that you don't like and that I never knew that you don't like or whatever. Who cares? You think I give a fuck? Don't want to let me up. How can I don't see you? Like he's saying, don't want to let me up. Are you waiting to come on the panel right now? I don't see you.
I just click the link.
Thank you. Put the link, Unica, if you have it, the StreamYard or whatever. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't see nobody trying to come up. That's not my fault. I'm using an old device, bro. I'm not using high. You don't see my fucking video quality? It's blurry as shit. All I see is back chat. I see things in the back chat, like the red thing on the back chat. I don't have this shit. So I don't know what the niggas calling me, but I don't want to let you up and all this shit. What is he talking about? Like, get the fuck out of here. You're the niggas that's trying to like draw me out for nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
It's in this stream chat. It's not letting me copy and paste it.
I had my iPad earlier, and the shit was dying. It was down to like 5%. That's why I went on this thing. If I go on the iPad, maybe I can see it. But I'm making that shit charge right now, bro. I don't want to be fucking going back and forth to devices and shit. Cause you see, my quality was better earlier. So don't get on me if you don't know my life situation. That's how I know that niggas don't grow like I. That's how I know. I don't care how much shit you went through in your life. You didn't grow up like me, bro. You're not even living a life like me. You're good. You're good where you are. That's why you can speak like that. The fuck out of here. You're calling my name, call me a bitch and all this shit. What the fuck this nigga talking about? I don't like niggas like that, bro. I don't like niggas like that. Yeah, and get the fuck off my channel too then. Fuck. Hell, you on my small little channel here. This little small channel. Why are you here then? If you don't like me. The fuck? Never did nothing to this nigga, you know. Nothing. I never do nothing like that. I'm not even built like that. Anything I ever said about somebody or did to somebody is because they did something to me first. So when you hear me talking like this, look what he said in the chat, bro. You don't see me replying. I'm not a keyboard gangster. You're gonna see me keep replying in the chat and all that. I go on panels and I ask them, what were you saying about me now? That's what I do. Ask anybody about me, they'll tell you the same thing about me. I go on panels and I say, yo, I fact check niggas. And they don't even let me finish fact checking because they're so scared or they don't want to get caught for their lies and shit. So they make everybody fucking bombard me. 6 niggas against one. Just like in the streets. If I go through wars in the streets, it's never me one on one. Just like when you're in a ring, blue, when you're in your MMA or your UFC fights, how it's one on one. Yeah, I go through real wars in the streets, motherfucker. It involves fucking bullets. The hell out of here. You don't know my life. I left that shit alone. So don't bring me back in that shit. Go take that shit on one of your niggas that you have a problem with in the true community. And I heard y'all niggas talking on the last build. You never see me try to make it a worse situation. I try to fix this scenario and try to get back to the topic. I'm not into that little kiddie games. Like, stop that shit, bro. Y'all grown men. You're grown men, bro. You're in your 30s. Like, you're grown people. Are you still on this little kid shit? Like, come on, bro. It's a joke to me. We're talking positivity. We're building here, and niggas is calling you bitch and all this shit. Yeah, this other nigga earlier that came on here with his faggot talk. I had to block his ass since the moderators were so scared to do it. Get the hell out of here. Telling you, man. I'm like the coolest. I'm like one of the ill, like the most chill nigga you ever meet, bro. Kind hearted. Why the hell you? That's why you're coming at me, because you know I'm kind hearted. That's why they're coming at me. You know I have a kind heart, but really you don't know that I'm a savage. They don't know that. So they feel like they know you, they can call you names and shit. You know what niggas that did that shit to me in the past on true community platforms? They would have never said that shit to me in the first time. But the minute they start building with you and start feeling you out and shit like that, it comes a time where they feel like they can call you out on shit. Which is not even important. They just look for things, little stupid shit to call you out on. A lot of you niggas take kindness or weakness. You feel like you know somebody, now you can talk to them how you want, not knowing that they're the same person that you met in the first place, that you wouldn't have said that shit to when you first met them. I know a lot of niggas like that. And that's how this nigga sound like that right now. And I'm thinking this nigga's a real nigga. I look at this motherfucker like a real motherfucker. Be blue, BLU. Get the fuck out of here. About bitch. The fuck out of here. Stop sending fucking messages to my freaking private chat. I don't want to read your shit. I'm not even reading the next 6. I see 6 in red. I'm not even reading that shit. Tired of clicking back and forth to screens and shit like that. Yo, fuck that. Come on the panel and say what the fuck you want to say. If I was on the next device, I'll put a link in right away. But I'm on the phone device, which is a little bit different. So I gotta look how to put it in and all that. I'm not into that right now. Plus the fucking stream's almost done right now, so I'm not even into that. So I say, yo, just guard your energy. And you see me talking the way I'm talking and stuff, I don't even get it twisted, because it could be a lot worse. You was up there. Yeah, I don't see no link. I don't think he's getting what I'm saying. I think you're brain dead. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm on a phone that's very cheap. Yeah, you want me to admit my lifestyle? Is that what you're trying to do? Make me look stupid? I don't see no addition. I don't see no way to add you on this device. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, I see back chat messages or a chat where it says chat.
All you have to do is click on the link.
I know you see me. Yo, you got enough talk. You got enough talk. Now he's telling me I got enough talk. If you wanted me to talk, if you really want to hear that talk, I'll be dissing the shit out of you. I don't even do that no more. So don't even say I had enough talk. You obviously don't know me. Yeah, I just read it. The fuck? I don't see nothing, bro.
How did you get on the last time we were live? You do the same
I
steps.
was on the iPad.
Uh,
I was on another device. iPad's charging right now. I'm tired of. I don't even want to put the iPad up right now. I'm pretty sure it has enough juice to go on that right now. But I'm not even trying to put it up because I don't want to gotta go in there and then take this off and this and that. I just want to just close out the show the way it is, bro. Like fuck. I don't know why this nigga's bringing fucking drama over here, bro. Go bring drama somewhere else, bro. The fuck you bringing drama over here? But I got enough talk. Are you drunk? The fuck? You see me talking to you normally. The fuck you mean if I'm drunk? You must be drunk, calling people out their names for no fucking reason, for some stupid shit. And even if it was a reason, it's some stupid shit, some kid shit. Oh, you didn't add me to the stream, so that's making you call somebody a bitch? That's making you call somebody a bate boy? What does that have to do with faggotism because somebody didn't add you to their stream? The fuck is wrong with this nigga? And as I said, I didn't see you, bro. The fuck, yo? Get to take that shit somewhere else, nigga. Stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with nice, kind-hearted people, bro. Go take your shit out on somebody else, bro. Go fight somebody else. Go shoot up somebody else. Go get shot by somebody else. Stop fucking with me. The fuck? This nigga just bringing drama your way. I don't even know this motherfucker like that. Yo, shout out to everybody that came through though same way. Shit, my shit won't go all the way up now. If I stayed on the one device, it would go all the way up. But because I switched from the like 3 different devices throughout the build, I went from the iPad to the Mac to the phone. So I'm gonna read what I can see. Sunset Gift, you done know. Thank you for coming through. Uh, I can't put the shit on the screen on this device. Doesn't look like it. I can put your shit on the stream. Yo, you already know Unica's up here. Uh, Malak, I think the name is Mollachh. Enough respect for coming through. Melanin Sun, done know sis. Salute. Big Dog Philly OG came through. Big ups. Loose Screws, done know. Peter JR, that faggot that came through talking that gay talk, I had to block his ass. Some weirdo, some weirdo shit. Mental Ninja, he down there carried the bill with Mighty. Mighty, you already
Melon.
know Mighty, much love to you. The Mental Ninja carried the bill basically. Alan Crooks, man, OG, Alan Crooks. Shouts to Alan Crooks. Lorenzo, Lorenzo. New channel, Root Words 1. Okay, Root Words, respect for coming true, man. I remember you, Root Words. Been a long time, you know.
Huh?
Fucking, who else came through? Raw Set TV, peace, bro. You help with the build too, man. 'Cause it wasn't for y'all, I'll be fucking talking. You know my rants and shit like that. I'll be talking. Much respect to y'all, man, for helping with the build, man. Bronze King, Bronze Flat Power God, Broski. Y'all know, man. If it wasn't for Bronze Flat Power God, man, after you niggas, I wouldn't know you niggas. Rashad TSL, Flat Motherfucking Power. You already know, Rashad. Love you, bro. Bonnie Long. What else you got? Yeah. You know, much love to everybody, man. Came through on this build. You know what I mean? And I'll even say there's a lot of stuff we spoke about, and there's times I want to inject, but I just say fuck it, let it go because it's so powerful. I didn't want like my voice to ruin it. You know what I mean? But like I always say, when we was talking about karma earlier, I always say that like sometimes you might do something to somebody negative, and what you get in, you put out. What goes around comes around. But sometimes just because you robbed somebody, or just because you downplayed somebody, doesn't mean that your karma is going to come back in the same form of what you did to that person. Your karma could come back around in the sense of financial situations. Your karma could come back in the form of you losing somebody else or somebody who's close to you, like your son or your daughter, going through situations. You know where I'm coming from? Karma comes back around in different ways. It doesn't have to be exactly what you did to that person. You know what I mean? So that's what I was gonna add to the equation, but I just wanted them to keep going because the bill was nice and powerful. So that's what I gotta say on karma. You know what I mean? Remember, karma has to do with generational curse also. It doesn't have to be like with a self individual situation. You know what I mean? You could also, what your forefathers, maybe with your direct parents, your grandparents. I always say this shit multiple times. I couldn't tell you how much times I said this shit. It could fall down on you. So when somebody's disrespecting you like this nigga Blue is doing to me right now, that could be my karma. You know where I'm coming from? And that spirit is just in him to test me out. So maybe the way he's going right now is my karma for something I did. You know what I mean? He probably doesn't even know that. So much love, same way. And hey, still love this nigga Blue, but fuck that. Nigga call you out on what your bullshit. Just know to clear the way. I never did none to this nigga, but hey, maybe there's something I did in the past to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I want to clear up on that. And much love to everybody that came through, man. And much love to you, Unica, again. Giving that feminine energy, balancing it out.
Yeah.
The feminine
And
energy is so
the same,
powerful,
like,
they take heed and listen.
huh?
I'm saying you got a powerful feminine energy where they'll take heed and listen, where you could equalize the equation, even if you're one woman up here, you know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
four or five other niggas you can still, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. This is the second live that I got on it. And
Yeah. Damn, I can't even put shit in the chat right now. Shit. So I gotta open that shit. I would love to put like links right now for y'all to get in contact and all that, but shit, maybe next stream,
uh,
Uh, and this shit dies. This shit dies when you have a lot of people on it. And it's going on for like 4 hours. That shit's gonna eventually that battery's gonna go down. And it's like shit. I gotta charge it and go on another device where I can't send
no.
links out. So next time I'm gonna try to send them out ahead of time. Oh man.
Love you, Blue.
Yeah. And I love him same way still. Love him same way. You know what I mean? Hey, I love my enemies, nigga. So you can come at me all you want, but you really have nothing on me. That's the thing, because I never disrespect you in no way. And if you have something on me where I disrespected you, fucking play back the audio. I don't give a fuck. I know I didn't do shit. Even when I'm drinking and smoking heavy and all that shit. I'm civilized, motherfucker. So you call a real motherfucker. I don't like real motherfuckers. That's saying I don't like myself. Yeah, I love myself now. There was once upon a time where I didn't love myself. Yeah, talk to a real one, Blue. Yeah, I ain't a fighter either. I let my weapon speak for me because I know I don't start shit with nobody. So this is my philosophy. If I know I didn't start something with somebody and they're bringing me bodily harm, I have the right to blow your head off. If I see you in person and you're trying to bring me bodily harm, I can blow your frame out 'cause I didn't start the shit. Yeah. And the gods will work with me in my favor, whether it's ancestors or the most high, will work with me in my favor. I didn't start shit with people. I never start shit. I used to. So maybe that's why I'm paying for shit now. From when I was like in my early 20s and late teens. Yeah. Just know that. Don't get confused by the voice and because I'm a slim nigga and a little bit of a pretty boy. Get your head blown off in 3 different directions, nigga. Fuck with me. I tell niggas that all the time. If I know I didn't start shit, don't fuck with me. Yeah, weapons are for pom poms. No, it's not. Because if I know I didn't start nothing with somebody, if I'm going about my day, if I'm going about my day, I'm just going to work in the morning or coming from work, and somebody's fucking with me, I have the right to blow your frame out. That doesn't make me a pussy. That just makes me cautious because I'm not trying to go through injuries. Every fight I ever been through, every brawl I ever been through, I just got injuries where I couldn't go to work the next day. And you're fucking with my money at that point. I couldn't perform the next day because of my injuries. So you're fucking with my money at that point. And when you're fucking with my money, you're fucking with my life. When you fuck with my life, you're fucking with my loved ones too. Yeah. So don't fuck with people then. Don't fuck with people. Don't bother people that's not bothering you. If I didn't bother you, why you bothering me? You're the pum pum. You're the fake one. Why are you fucking with people that's not doing nothing to you? Now, on the flip side, if I know that I'm the one that started it, best believe I'm not going to use no weapons. And if I fucking take a loss, if I lose the battle off of something that I started, I'll hold the L. But if I didn't start nothing, using a weapon don't make me no pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Your logic is weird. You have a weird way of thinking. You don't know fucking laws of the streets. Get the fuck out of here. What the hell are you talking about? If I didn't start nothing and somebody's trying to bring bodily harm to me, and this is my only form of money right now, and I didn't do nothing to you and you're trying to hurt me, get the fuck out of here. Best believe I'll blow your frame out. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. What is this guy talking about? You don't know nothing. You're a weirdo. You're those guys I gotta watch out for. You're on your liquor. That's your problem. You're drinking some hard liquor right now. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop fucking with people that don't that just going about their day and they're peaceful people. I'm a peaceful person, bro. What are you talking about? You think you know how much injuries I suffered in my life? You think I'm trying to go through more injuries in my life over some bullshit? You damn right I will blow your frames out. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of here, nigga. If it's the opposite, the vice versa, if I started it, that's a different situation. There is no weapons going to be involved. I'll take the L if I started it. But I don't start shit. I don't start shit with people. I don't do that. So know what you're talking about before you talk to me, because I know the codes of the streets. I know laws of the streets. I know every blood clot law of the streets, nigga. I know everything about the streets. Don't talk to me, nigga, about fucking rules of engagement and shit like that. I know about rules of engagement. I know about all that shit. You don't know about it like that. I could tell. The hell out of here. What are you talking about? Pum pum. Calling niggas pum pum and bate boy and bitch and all this shit. Get the hell out of here.
No.
The fuck out of here. Them niggas that try to talk patois just cause you was born in Jamaica and this and that. And try to bring back fucking patois. Yo, talk how the fuck you talk. You know people do that down here where I'm from? Niggas try to talk like they're Jamaican just cause their parents are Jamaican and just cause he was born there. Yo, talk how you talk. Like be who you are now. It ain't about where you're from, it's where you at. Be who you are now at where you're at. The hell out of here. I ain't talking hard either, because you never heard me talk hard before. I could tell you never heard me from 3 years ago or 2 years ago or not even a year ago. You just heard from me. You just heard of me. You don't know me. If you knew me, you know, I'm guarantee you, if you knew me damn there a few years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, you wouldn't be talking to me like that. You'd be hesitating before you type that sentence in. Telling you, be careful, bro. Watch who the hell you talking to, nigga. Niggas talk like they're hard just because they're fucking. Hell, bro. Those niggas I know, just because you're born in Jamaica, you try to keep your accent up and all that shit. Get the hell out of here. No, we didn't even say that. This guy's niggas calling me names and shit like that. And at the end of the day, too, damn there, if you ran into me them times, too, I'll be making the fucking fun of you right now. I'll be fucking using you for a billboard right now. I'll be dissing the shit out of you right now. I'll make fun of you right now, bro, like crazy if you knew me the way I was before. And I could tell you don't. That's why you're so quick to say things how you're speaking right now. Because you seen the kindness in me. You seen the change. Now, you didn't see the change. You seen who I changed over to, but you never knew the change. Everybody that I dealt with in the past, they're all soft when I dealt with them in the beginning. Until I find something in them where I can talk to them in a good way. We can talk good peacefully. And then you see them. Eventually they start to take your kind of sweetness, like, yo, Pre is cool. He ain't even like that nigga that I thought he was. Yeah, yeah. And they can start calling you names and shit. That's how you niggas is built. I ain't built like you niggas, bro. Talk about real niggas. You know the fucking niggas I grew up around? You know the block I grew up around? You know what Jane and Finch? Ever heard of Jane and Finch, nigga? The fuck out of here. You don't even know about that. So I laugh at niggas too. That they don't even know about them areas. They don't even know about North Side Jane and Finch. Even the South Side is gritty. The hell out of here. Yeah. You talk about fucking me being I'm on weed and liquor and all that shit. Hey, bro, you better be glad I'm on my liquor, because that's why I'm able to just talk the way I'm talking now. No, because if I was sober, I'll be dissing the shit out of you. When I'm sober, I don't take shit from people when I'm sober. You don't know me when I'm sober. That's why I drink and smoke. When I'm sober, I'll fuck you niggas up. Physically and verbally, and bring it into action. I back up my talk. Get the fuck out of here. Nigga. Fuck you dissing. How you calling a bitch? Pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. I'm glad you're on the sub too. And stay on the sub. I'm fucking coming over here and fucking calling my name out. Nigga. All I ever did was give love, bro. Fuck you niggas. You don't like niggas that give love. You take kindness for weakness. That's what you niggas do. But I was in the back chat. Now I was in the back waiting. You never add me on. I didn't see you. No fuck. Yeah, you could talk that shit. Cause down there where you are right now is probably daylight, probably broad daylight. Down here right now is down there 5 o'clock in the morning. People are still sleeping. So I gotta be quiet, motherfucker. Stop riling me up. You want to see me riled up. I didn't start shit. So when I didn't start shit, I can do what the fuck I want when somebody disses me when I didn't start shit. I could be a snake if I want to. The fuck out of here. Half you niggas, true community motherfuckers, is little pussies, bro. I don't give a fuck how much you guys don't like each other. You know, I should play that song too. Breakups to makeups. I forgot who sings that song, Breakups to Makeups in the 70s. That's what you true community motherfuckers are. You break up today and then a couple months later you guys are vibing again. Weirdos in the true community. Yeah, fuck you too. Why you got no fight? Fuck you. Go fight in the ring, motherfucker. Go back in the ring and fight. And stop fuck with me, nigga. Hell you he talking about? I got no fight in me. Fucking weirdo. Ain't gay guy. I ain't got no fight in me. I got slugs in me, nigga. Yeah, got lead in me, nigga. The fuck out of here. Yeah. 5-shot German. You know about that, nigga. The fuck out of here. 2032, nigga. But you got all talk. You don't know about talk. Into action. You just think you're just used to niggas talking. Come and fuck with me and you get your fucking yo. I'm gonna incriminate myself on here because that's what y'all niggas want me to do. You be talking all good now. Real talk. Go get a life. I'm coming off here. It's all weird. Trust me. You will go mad on here. Take care of your mind. Eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Good luck. Now he's talking that shit. After calling me a bitch and all this shit. For no reason. Call me a bitch and a bati boy for no reason. And a pum pum for no reason. Pum pum. Like, Jamaican terms. Like old school, late 80s Jamaican terms. Pum pum. Like, what? Guy's a weirdo, bro. Weirdo. You made the mistake of calling me that name in the first place. Never call me a bitch and all that shit, bro. I don't. If I didn't do nothing to you, don't call me no bitch, bro. I didn't do shit. The fuck I did to this nigga, bro. This nigga been typing a while too. He been typing a while.
I don't know.
You will get there. You think I give? This nigga think he knows me, you know?
This is
You
good.
think you know me, bro? If I wanted to get there, I'll be there already. I would be there already. You see, when people like you like share the link out and shit like that, it worries me because you're bringing people over to my channel that maybe I don't even want to see. Have you ever thought about that? I never even talked about that. I just leave it alone. I'll say, okay, maybe he's bringing people over here to hear him. I don't care about fucking people come over here. Yo, bro, if I want to be a big rapper, I'll be a rapper already. I don't care about that shit. I'm a person. I'm very introverted. I don't like people seeing me and shit like that. I like to deal with the little bit of people that I have. It's nothing for me to have 2 people in the chat and still do a big build. I don't care about like having damn near 40 niggas in the chat and all that shit. If I wanted that, I could have had that a long time ago. It's nothing for me to link niggas that have been on their panels and tell them to send me the audio and repost it on my channel. Have you ever thought about that? You think I give a fuck about being somebody big? So stop it with, oh, I hope your channel grows. That's the last thing I heard from him. You was there, Unico. Oh, when he's leaving. Yo,
Yeah.
peace, brother. I hope your family, I hope your channel grows. That's the last thing he said.
Yeah.
That shows he doesn't even know me. Like he doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. You don't know what kind of character I am. I'm a fucking genuine person. If I wanted to be big, I would be big already. The fuck you know about me, bro? The fuck out of here. Get out of here. This nigga think I'm looking for like clout and shit like that. I did fucking big ass builds. I've been on big people's platform, huge platforms. I never bragged about it. Never even mentioned that one time on none of my builds or nobody else's builds I was on. All I gotta do is ask them for the audio and put their fucking link in it. You think I don't know how to fucking market myself? I never do it. I probably did it one time. Asked them one time. Didn't get a response and asked them again. And I can still just push him because maybe they've never even seen the message. Just like when I never seen you come on here. You don't see me fucking dissing them and calling them Bate Boy and all these names just because they never responded. The fuck out of here. Go back to your fucking UFC fighting, nigga. Stop fucking around over here, nigga. Go back to them other niggas that you have problems with and stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with good people. Last time he was on here with that next nigga, bro, what his name, Big O or whatever his fucking name is. You guys were talking about next niggas on my channel, and I allowed you to go, but I want to stick to the topic. And I said, let's get back to the topic. Y'all niggas was talking about other people on my panels. I'm a person, I don't like gossip. That's one thing about me. I hate gossipers. I don't like niggas that talk about other people behind their back, because I don't do that shit. I never talk about people behind their back. And I've been accused of doing that even though I never did that. I've been accused of doing that like on three occasions and never did that before. Niggas just did that to call me out, to kind of get me in the mix. I think I know you niggas. I know you niggas. He's saying I dissed Jamaica just now. Did I diss Jamaica? What is he talking about? He just said I diss Jamaica. Did you hear me? Why would I diss my homeland? Did you hear me diss Jamaica just now? I'm dissing you motherfuckers that try to fucking sound like you're prevalent in Jamaica right now. You left Jamaica damn there when you was a kid. You're in your fucking 30s, damn there almost 40. What the fuck are you still talking patois and that's not how you speak? Get the fuck out of here. That's what I'm talking about. You see me diss Jamaica? These are the niggas I'm talking about. They twist up words. They try to twist words up. Why would I diss where I come from? I'm born in Jamaica. Why would I diss there? What the hell are you talking about? Weirdos. These are the niggas I'm talking about. And don't think I'm fucking putting my heart and my spirit into this shit. Or the way you hear me talk right now, trust me, I'm not even mad. I'm just kind of annoyed of these type of people. You want to see me pissed off. You never see me pissed off. That's why you can get away with talking like that. You never see me pissed off before. What the hell am I dissing? You see me dissing Jamaica? I'm talking to you like you're idiots, because you're idiots. I'm talking to you intellectually. I'm talking to you idiots intellectually, because you're an idiot. Because only an idiot can call somebody a pussy that never did nothing to them. Only an idiot can call somebody a pom-pom that never did shit to them. That makes you an idiot. That's I'm talking to you like that. Get the hell out of here, nigga. Niggas you try to relive your past too much. That's what I'm saying. Niggas like you try to relive their past too much. Get the fuck out of here. I'll call you up. I'll call your shit out, bro. Anytime, yo, you're lucky I'm on my liquor, bro. Because if I was sober right now, I would be fucking making fun of you to the fucking never ending. You must be You should be glad I'm on my weed and liquor right now, my tobacco. Because I'll be making the shit fun out of you right now. You think I'm actually calling you names right now or and shit like that? Trust me, you don't know me. I will fuck you up like verbally, and I'll dare you to actually see me in person. I'll dare you. And you don't know me. Think I give a fuck if you can fight? Think I give a fuck? How much bras I've been in my life and that shit never got me nowhere. The fuck out here. I blow a leg off or something like that. So I'll pop, yo, I'll be nice to you and do a 22 or 32 to your shin bone. The fuck out here. Think you know me, nigga? Yeah, calm yourself down while you call me bitch and pum pum and bate boy. The fuck out here, pussy. Who the hell you calling a bate boy? You know how much names I can call you right now and make this shit fun of you right now? Make this a shit show? Better calm your shit down, nigga. Blue. Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah, you got big car, big car. Got 2 yards, 2 yards. Great children. I'm fit, healthy. Got land and pretty. You couldn't do much to me, to be honest. So I wouldn't bother with you. Thank you. Don't bother with me. That's in your best interest and not fuck with niggas like me. Don't fuck with niggas like me. I don't give a fuck how buff you are, how much cars you got, how much yards you got. That's what you boast about. I boast about how much fucking wisdom I got, nigga. I don't even boast about that either, to the fullest extent. I got way more wisdom than you, Blue. The fuck out of here. You think your materialistics can touch my wisdom? The fuck out of here. You think your 2 cars and your 2 yards and all this shit and your shit can touch my wisdom, nigga?
I'm dead.
You think your fighting techniques can fuck with me, nigga? The fuck out of here. I can make fun of you just off of that. I ain't gonna do it. You're a weirdo. You're those materialistic niggas, brainwashed motherfuckers. You don't even know about spirits.
You can have all that 1 minute, it's gone.
Yeah. Fuck with niggas like me. All that shit'll be gone, nigga. Fuck with me. I dare a man to tell me that in person. Call me those 3 names in person in my face. Bate boy, pum pum, and all those type of names in my face, and bitch in my face. And see what happens to you. It probably won't even be me that do that shit to you. If somebody else that's close to me hears you say that shit in my face, they'll probably do it for me. The fuck out of here. Because I would never do that to somebody in their face. I don't do that type of shit. Much less on a keyboard online. You're chatting the fucking keyboard online saying that type of shit. What kind of nigga are you? That makes you a real nigga? You're a nigga that got shot before. Them niggas must have been scared to aim for your head. The fuck you talking about? Them niggas that you fucking were with their pussies, cause I'll blow your head off, nigga. I'll pop your shit off, nigga. Don't fuck with me, nigga. You catch yourself. Don't fuck with kind-hearted people. That don't fuck with people. You ever hear me call people names online and shit like that? You ever hear me in a chat calling niggas pum pum and bate boy and bitch and all that shit? You catch yourself, pussy. Yeah, that's the only name I called you so far is a pussy. And I can call you much more names. Weirdo. Get the fuck out of here. You better stay with your cars and your big crib and your kids and shit like that. Yeah, stay with them. You got kids to live for. So stay with them and stop fucking with niggas like me. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, weirdo. Thinking niggas that don't haven't been through worse than you. You know niggas that been through like 100 times worse than me, and that had never been shot before. They never been shot before, but they've been through 100 times worse than me. Can you work your head around that? Can you work your head around niggas that never did pen time but been through 100 times worse than you but never been through the pen? Nah, you can't work through that because what you consider is real is niggas that did pen time and they got shot before, that served drugs. Because that's all you talked about in my stream, serving drugs when you was a big drug dealer and you used to make enough money. I got shot. He mentioned that multiple times. Got shot twice. My friend got shot in front of me. You know, all that shit that you talk about. And I never said nothing. Knowing that this nigga don't even want to hear my life story. This nigga think he been through shit. The hell out of here. Stop judging people, bro. It's because people don't talk about their struggles, don't judge them, bro. Yeah, you don't know me trying to talk hard. You think I'm trying to talk hard. I don't need to talk hard, nigga. As far as I'm concerned, what are you still doing here? You said you unsubbed. You said you're leaving. Damn, they're fucking half an hour ago. Much less maybe 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and you're still here. The fuck you still doing here? Yeah, you don't know my life, nigga. You don't know my life. My life ain't shit. I don't even talk about my life because I know there's enough niggas that been through it like 10 times, 100 times worse than me. So I don't need to talk about my life. I can just talk about life in general because I've seen people that been through it way worse than what you're talking about. I know, as far as I'm concerned, I know a lot of fake niggas that got shot the fuck up. A lot of fake niggas that did enough time in the pen. Did almost a life sentence in the pen. So shut the fuck up. I know a lot of fake niggas that made enough money off of drugs. So shut the fuck up. You don't know nothing. You probably brought people over here to hear life experience. That's why. Pussy. You're bringing people over here anyways. And people you brought over here are the same people I've been building with for down there 2 years, 3 years. Straight. On different panels. Think the people you bring over here is anybody new? This channel is supposed to be like a little backup channel where I don't have to hear from these motherfuckers, and they're here all of a sudden. The fuck out of here. I don't want to hear from these niggas. I'm good with just 2, 3 niggas in the chat, bro. The fuck you talking about? You think I want like 30 niggas listening to me? You think I'm about clout? I ain't about no clout, nigga. But shut the fuck up. You don't know me. I'm a genuine person. I don't care what you made of your life. I'm happy for you. Good for you. Stick to that. And stop fuck with niggas like me. I don't care what you do with your life, nigga. That's good. Those niggas that I grew up with and they're now rich right now. They're rich right now. And they forgot about me. That's good. I like shit like that. I like shit like that. It helps me grow stronger. It motivates me. I like when people turn their back on me because it motivates me. It's like how you did right now. I like shit like that. Don't bring them other niggas around here. Please, don't bring niggas around here. I'm seeing niggas in the chat fucking I didn't even fucking care about, bro. I'm niggas in the chat that niggas I rock with, they don't rock with them and shit that they're over here all of a sudden. Go fuck with them niggas, bro. You probably all brought that fucking Bate boy that was in here earlier. I had to block his ass. That's probably from you too. That nigga, Peter Jr. Probably one of your colleagues. Talking some dick in the ass type shit in my chat. The fuck out of here. Fucking nigga, bro. Like, yo, nigga, this nigga called me a fucking Bate boy for no reason. He called me a bitch for no reason. Told me I don't like real niggas. like pum pum and all this shit. Like what? I was confused. I'm rocking with this nigga, like thinking like, yo, this is like a real nigga, bro. I'm like, here, rocking with this nigga, bro. Look what it, look at that. It's like it just brought me back to my past, how I grew up. All the shit I went through just came back after this nigga called me that shit. And it's like, yo, I was just like rock with this nigga. Like, yo, what the fuck? Some weirdos out here. Weirdos. Cuckoo, cuckoo, niggas, weirdos. You think I'm on my liquor? This is just beer, nigga. You think I'm on my liquor? You couldn't see me on my liquor, nigga. You're lucky I'm on fucking shit like that. If I was on my liquor, damn there, woo. If I was fucking sober as fuck, it's damn there you're fucked. You're better off with me being in between, because if I'm too fucked up, you're getting it. If I'm too sober, you're getting even worse. So you're better lucky I'm in between right now, the way I'm talking right now. Because anyhow I caught you when I'm sober right now, I would dead you out right now. I'll call your shit out and I'll keep going, bro. I'll make a whole live stream about you, bro. I'm not even a dude like that. I'll just diss niggas like you. I'll fucking be calling you all types of names right now. The fuck you dealing with? Think I give a fuck about your mixed martial arts? No, fuck out here. I've been in bar brawls with bouncers that'll beat the shit out of you. And no fucking all that shit. That's real fighters. And we still won. We still won. How much fucking shit I broke in my body? Pussy. Never went to the hospital. Made that shit heal by myself, nigga. I went to oracles and natural ointments and treatments, motherfucker. You don't know my life, nigga. Check an oracle wondering how I'm still alive. The fuck out of here. See this face? This face that you see, bro? When you see my face? You know how much shit my face suffered and you can't even see it to this day? You can't even see it? That's how I healed, nigga. Like magic. Yeah. Heal like magic, nigga. Just know that. Fuck you talking about? Fucking aged like fine wine, nigga. I don't brag and boast either, and I should be. I should be. Not the wars I've been. You know what? You know what I was before I went to wars, nigga. Before all the wars I've been in, you know who I was, nigga. Oh, you know who I was with all the wars I've been through, nigga. Who you think you talking to, nigga? You have no clue who the fuck you dealing with. Fuck me being Jamaican. Like me saying his voice. Now I know how you feel, though. About me being Jamaican. You got me strange views. Stop drinking beer, you out of shape, Joker. Get a life. Goose your wisdom to stop you drinking and
What is going on?
Yo, this nigga, it's funny how he says Joker, because he has no idea that that's my nickname. He must know something about me for you to even bring up Joker, because a lot of people call me Joker. You know that in the true community, a lot of people call me Joker. I'm Joker, nigga. Yeah, this is funny. You think that's gonna phase me? That's a compliment to me. I love Joker. I ain't doing shit for me. You better come with something harder than that. You keep bringing up Jamaican, making fun of you because you're from Jamaica, bro. My whole family's from Jamaica. What are you talking about? My mother, father, my brothers is from Jamaica. What are you talking about? My cousins, my aunties, my grandparents, they're all from Jamaica. What are you talking about, nigga? You better shut the fuck up or you don't know what you're talking about. You better, you better, you better zip, zip.
Like, what
You don't know what you talking about. This nigga is still typing. Keep typing. I want to hear you. What more you gotta say? Come on. Give me your best diss. Now, come on. What more you gotta say? Blue. The fuck? Yeah, you know what? You know what? I should just like blocked it. I should just block them and just like delete the messages and just leave it alone and just yeah, but I'm in the mood. I ain't gonna lie, I'm in the mood right now to fucking enjoy this shit. I love niggas like this, bro. You see who their true colors are. They just come out, they come after you for no reason, out of the blue. Out of the blue. It's funny how your name is Blue. Cause you came for me out of the blue. And your name is Blue. Wow. This nigga just came for me out of the blue. And his actual name is Blue in the fucking chat. You say you have wisdom. Yet you're sat online drunk, talking hard, brother. LOL. How you wise but drink beer? What? Unica probably think I'm correct. You do sound odd. What effect does it have if you block me? I should have blocked you. I ain't gonna block you now because I talked on you for a little bit. I didn't say much. You damn lucky I didn't say much. I ain't gonna block you. I'm gonna leave you. I want to see you in the future. I want to see you talk more shit in the future. Hopefully I catch you when I'm sober, dead sober. Nigga.
I'm so done. Hey, Pri, I'm finna catch you next time. Later.
Alright, Unica, you done know.
All right.
Peace out, sis. Hey, y'all niggas crazy, nigga. Y'all niggas crazy for that one. What? You sound drunk. No, I'm not on YouTube anymore. It's fact. So I'll leave you to it. Shake my head. Okay. You obviously don't know me, nigga. You don't know when I'm drunk. You think you do. You have no idea about me, nigga. You have no clue, nigga. But as I said, bro, go take your anger out. That's on the next niggas, bro. Go take your anger out on who you actually have a problem with. Don't take your anger out on me, nigga. Go fucking fight with who you have a problem with, nigga. And don't fuck with me. Cause you don't know me. You accuse me of being drunk. You have no idea what I sound like when I'm drunk. I'm more slurring when I'm drunk. I'm more like fucking. I bring you to the astral realm with me when I'm drunk, nigga. Right now, I'm just fucking with y'all. Catch yourself, Blue. Out of the blue. Fuck with me out of the blue. Calling me out my name out of the blue. Yeah, block me. Block me, nigga. Block me. I don't give a fuck, bro. Now I'm just saying, you damn near lucky I'm not sober right now, cause I would fucking make a shit show out of you right now. Like, bro, you started this shit. I didn't do nothing to you. I looked at you like, yo, I had respect for this nigga. This nigga like called me out of the blue for nothing. Called my name out for nothing. Nigga called me all type of names. Nigga said bumba clock pussy, bitch, pum pum. What else he called me? The fuck? Son, this nigga, bro. They ain't do nothing to this nigga. I'm like here just fucking chilling out, humble as hell. Damn there a couple hours ago you could say I was kind of crunk, but damn there kind of wore it off after hearing these niggas talk. This nigga was dissing the shit out of me for no reason. And he has a lot to say. A lot to say. I'm like wondering to myself, like, what problem does he have with me? 'Cause I never disrespected him in the past. Like, what problem does he could possibly have with me? This nigga was said that he was in the back and I never added him on. Okay, maybe I never seen you in the back. You ever considered that? I don't got no high tech devices. I got the just iPad, but damn there is gonna run out after 4 hours. I didn't see you in the fucking back. You're saying I didn't add him on, so that's why you call me a bitch and a pum pum. And call me a bumbleclad hater and all this shit. Because I never added you on the stream because I never seen you probably. As far as I'm concerned, I think that's bullshit. I don't even think you was on the fucking stream, but maybe you was. I'll give you that. But don't call me no fucking names, bro. I don't call people names behind their back, even in front of them, if I know that they didn't start nothing with me. You started this shit, bro. You started this shit. So I can call you what the fuck I want to call you, and I ain't even call you names yet, other than pussy and weirdo. Those are the two names I call you so far, pussy and a weirdo. But you are a pussy and you are a weirdo because you're typing in the chat all this shit and making people see this shit. Fucking weirdo. This nigga called me all kind of names and shit like that, and he has no fucking basis to stand on. Why? Because I never added you on the stream. And you damn well know that every time you ever came on the stream, damn there was only like twice, 2 streams you came on. Every time you came, hopped out, I add you right back in. Maybe I didn't even see you the last time you tried to come back in. Why don't you fix your device? I got damn there low grade devices and I'm still adding niggas in. The fuck you complaining about? And if you're in that situation, I'm pretty sure other people was in that situation. They ain't complaining to me. It's because I didn't add them in. The fuck you complaining about? Doesn't that make you sound like a fucking little kid? You sound like a child. You call me a bitch and a pum pum and all this shit off of because I didn't add you onto the stream? Really? You know how little you sound? Fucking weirdo. You're a bitch. Yeah, that's a third name. You're a pussy. That's a fourth name. You're weak. Because if you were strong, you wouldn't be doing that in the chat. Thing comes out of nowhere when I'm just chilling, humble as fucking calling me names. You just did that because you're taking my kindness for weakness, little pussy. The fuck out of here. Niggas like you need to get slaughtered, nigga. Niggas like you need to get onslaught, deaded, pussy. You don't know shit. The fuck out of here. What are you going to do about it? You better stay with your kids in your 2 cribs in your car that you fucking brag about earlier in the fucking chat. Yeah, stay with them. Don't fuck with niggas like me. Cause I'll fucking Swiss cheese your car, nigga. In person. Just know that. Nothing ain't catching me. Yeah. Even if they listen back to this live stream, they ain't no fucking witness to say I actually did it. Pussy. Hell, this nigga talking to, bro? Bitch and all that shit. All you niggas can do is say that shit in somebody's. You can't even say that to somebody's face. Y'all make it seem like I don't got nothing on me. I make you say that shit to my face and pull out a little small little 22 and shove it up your fucking nose. And say that now. Nigga trying to diss me for nothing that I never even did nothing to this nigga. He's trying to diss me. The hell are you talking about? Oh, he's drunk. He's talking all this shit. I would say this shit if I was sober on a worse scale. If I was sober, I'll still be saying the shit I'm saying, or even worse. So don't think I'm drunk, nigga. You don't know me when I'm drunk. I've been on live streams drunk before, and niggas know me when I'm drunk. The hell you talking about? That's my nigga Garden of Truth. That's my nigga fucking Medieval Knievel. That's my nigga Bronze King. I've been on their live panels when I was drunk on several occasions. So they know I'm not drunk right now. What I'm saying right now, I'm tipsy though. Fucking weirdo. This nigga called me names for nothing. I've been so humble on this stream. Y'all listen back. Y'all niggas listen back to my stream and listen back to the other streams I did. You was them there on here like what 2 streams ago. Tell me if I was ever disrespectful to him, personally to him, or to anybody on the stream for that matter. The hell you coming on here fucking calling me names, nigga? You catch yourself. Go back to fighting and stop fuck with me. Ain't no fighting when you fuck with me. You better be ready for a gun shootout, nigga. Be ready for a fucking slug showers, nigga. Don't fuck with me, nigga. Yeah. Don't do that with me. I got a lot of niggas that took my kind of sweetness. You know how much enemies I got, nigga? Do not do it with me. I will hurt you, bro. Don't do it with me. Yeah. You think your little roundhouse and your little fly kicks and your little jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai and all that shit can stop me, nigga? You better kill me when you put one of those moves on me. I'll just come back. Hope you learned a lesson from this stream, nigga. You would have learned a harder lesson right away. I wouldn't even have to speak this much if I was sober. If I was sober, I would have stopped a long time ago after I deplete you. I didn't deplete you yet. You're lucky I'm on my liquor and weed, because I would have fucked you up, bro. The hell you calling me them names? I don't take that shit lightly, bro. Never take that shit lightly. Certain niggas like that other nigga was on here earlier when I blocked his ass. That was a faggot, a straight full-blown faggot thinking things like that. What the hell you coming up with this dick in the ass conversation in my chat, nigga? Get blocked. But for you, you was on here before. I know you on other streams too. I'm talking to you like this, bro, because you're a little fake fuck too. I mean, it only takes a fake fuck to say things like that. The hell you talking to? Bro, you need to catch yourself and yo, make sure yo don't do this to nobody in the future. Stop doing it. If that's something that you do on a regular, calling people names when you figure out they're kind people, taking kindness for weakness. Catch yourself, nigga. And don't do that to people in the future. Don't make fun of people for no fucking blood clot reason. What you gonna do? Tell all the people, your followers, don't follow Pre no more in your UK accent. Don't follow Pre. Yeah, tell them that. Go tell your friends that. Don't follow me. Unfortunately, your friends is friends of niggas that I rock with. So they might find their way over here somehow. Pussy. What this nigga talking about, bro? Yeah, watch yourself. You caught slipping, nigga. Get yourself hurt. You give a fuck about your or you get or do get you know roundabout kicks and all that. Man, give a fuck about your little combo. You give a fuck about your little tats and shit. Now you think I give a fuck if you're from the same land I'm from, Jamaica? You think I give a fuck if you was born in Jamaica too? You don't call people them names, bro. I don't care where you're from. Don't call people them names if they did shit to you, bro. I'm a peaceful person. I've been peaceful the whole stream, and this nigga just came out of here and out of nowhere called me a pum pum. And, oh, Yo, check your back chat. This nigga said. Yo, listen to go up, scroll up for those that's listening. Scroll up, and look what this nigga said. Yo, go check your back chat, and look at my state of mind on the stream of when he said that to me. Look how peaceful I was, how quiet I was. Check your back chat. The fuck? I'm reading the back chat. I'm like to myself, and you still see me holding my composure. Like, what is he? In my mind, I'm like, yo, this nigga's crazy. And then he brings, I guess, cause I never like commented on his back chat thing, he got pissed off or something. I don't know what he got pissed off for. You tell me females actually rock with this nigga too? All you females on here that rock with this nigga, go over there, bro. Like, leave my shit alone. Don't even be on here. I spit shit that this nigga don't even know nothing about. You don't even know about demons and spirits and nothing like that. You don't believe in that shit. The last thing he said on the last stream, I never even said nothing about that. He said, our ancestors wasn't saying nothing like this. Our ancestors wasn't talking like this. Your ancestors. Who's your ancestors? Who are you talking about? Egyptians? Who are you talking about? I don't even know who he's talking about when he says ancestors. Because as far as I'm concerned, a lot of us conscious community truthers or true community motherfuckers do not put our ancestors in the same regards as other true community speakers and all that shit. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Our ancestors wouldn't say nothing like this. They weren't talking like this. Get the fuck out of here, pussy. I told nigga, come on the panel. I would have seen it pop up. I'm pretty sure I would see it pop up. Nigga ain't try to come on here. Get the fuck out of here. So how you have things in the back chat, but you can't see me when I'm trying to come up? I don't know. Maybe because you're jumping off too quick, nigga. The fuck out of here. Fucking destroyers. Y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all crazy niggas. I see these niggas in person, bro. And yo, if I know I didn't start nothing with you, I ain't pulling my trigger out, nigga. I'm pulling my shit out. You bring body harm, I pull that shit out, bro. You bring body harm to me, nigga. And when I know I didn't start nothing, you crazy? No, fuck out of here. Fucking weirdos. Fuck you preing me for? You're preing me. My name is Pre. What are you preing me for? Fuck out of here. Niggas is cops. And niggas is true community cops. You're not even an agent yet. You're just cops. Trying to stop what somebody's trying to do and shit like that. This is the thing I give a fuck about fucking clout. If I cared about clout, I'd be somewhere already. I told you that earlier. I told you that like half an hour ago. About somebody I'll care about clout. I could be somewhere right now if I wanted to. You think I give a fuck about clout, nigga? Like, know who you're speaking to. You don't even know me. I'm a genuine person, motherfucker. Know who the fuck you're speaking to. Go talk that shit with them other niggas that's looking for clout. I don't need clout over here. I'm telling you, take back all your niggas, bro, that follow you, that's on my channel. I know how much of them came over here. Probably a good 5 of them. Or probably 6, 7, 8. The fuck out of here. Think I give a fuck about your niggas? Yo, anyways, yo, by the way, yo, shouts to all y'all that tuned into this stream. And much love to all y'all. Fuck that nigga Blue, bro. Fuck that nigga. You thought I'm gonna leave this shit too. Maybe at a later date I come back to my fucking full blown senses. I might just like take it down or whatever. So it might be a throwaway. It might be up. I don't give a fuck, bro. This nigga like niggas like that need to get called out. Niggas that take people's kindness for weakness. Cause you didn't have to say that. I didn't do nothing to you in the past. Never. And I never talk about people behind their back. Never. I'm pretty sure he has idea of that. That's why you felt it was comfortable because you was on your liquor and accusing me of being drunk. You was drunk. That's why you said that shit. That's why you don't come up on the panel. You were drunk. Don't accuse me. Yeah, I'm drinking. But people that really know me, that rock with me, they know when I'm drunk. And I name those niggas. I name a couple. I name like 3, 4 of them already. I can keep going. There's niggas that know me. They know me, bro, when I'm drunk. I've been on their panels when I was fucking crunk. So don't say I'm drunk if you don't know me. You just been rocking me for like a week. You was on my panel like last week or something like that. 2 times within 2 weeks. And you think you know me enough to call me a bitch? Just because I didn't let you on the panel? A pum pum? What the hell you talking about? Weak nigga? And all this shit. Where is that coming from? You're the one that's drunk. Hold your liquor, because I've been crunk the whole stream, and you see me just chilling. I've been getting high the whole stream, and you see me just chilling. Just staring at the fucking stream. When I interject, something to say, I interject, and then fall back again. What the hell where you coming from with this hostile energy? And then try to play victim when I'm calling you out now, making it seem like I'm the bad guy. What the hell's wrong with this nigga? Fucking weirdo. You're weird. And I heard about you in the past, and I never even explained that shit. I never even said nothing on that, because that has nothing to do with me. I heard niggas complain about you before. It has nothing to do with me. That's why I didn't say nothing. Because I'm a nigga about unity. I'm all about unity. When you call my name in a bitch sentence and all that shit, yeah, I'm on your ass, nigga. And you're lucky I'm on my liquor and shit. Cause if I was, as I said again, if I was sober, I will finish you right now if I was sober. I'll make sure you're scared to come back on the internet. And wasn't you the same nigga that said that you're done with the internet, this YouTube shit? So get the fuck out of here then if you're done. Go back to fighting. Go back to mixed martial arts. You have kids to live for. So don't pick up the gun, nigga. And stop starting shit with people. Learn from this, you pussy. Dumb fucker. Learn from that. Weirdo. Idiot. Idiot. Dumb fuck. Fucking stupid motherfuckers. On their period. This is what I talked about on like a few fucking bills ago. Niggas on their period. You're just like that. You was drinking a little bit and you have some type of envy towards me, so you finally expressed it because you was on your liquor. I don't need your help. I don't need your hostile energy. I don't need you to bring niggas over here because I'm not looking for clout. I'm good with the 2 people I have in the chat. Even if it's a maximum of 5 people, I'm good. I don't care. Yeah, we got 5 people we can spread news to, and they can spread news to more people in the world. What the fuck are you doing? Just bring hostile energy to niggas. Get the fuck out of here, pussy. I gotta change the title of this bill because this bill wasn't even supposed to be about what we were speaking about earlier. But yo, I change the title. I'll probably build on that next day. I'll change the title maybe tomorrow. Fuck it. Much love to all y'all tuning into this shit, bro. It's your boy, Prophet Pre, nigga. That's me. Bandit Fury. Fucking get the blood cloud this bitch. Fuck you, Blue. Done, no.